Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the RCI World Tour 2023, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Suzuka circuit, owned by Honda Motor Co Limited and featuring very fast and technical sectors, plays host to round 4 today, just over 5.8 kilometers in length with 18 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me, Tim Peck, and behind the cameras is Jesse Lee. And of course, a big hello to all of our live stewards. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you for the warm welcome in today. John, it's a very exciting race ahead of us as teams will be taking on 24 hours of Suzuka here today in round 4. It's the penultimate round in the championship with just one left to go in a month's time at Watkins Glen. But I'm very excited to see how this turns out. You know, 24-hour races, it can go, well, it can change the direction of the race multiple times throughout, as teams will have both struggles and moments where they're climbing up through the field. And I'm always very excited to see what can change across the race as we go through from Saturday into Sunday.
Yeah, 24 hours, as always, really unpredictable. You never know what's just around the corner. You never know what's going to happen on that following lap. Sometimes even a previous lap incident could come back to haunt you as well. So drivers are going to have to be on their toes for 24 hours between themselves. And of course, whoever gets the night stint, that's going to be the worst one. Currently, we're underway in qualifying, just under 15 minutes to go. Chris Warner currently at the top, tied with this man on your screen here, Lipka. They both set the exact same lap time of 1:59.425, but Chris Warner gets the pole position because he set his first. So, of course, very competitive at the top. Tobias Lang for Limitless Speed drives as well. Up there, you've got Nick Tarrin for the Schumi Skins Porsche. They've got a fantastic livery for this one-off event that we'll be looking at later on today. Nico Kumpu comes to the line for Rebound Racing and sets a 2:072 in the McLaren. McLaren's looking pretty strong today, Tim, although we've got a Lamborghini and a Porsche up in there as well. But like we just said, anything can happen this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've heard a lot of different things from the different teams about how they feel their car's performing. I know a lot of the Lambo teams actually are very excited about how that car is going to perform out on the track today as well. And you can see already the 224s on top. The 134 has just snuck their way up into the top 3 as well, though 8/10 behind the 224. Still a bit of a gap to close there. But I'd say the Lambo, definitely one of the cars to look out for today, could be very strong. Like you said, the McLaren as well. There's about 4 or 5 of them actually in the top 10. So definitely another car to look out for too. But the thing on my mind, John, is, you know, how important is qualifying? It's a discussion that comes around every time we do a long 24-hour race like this. Yes, qualifying always very important. You want to start towards the front so that you're not being held up by too much traffic. But if there's any race where you can afford to have a qualifying session that's maybe not quite as good as some of your others across the season, in a race where you have time to fix any bad lap times that maybe you just weren't quite ready for yet.
Yeah, of course, 24 hours is a long slog ahead of you. So even if you qualify, you know, in the mid-pack, keep your nose clean in turn 1. Turn 1 calamities are usually a thing here at Suzuka. Of course, the fast sweeper of 1 into 2, the kind of bottleneck that you get going into turn 2 is always a bit of a tricky zone to try and navigate. So you can always make up positions early on. Of course, the race isn't won in the first corner, as we see a few cars bailing back to the pit lane here for fresher tyres. Again, some more fuel in the car and they will go out again. But yeah, it's never won, of course, in the first corner, the first lap, etc. So it's going to be a long afternoon. There's going to be plenty of time to fix the woeful qualifying if you don't quite have your fastest driver available at the moment. And he comes in, of course, through the night or, you know, in the late afternoon. Plenty of time to make up. We're speaking earlier to the SPHE Motorsport team, of course, Frederick Gutman, one of the drivers there. Posed him a few questions about, you know, how they're feeling, how many drives they've got this afternoon, how, you know, any strengths or weaknesses. Will the Zero TC Meta be showing its head once again? And who has drawn the short straw for tonight? He came back to me with 4 drivers today, and to describe the feeling in one word, bad. All of us have only had a few hours of practice. TC0 won't be an option today because it's too hot and they haven't had enough practice to begin with. Tim and Frederick will do the night together, and the Audi is sadly quite slow compared to the Ferrari and Lamborghini. They've got a hard race ahead of them, but staying positive, they're going to try and make the most out of it for the 24. Currently, Tim Rule P2 overall, so I don't know how slow they think the Audi was going to be, but certainly in qualifying trim, it's looking very quick, Tim.
Yeah, the 969 up there just a tenth off the pace of Warner right now in the 224. You know, that's a great lap time, and especially for a team that felt like the Audi wasn't going to perform well today, that in itself can be a huge confidence boost in the early stages of this 24-hour race. And that's another thing, John, is momentum and just driver motivation as well is going to be huge out on track today. These small confidence boosts you just get across a session. Maybe it's a particularly fast lap time you set, maybe it's a good bit of racing where you come out on top. Those are going to be key to keeping drivers motivated throughout this race, and you tend to find that the more motivated a driver is, the faster the lap times that do start to come out with them, the more comfortable they feel in the car as well. So something like that for the 969, being able to put the car into a provisional P2 this early in the qualifying session, that is definitely going to help to boost the spirits on that team.
Yeah, it's going to be a good confidence booster for the SPHE Motorsport crew. Track is, of course, only fast at the moment. It will continue evolving and hopefully getting quicker and quicker. So by the time the clock hits near enough zero, you want to be that last car crossing the line to get optimum track conditions for your qualifying run. So expect to see a lot of drivers bailing back to the pit lane in the next 5 minutes or so, just so they can really get out a fresh set of Pirellis. Manning your screen at the moment, Mitchell Menez Rodriguez. We catch him a lot for the Sim Brothers outfit during our RCI championships throughout the week. Very quick driver in his own right. Team is currently down in P16 in the McLaren. Last time out, I believe they did run two cars in the form of a Porsche, two Porsches and a McLaren, but I'm only seeing the McLaren on the entry list today for them. So a little bit thin on the ground for the Sim Brothers race, and of course a big effort. The 24 hours couldn't maybe form enough people together to get a team. Menez Rodriguez to the line. I think he's just about to cross it now. Big improvement there from P16 to P9 with a 1:59.482. So it's a fantastic lap, shuffling the McLaren even further towards the front of the field. Ferrari's looking quite strong today as well. They've got two marks up inside the top 10 in the form of the 146 and the 91, as we've got the McLeod Racing Team this time coming to the line. A little bit of toe off the Ferrari ahead, manages to net them two more positions from P16 to P14 with a 1:59.765, and a big mistake there through turn one. That's going to hamper their current lap they're on, and that will probably be an abandonment later on.
Well, you've talked a lot already about some of the cars that are performing quite strongly today, as we've got Alpha Simsport crossing the line there. Currently your provisional pole holder here with a 158.772, so we're going to ride along board with them for a little bit. But John, you've talked about some of the cars that are looking very, very strong today. I know a lot of the teams that are driving the Porsche right now really not confident in the ability of that car around the 24 hours as a whole. Reportedly, what I've heard about it is that after 40 minutes into one stint, the tyres really start to drop off in that Porsche to the point where it becomes almost unbearable to drive. And you know, 40 minutes in an hour-long stint on average, that's very early. That's 20 minutes you've got to drive on those tyres if they do go as bad as the drivers are reporting them to be. You know, that's still quite a long time to manage the tyre through the rest of your stint. So maybe for the Porsche drivers out there today, you've got the 911 on the field. They're currently sitting in P11, and then you've also got the 116 down in 23rd right now. For them, it's just going to be trying to manage this race, finish as high as possible, seeing how it goes really. But you know, 40 minutes for your average sort of stint time before the tyre drops off to a point where it's hard to drive on, that's going to be very tricky to manage in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, of course, 40 minutes isn't a long time, is it, in terms of a stint? Of course, drivers can drive up to an hour and 5 minutes maximum before they must come down the pit lane to reset the stint timer, whether that's just a straight drive through, which obviously you can do. We see that towards the end of the race, teams over fueling in their last stop and going for essentially an hour and a half just to try and make it to the end sometimes. But of course, with the tyres dropping off after 40 minutes, that's going to be 25 minutes of pure hell for some of these drivers. And of course, if the Porsche drivers decide to cut the stint short, that's going to again add more pit stops onto their timer. And of course, that's the last thing you want in an endurance race. The more time you can spend circulating around, of course, the better it is for your car. It's more distance covered, essentially. And while we're riding on board with Chris Warner, he does improve with a 158.732 last time by. So Lamborghini looking very strong in the hands of the Alpha Sim Sport crew. And now we've got another Lamborghini here in the hands of Salva and Rubio for the Tyre Sim Racing Esports, the number 134. I believe they didn't have the best of starts last time at Bathurst and possibly even retired the car halfway through the race. He makes his run to the line extremely short by hugging the pit wall, comes across the line. It's an improvement on lap time, although not an improvement in pace. Still remains P7 and with a 159 on that one. Tobias Lang again, another driver for limitless speed drivers that we expect to see much higher up the board in the McLaren. Of course, highest McLaren at the moment is Lipka in the number 420. Can Tobias Lang have an answer for them? Shortening the run to the line a little bit, not as tight as Imrubia did, and across the line Tobias Lang goes. Small improvement, on time, although again not enough to cycle up the board. So Tobias Lang maybe not finding the ideal region for the McLaren. Track status is now optimum for the final 5 minutes, so if you are looking to improve your times, now is the time to get back into the pit lane, grab a fresh set of tyres and get back out. Nico Kumpu to the line, improves from P12 to P8 with a 159.382. That sends the Rebound Racing team inside the top 10. They've been looking very capable so far this season. NNM competition in the number 146, very strong in practice. Is this going to be enough to send them to the top of the board? And it isn't, unfortunately. A 159.122, not beating their personal best of a 159.097, reportedly losing all of the time in the final chicane. And it's this time again, Chris Warner across the line. The next time, can he improve any more? He's certainly seeking to do so, and he does just improve again to a 158.597, cementing himself at the front of the field even more. So that Lamborghini looking super competitive at the moment. Tim Rule, the next car across the line, SPHE Motorsport, the number 969. Bad lap last time. Will it improve this time? It does, to a 158.865, although nowhere near Chris Warner's time. Chris Warner back to the pit lane. I think that's his afternoon done. He's going to be very happy with that. And the only man that can really catch him at the moment looks like Tim Rule.
Well, Chris Warner deciding that the afternoon is in fact not quite done yet. Straight onto a new set of tyres and coming straight back out the pits again. So they feel like they've got a bit more pace in them despite having the 158.597, which so far no one seems to be able to replicate or even get within a couple of tenths of right now. So Chris Warner, looking like a very strong contender out on the track today, has been leading this qualifying session from start to finish, basically, in that 224 Lamborghini. We have a question from the chat saying, is the 769 BMW on the grid today? Unfortunately, we do not have the 769 car on the track today. They have prior commitments that they can't show up for today and weren't able to get a full team together in order to cover the whole 24 hours. But you've still got a good roster of cars. There's a couple of others that you'd expect to see out today that we've not got here as well. The 769 currently running P2 in the championship are not showing up today. And we also don't have the 221 of Hymo setups. They've also not got a car running in today's race either. But not to worry, because you've still got a whole roster of fast drivers. Right now, the 224 of Alpha Sim Sport holding on to that provisional pole. John, they're running right now P10 in the championship overall. Their highest finish of the season was back at Monza, where they finished P4. So today they're looking to try and put themselves on the podium for the first time in this World Tour. But 2 minutes left to go in qualifying. A lot of these cars now onto their final laps or just finishing up their penultimate lap here. You know, it's getting quite heated in the last couple of minutes of quali.
Yeah, last couple of minutes of quality always does, of course. Drivers coming back into the pit lane, they take even more fuel out of the car than what they've already kind of started their smaller stints on. So looking very close at the top between the 224 and the 420. Nico Dobos across the line. He's currently P10, and this time it's the McLeod Racing Team, the number 41. We interviewed them back in Valencia on their time with the car. Again, not many BMWs in the field, not the chosen manufacturer for this season, although they do improve up into P11 with a 159.312. They're going to be very happy with that one come the race. Of course, the further forward you start, the less chance you've got, and a big moment through 130R there for Patrick Lipka. Let's get a race replay and have a look at what happened there. Dropped the car on the inside. He had a slide already going by the time he reached the exit curb, so maybe just a little bit too much inside curb. A very scary moment there. That's going to scrub the Pirellis down a little bit, and he will unfortunately retire back to the pit lane. So no pole position for Lipka there, and Nico Kumpu trying to maximize a bit of slipstream maybe that the McLaren being part there is producing to end his lap. Nico Kumpu comes across the line, remains P12, although he does have another shot at it. Of course, 30 seconds on the clock. Anybody crossing the line before the timer hits 0 will be able to go on to another lap. The NMM competition car, the number 146, small improvement up into P4. They see themselves sharing the same row of the grid as the SPHE Motorsport car at the moment. And I think Tim Rule's time is looking pretty solid there for P3. I don't think I'm going to foresee him improving, but I could be proved wrong once again. Nico Dobos for the U Amateurs, the number 86 Lamborghini. We saw them go past last time. No improvement for them last time by, but will they be able to have an answer this time? Through the chicane they go, clattering over the curbs. Got to maximize your exit through the final chicane, because if you don't, it's a very long drag to the line and you just absolutely bleed and hemorrhage time. Sim Brothers Racing across the line, they'll lock themselves into P13, and Nico Dobos, big improvement late on, up into P6 with a 159.085. And meanwhile, it's the McLeod Racing Team, the number 141, shortening their run to the line. Will they see an improvement in the BMW? They cross the line. They do. Up into P7 for Dexter. That's a great improvement from those guys. Again, the further forward on the grid you get, the more likely you, or the less likely you are, to encounter any accidents. And this team here, Tim, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, been looking quite solid across the season. Down in P16 at the moment. They have literally one shot left at this time.
Yeah, they need to find a bit more time on their Delta as well, but it's not over yet. They can find that track time just the same as any other car can as well. And as the 34 is now coming down to the line, it's reportedly a big improvement. We'll see just how much it's going to be, though. They're going to want to try and put themselves into the top 10 for a good qualifying session here today. Has it been enough? No, it's only good enough for P14. It was an improvement of a couple of tenths of a second, but only enough to get them just inside the top 15 cars. As now Robert Arlari crossing the line, they put themselves up into P17, but those will be your results from the qualifying session here today. Chris Warner for the 224 Alpha Sim Sport team, all the way up in P1, a provisional time, well, a solid qualifying time of a 1:58.597. The number 420 McLaren slots into P2 with the number 969, your championship leaders, in P3 with a 1:58.772. Very, very close at the top, again towards the end of that qualifying session, John. It just seemed like everyone got that final lap down, and there was a lot of room for improvement for some of these drivers still after those final laps.
Yeah, Suzuka, of course, very technical, very fast-flowing circuit, and it's so easy to make a mistake over some of the big curbs. Of course, you've got around the circuit, take too much on the inside, like we saw with Lipka through 130R, saw him skidding towards the end. Of course, Degner 1 has that infamous big curb where you can easily force yourself over track limits towards the end as well. So it's, you know, it's a very varied session, not one car, should we say, taking the fastest sector across the board. Of course, the Lamborghini with the fastest sector 1. You've then got, of course, the Odox Motorsport car with the fastest sector 2, and then the other Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, of course, of SPHE Motorsport with the fastest final sector. So although Audi's not confidently fast, you know, looking very consistent through the middle and the last sector. So expect to see them making gains through there as well. as we kind of begin to roll into the race, of course. I just want to give you the championship standings for how we look coming into this round. This is the pro standings on your screen at the moment. Of course, SPHE Motorsport at the top with 181. RCI Esports Blue, unfortunately absent from today in P2 with 161. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, again, a poor qualifying P14 in with 156. So they're going to want to try and capitalize as much as they can. Hymo Setups, again, not with us today, have signed out, unfortunately, with 116. Limitless Speed Drivers with 115. They're going to want to capitalize on the absence of Hymo today. Odox Motorsport looking very consistent, currently qualified P5 and P6 overall in the championship with 111. Pirate Racing on 105. We then got a tie between the Crazy Fly Racing team and Small PP Racing with 99 apiece. And Alpha Simsport rounds out your top 10 with 96. Rolling on to, of course, page 2, Rebound Racing with 77. Tire Sim Racing Esports Iberia with 62. McLeod Racing with 55. Geordie Suss Racing in the Triple A, I believe they're not here today either, with 44. Sim Brothers Racing with the first of their entries, of course, the McLaren with 40. Steady Start Racing SSR Blue with 34. Tied with Luna Rossa Racing, of course, with 34. Simulation Esport currently, of course, in P2 with Garage 59 entry with 33. Porsche Team Shumi Skins with 33. And Sim Brothers Racing with 28. And I've just been told in my ears it might be a wet start here today at Suzuka. And I'm not sure how many teams have prepared for that. But of course, a server restart as always between the qualifying and the race. Who knows what the weather might be, but that could have been a sneak preview into the server weather settings. Now, rolling on to page 3 of the championship, we've got the Kawadi Motorsport team with 25. We've got SRT Flat Engine Society, ironically in a Porsche, with 21. The Next Level Play Racing with 19. Zaza Racing with 18. N&M Competition, looking good at the top at the moment with 17. E1 Simsport with 16. UA Amateurs XQVR with 14. Across Europe Racing Team with 13. Tire Sim Racing Esports Big Body Benz with 13. And E1 Simsport with another of their entries with 12. Rounds out your top 30 in Pro. Now, moving on to the next page, there's quite a lot of teams here at the moment. Spain without the A with 10. Broken Bone Sim Racing with 9. Tire Sim Racing Esports J Squared with 5. Rational Driving Brilliance with 1. And SR Esports with 0 yet to score. Unfortunately, anybody else with a dash next to their name has signed out of the season and will take no further part. That includes, of course, the SR Esports, Team Vermont, Sim Brothers Racing, BW4E, Gridfinder Racing, and Pulse Simsport at the bottom there with the number 52 entry. And I might stand corrected on this, but I believe there is a final page coming on the standings. I think 45 drivers made it through into the pro field. But looking very competitive on the championship board at the moment. 46, I stand corrected there, with a few more teams signing out. Of course, Steady Start Racing, Blue retiring their entry, Luna Rossa Racing with theirs, TE Sim Racing, the Shumi Skins Lamborghini, unfortunately no further part for them, and the Tire Sim Racing Esports Playmobil, followed by Race Ventura, of course, a name that's very well known to us at RCI, departing from the championship. So still all to play for, of course. Big points haul on the table here today, Tim. And, you know, you've really got to maximize what is the 24 hours. If you have a bad start, you know, that mental demon that kind of beats you down into the floor and really puts your hopes and dreams down of ever winning the event could be completely flipped on its head. Of course, anything can happen in a 24-hour race. And that's the thing the drivers have to remember today going into turn 1. It's not all over once you do encounter a mistake or even an incident in that case.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was sort of alluding to earlier in qualifying, is that a huge part of the race for these teams today is going to be keeping up that driver motivation. These small wins across the like not across the championship, across the race, these small wins that you get, like maybe it's just doing a particularly fast lap, like I said, maybe it's overtaking another team that you've been racing for a little while and just getting that little win above them. That is going to be enough to really put some energy back into the driver. If they've been driving for a couple of hours already, it's going to really motivate them to keep pushing that car. And it can be the difference just between lap times in itself. I've seen it plenty of times before when I've actually been racing with some teams, or if I've been watching along with the teams in particular that are racing. These small wins that you get can just be enough alone to improve lap times. That slightly better mentality that you put yourself back into is really, really useful for just keeping a driver happy on track. So I think that's going to be a huge part of today, John, is just making sure that all these drivers, they're keeping each other motivated. If there are small incidents, like you said, it's reminding everyone that, okay, these things happen, but it's 24 hours, we have a chance to fix it all. And it's just about trying to constantly get that motivation back into drivers, keep them running and happy throughout. But I think it's going to be an interesting race today. 24 hours, like we've said, it's a long time. There's loads of ups and downs across the race. And for some teams, it may even feel like several different races all merged into one. You do get that feeling sometimes where you have a particularly bad start. It puts you really far back from the rest of the field. And then as you climb back in to the standings again, you find yourself coming back up through the order. That in itself can feel like a whole new race. So 24 hours today, I'm really excited to see what happens. And I think it's going to be a very interesting race with just things constantly changing for all of these teams.
Yeah, I'd confidently say that not one team will have a perfect race today. I'm sure something will go wrong for each and every single car on the grid at some point over the 24 hours. It's a big ask, even for teams, drivers, and hardware at home. We've seen hardware failures be the oncoming of some of the teams' good results that they've had in the pipeline. In the final dying hours, somebody's pedal set dies. You have a wheelbase disconnect. Anything can happen during these times. And just while we wait, of course, for all of the servers to get ready, and there's a secret talk in the background going on amongst Split 1 and Split 2 as well, which I'm going to keep you updated on that one. Possibly some exciting news coming for the broadcast today. We're going to take a look at the Split 2 standings. Again, not often we see Split 2 make the broadcast, but while we're here, let's have a look at how they're getting on. Of course, at the top of their standings, Goat Racing smooth as butter with 181 points to their name. Trywell Sim Racing with 145, and then we've got a bit of a brick of British teams here with Connexus Motorsports with 142, Dropping the Hammer Racing with 136, RPMS Sim Sport, the number 707, with 109, Kaiju Racing with 101, Flying Hellfish Spinala with 93, followed by their sister car, Flying Hellfish Heroes and Zeros with 72. Scuderia Pepperoni Margarita with 71. And Onid Racing with 70 will round out your top 10 in Split 2. Moving on to the next page, of course, Wheelie Slow Racing with 70 points. You've then got the second of the Onid Racing entries, the Sim Hound Rookies with 65, NS Racing with 56, Alpha Sim Sport, again, another sister car from Split 1 in Split 2 with 55. The second of the Scuderia Pepperoni, this time Diavola with 52. Another Flying Hellfish car, this time Safari with 48. Tri-State Racing with 41. We've then got another Scuderia Pepperoni, this time with Capricosia with 40. RK9 Motorsport with 36. And Wheelbarrow Racing Team with 35. Now on to page 3, we have Lemurin Racing with 28, tied with the esports. I'm going to absolutely butcher this. Y-Shafts with 28 apiece. SRT High Latency Racing with 24, again tied with the RK9 Motorsport Arcane entry with that one. P25, we've got Alf Getch Apex with 23 points. Blacksmith Racing on 22. Team Monkey Racing with 19. Green Team Racing with 16, and Onid Racing Stronger.com with 14. And in P30, I'm not even gonna attempt this one with 11 points for the number 587. And moving on to the next page, of course, ATS MS with 10, Kvetch Motorsports with 9, Sapphire Simsport Andretti with 7, Goat Racing Rough as Sandpaper with 6, Immersioni Scuderi Corsa with 6, Valley's Motorsport Racing on 4, and everybody else yet to score, including Albanian Gang Racing, Sim Seniors, Triple R, and Dylan 48 Esports Purple. And that's the thing I love about, Split 1 and Split 2, Tim. Split 1, we've got all these, super serious names, and then we head over to Split 2, and we've got Scuderia Pepperoni Racing, we've got Pizza Enduro Team, we've got all these silly people, SRT, High Pingo Burr, all of these fantastic organization names where people are just here for the fun of it. And, that's the glorious thing with RCI. You can get a group of friends together, set your pre-qualifying time, and we'll throw you in a split where you're going to be competitive with the field around you, and at the same time, the Split 1 guys, some of them full paid esports teams. Again, Lasagna Racing in 51. What a name there! I'm noticing a lot of Italian themed food references through the Split 2 World Tour on that one. But it's great to see, the pro teams can have their own split where they all compete amongst each other and have a real good fight, and then all the teams that are maybe not so serious or not so up to the pace of the Split 1 guys, again, get their own dedicated split where they can, of course, fight amongst each other. So everybody's happy in that sense, right?
Everyone, yeah, I'd say everyone is happy in that sense. Of course, you do have the occasional thing where you have those teams that are in Split 2. They'll be pushing to try and get into Split 1. That is the overall goal for a lot of these teams at the end of the day. But like you said, some of them just here for the fun of it, to compete with some friends and have a good time. Same thing with Split 1. Sometimes you get that team that is in Split 1 because they have the pace to do so. But at the end of the day, you might talk to them in an interview and they're like, yeah, no, we're quite happy just rolling around in this race towards like P20. We're just happy to be here. So it's interesting. You get these almost two, like you said, these two splits that are completely separate, where one's racing for these top points. They're taking it a lot more seriously, and like you said, some of them are paid drivers in esports teams, and you've got the other one which is a lot more chilled out, tends to be just here to compete with some friends and have a good time. But they do cross over sometimes as well. So it's something that is great to see across the two splits. And on that, John, I believe we've got a bit of information regarding some of the secret discussions that have been happening behind the scenes in quali.
Yeah, we've had a lot of discussion between both Split 1 and Split 2 drivers on a potential merge for this afternoon. Of course, numbers aren't what they were at the start of the season. I mean, there's still plenty of cars in Split 1, of course, 23 on the grid at the moment, and I think it's about 30 odd in Split 2 as well. There was talk of merging the two splits together, but unfortunately at the time the vote was closed, there wasn't enough people in favour of merging splits, which is fair enough, of course. Big skill difference between Split 1 and Split 2, and everybody here just wants to have a good time. So hopefully, of course, the turn 1 of Split 1 is very clean. Hopefully all drivers do continue their efforts towards the end of the checkered flag today, or the grid could be looking a bit sparse come Sunday if we have heavy retirements here. But of course, lots of less cars, of course, on the grid means more points on the table, means more positions that you are going to gain naturally through the fact that your opponents haven't simply turned up for the event. So if you have managed to get a team together for the 24 today, maximize your opportunities and see what you guys can do between you. Of course, last time out in Split 1, we were at Mount Panorama, of course, Bathurst, the famous circuit that we're all so excited for, and it produced a lot of action throughout the race. We had cars in the wall, we had cars backwards down the mountain, over the top of the mountain, we had cars crashing in the last corner in the pit lane. It was absolute chaos. But of course, in the last moments, SPHE Motorsport gained the lead from a charging crazy file racing effort after superb dominance from the green flag. Of course, Thomas Enger Sim Racing managed to bag the last spot on the podium, of course, with the fastest lap as well. And Hymo, among with a handful of other teams, unfortunately didn't make the checkered flag. Split 2 was won by Goat Racing with their smooth as butter entry, and Flying Hellfish Spinala and Triwalt Sim Racing came across in third. Of course, we just had a look at their championship, all those teams near the top. We're giving drivers a little bit more free practice at the moment, just while we get ready to switch all of the servers over to the race, of course, with the 24 hours at the top of the screen. Lots of drivers electing just to kind of wait in the pit lane and have a bit of a chill. We've got a race replay here. We've got Jotovic into the wall for the Ferrari 296 there. That's at the end of Spoon 2, I believe. I'm not sure if he's maybe dialed the TC down a little bit too little coming out of Spoon 2, hit the throttle on the crest of the apex kind of area and fired himself off to driver's right. But Robert Arlavi currently on the circuit, circulating around in the Lamborghini. We're going to have a ride on board with him as he begins his lap through, of course, the first sector of the switching back nature of the corners. Of course, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is turn 6, the right-hander. This is known as the S-curves on the circuit map officially, before, of course, the swooper of turn 7 Dunlop curve. Very tricky corner, uphill, over a crest, bit blind in some cars to see where the apex is, so you've really got to be paying attention before you run to Degner curve 1, or Degner 1 as they call it. Of course, be careful on the inside curve, be careful on the outside for track limits, and then, of course, Degner 2, very much the same nature. Don't take too much inside curve, and again, be careful of track limits on the outside. Turn 10 is the kink before the hairpin of 11. Again, expect to see plenty of passing through here in the race, I would say. And just as we begin to get into the lap, Arlavi, unfortunately, will abandon and come back to the pit lane. We've got a few other cars out on circuit, though, circulating around. Of course, you've got the long swooper of turn 12 after that. Spoon curve 13 and 14 before the long run down to 130R, where the circuit crosses over itself, of course, into turn 15. And then 16, 17 and 18 all being part of the Casio Triangle Chicane. Again, a very popular passing place if you can make it happen. So all eyes down there. And of course, the first sector, a bit tricky to pass in. Of course, the single file nature almost of the S-curves, it's never wise to kind of get out of sequence of the train. But we're going to have a ride on board where Robert Arlavi kind of put us away, and we're going to pick up now with Corvin Matthias in the Ferrari. Of course, there's a couple of minutes left on the clock for the practice. He will round the hairpin of 11 and begin the run through 12. Of course, a good exit from 11 will set you up nicely going into the Spoon curves. A poor exit will allow, of course, your rival to get a run on you, and again, cover off that inside into Spoon 1, because that is a good passing place. Of course, with the next turn also being a left-hander, it puts you on the inside for Spoon 2. It's one constant steering input from 1 to 2. You've got to keep the wheel very steady, very level, and a little bit of oversteer from the Ferrari coming out of Spoon 2 before the big long run under the Panasonic bridge, under the Dunlop bridge they go towards 130R. Again, very quick corner. Count the boards on the right. You've got 200, 150. Normally a dab of the brakes on 50, and he's dipped the wheel in the grass, and that's exactly what happens there. Off to driver's right, backwards into the wall. And pushing the limits is what Corvin Matthias was doing there. Of course, it's so easy to dip a wheel, especially on turning. Really upsets the car, throws the balance completely off. Of course, your 6th gear, top end of the rev range nearly by the time you reach 130R. So that's what happens when it all goes wrong. And hopefully, Tim, we don't see that too much in the race, because that would be a very big time loss. Very lengthy repairs as well in the pit lane, should that have been under a racing scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be minimizing these mistakes across the 24 hours. Like we've already talked about it. We've said that, yes, if there are accidents, you know, you've got time to fix them. You've got time to pick that pace back up and climb back into the order. That being said, you know, you don't want to be spending a significant amount of time in the pit lane. In any race, that would still be quite detrimental as well. And if you're spending a lot of time taking trips down the pit lane, that's less time you're out racing on the track too. So whilst you can make up for these mistakes, keep them to a minimum is still the goal here for a lot of these teams. Now, I've been doing a little bit of looking, John, behind the scenes and seeing some of the stuff that has changed between server restarts. And something that I actually noticed is if you look towards the top right-hand corner, track temperature significantly higher than it was during the qualifying session. Now, I was also talking to some teams before the race started. I was talking to them during the practice and in the quali, and a lot of them pointed out that in the practice sessions that they've been doing leading up to the event, track temperature was this high. You know, they were doing it on tracks of 36 and higher in their practice, and then for quali the track temperature suddenly dropped all the way down to 30 degrees. The air temperature was 24, and this was causing a lot of problems for the teams who were having to change tire pressures on the fly here and adapt very quickly to these new temperatures. And now they've shot back up again as well. So a lot of the reason why you're seeing some of these cars going out on track, just getting a little bit more information, they've got to redo their tire pressures, John. They've got to work on those cars a little bit more, change the setups to yet again suit the higher track temperature in the early stages of this race. So it's thrown a bit of a spanner in the works, and it means these teams that have gone and done a couple of outlaps are going to have a little bit of an advantage in terms of knowing what the correct pressures on the tires are here. But you know, that's changed a whole lot. Just the track increasing by 6 degrees in temperature has thrown a complete curveball into the mix, and the track times that you're going to be seeing out these cars now completely different to what they were in qualifying not even 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely so, Tim. And of course, the server has flicked across to the race. So we are seeing lovely blue skies, a little bit of cloud above the heads of the drivers, but nothing too major, of course, at the moment. A very stark difference to how it was when we flicked over from qualifying the first time. Just going to have a grid walk, of course, with the wonderful Jesse Lee with his drone shots flying clearly through the start gantry lights. We don't need them anymore. We'll throw the flag out instead for this one. But fantastic skies here at Suzuka, of course, currently with everything going on. And Marshall up into the tower. He's going to be the one waving the flag when we all get underway in about 7 or 8 minutes. So we're going to have a small grid walk down this 23 car grid, I believe, if my stats are still right. They are 23 cars on that one. Of course, pole sitter Chris Warner in the 224 Alpha Sim Sport, again, a livery that we've seen quite a lot of on the broadcast so far. We then got the simulation team in the guise of Garage 59 with their McLaren, and Tim Rule not Tim Rule, it was Tim Rule, sorry, in qualifying for SPHE Motorsport. We then got the hardest name to pronounce ever, the N&M competition car. Odox Motorsport, again, they're looking relatively strong. Again, Audi ahead of them. Wonder if the Audi factory cars will try and work together today. We then got the UA Amateurs on the right-hand side, McLeod Sim Racing on the left. Before, of course, we come down to what is essentially just inside the top 10 still with the number 91 to the right. We then got the Tyre Sim Racing car, the number 134 to the left. Again, very colourful livery on these Lamborghinis. We then got the 669 currently on the right-hand side. They've changed livery since last time from memory. Tobias Lang in the 23 on the left-hand side of your screen before we get to, of course, the Rebound Racing 256 car. Again, drivers in that car we know very well from our RCI events. The only sole Sim Brothers racing car today, unfortunately, on the left-hand side. And then we've got the number 134 Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. We then got the next level racing car, the number 296 on the left-hand side. No livery submitted for them. And then we've got the fantastic one-off livery for Team Shumi Skins, of course, produced just for Suzuka. And some of the detail in the livery is absolutely insane. Of course, a lot of references to Japan and Japanese culture built into the livery. And, just fantastic to see what can be done truly with the ACC engine. We move on, of course, to our Larvae in the number 545 there. We then got the number 29 Yatovic car. That's one of the factory in-game liveries that shipped with the 296, so no door number on that one. It's very strange to see. We then got the BBS Racing. Of course, that's the Freddie van der Katsbeek car. Team SSR Blue towards the back as well. We then got another kind of Japanese almost themed livery on the 116. Lots of cherry blossom across the car there. Fantastic kind of contrasting colours with the red and gold. And a Japanese sumo on the back with a couple of cats as well. The one on the left looking particularly sleepy. I'm guessing that's the night stint cat on the left-hand side of the rear bumper, and the day cat maybe on the right-hand side. But fantastic kind of references there. A little bit of sushi on the wing. It's great to see the creativity of all the teams and drivers in the field, and then a nice scene out of an anime. I would say Stewie could probably identify that one if he was here with us. And Zaza with the 712 in P22, and then of course the last of the E1 Sim Sport cars, number 90, will round out the grid in their striking kind of fluoro yellow, black and grey liveries. And Jesse Lee just flying off into the abyss. His people need him, I guess. Relatively small grid, Tim, but don't let that distract you from the fact this is going to be absolutely fantastic this afternoon. And I, for one, cannot wait to get underway and see what this race produces over the next 24 hours. 24 hours in real life is very hard. 24 hours in a sim, I would say, is possibly even harder because you're not in that, that physical realm with your friends. You're all sat at different houses, you're all on different setups, different machines. You can't just turn to the guy to who's next up and go, hey, can you come in early? Can you get in the car early? I need to go somewhere. It's not a thing. You can't do that in the virtual world. So planning is everything. I'm hoping everybody has swapped mobile numbers. Of course, fingers crossed. Driver 1 is alert at all times. Of course, that's the thing with ACC. With a disconnect, driver 1 has to rejoin. If you disconnect at 2 in the morning, driver 1's asleep. What are you going to do? You're going to be on a massive setback by the time you get into the server.
Eagle-eyed viewers would have already noticed the 5-second penalty on the car number 146. That was gained during the qualifying session, where during the chicane it was involving the car number 41 and the 146. And it's a 5-second penalty for impeding car on a fast lap. That's why you see a little 5 seconds there, and a drive-through penalty popping through for the number 82 as well. That's due to the desync of the entry list, which is where the drivers join the server in incorrect order as well. So a couple of pre-race penalties already coming out, John, which means a couple of these teams already on the back foot in the early stages of this race. That's something they'll have to make up as the race goes on. But like you said, it's an exciting race today, and it's going to be very exciting in the early stages this afternoon. Of course, you almost can split a 24-hour race into 3 segments. You've got the first couple of hours where teams are still close together from the starting grid. You see quite a lot of battling as they try to navigate their way into a position where they feel confident they can hold with the pace that they've got. And as you transition into the second segment of the race, it's around when you're probably about 2-3 hours in. Cars tend to get into this comfort zone of just doing their own thing, hot lapping around the track, keeping the pace to what your team is comfortable at. And that's going to take up the majority of this race as we go through the night as well. There will still be racing throughout those sections, but of course it is more or less just kept to a minimum, and teams sorting themselves out if they occasionally bump into each other. And then you've also got the final segment of the race when there's just an hour or so left to go. That's when teams yet again really try to pick up the speed, and they'll be racing for those last couple of positions down to the finish line. So you can expect to see quite a lot of action towards the beginning and the end of the race. In the middle is when things get a little bit quiet, John, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's all going to be boring. Like we said, there's a lot of times when there'll be fights happening on track as cars continue to just filter into new positions with different drivers. You've got different pace, of course, and also you've got incidents that can happen on track as well that can cause interesting scenarios in the pits too. So you do keep your eyes on the screen. Feel free to tune in throughout the next couple of days as we go into Sunday as well, and just pop back and see how some of your favourite drivers will be doing today. But all in all, John, I think we're set for a very exciting race. Suzuka, a great circuit for a 24-hour race, and you've got some teams towards the front that we maybe haven't seen up in these positions so far in the World Tour. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform as well across the whole 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a super, super good thing to get underway. Of course, Suzuka, a fantastic circuit, as you say, Tim, for a 24-hour race. Drivers, of course, might have changed from qualifying. Of course, the driver that set the fastest lap for their entry may not be the driver taking the wheel at the moment, and the first one I see on the list is of course the number 969. They've got Shai at the wheel currently after Tim Rule of course put the car up into P3. Now cars beginning to bunch up 2 by 2 of course into the Casio triangle. 23 cars on the grid. It looks relatively small compared to previous events, but don't let that fool you on the action that is going to be coming here today. Of course, drivers trying to keep the all-important temperature in their tires at the moment. 30 degrees in the air, 36 degrees on the track at the moment. Keep your eye in the top right hand side for any weather changes coming your way in the next half an hour window, because that could be another spanner in the works. Cars looking very spaced out. Odox Motorsport giving room there. You've got the number 420 Simulation getting close to Chris Warner on the front for Alpha Sim Sport. We wait for the race director to give the signal. The lights at the top of the screen will signify when we are underway. Drivers will punch the throttle as hard as they can to get the run down into turn one, and that's it. Green flag waves, lights change to green, and we are underway here for the RCI World Tour Round 4. We've already got NNM covering off Odox Motorsport into turn 1. They get squeezed to the inside, although still remaining on the inside for turn 2. Everybody finding single file by the time we're out of turn 2. Still 2x2 in the background, though, approaching the S's. We said it earlier, that's not where you want to be, and very sensibly, McLeod Sim Racing back out of that move side by side with the E1 Motorsport car. Limitless speed drivers, Andre Hartmann at the wheel this time, trying to make up all important early grounds, and Thomas Enger Sim Racing holding station on where they qualified, just behind the Sim Brothers car of Christian Lindgren. Of course, the Swedish kind of lineup always show well in these longer events. Then got the 116 just lurking at the back, just giving themselves some room into the Degner 1 and 2, and of course the Mercedes ahead of them will be under a drive-through for the next 3 laps, and there's a collision already. I think that's Jatovic in the number 29 being turned around by Ruling in the 33 team SSR blue entry, so that's a car already on the back foot, and it's Jatovic in the 29 being turned through Degner 2. That's not what we wanted to see, but meanwhile towards the front, of course, the drivers going down in towards the spoon section. Chris Warner still leads Lipka, leading Shy in the 969 SPHE Motorsport car. They had a good showing last time at Bathurst. Not feeling mega confident about today's race. They're going to be playing it safe and just taking away what they can. Limited practice between them all, and the Audi R8 not being the strongest car at Suzuka, but Chris Warner certainly looks like he's got that ball tamed, and a wiggle into 130R. He goes wide. That's going to allow Lipka to come at him through the Casio triangle, covers off the inside very sensibly there. Knew he was going to get overrun by Lipka in the simulation car, but just about managed to hold him off. On riding on board now with Max Shy as they come towards the line to complete their first lap. There's another yellow flag being thrown in the Casio triangle for the 545. There's been a collision there with somebody else as well. It's Robert Arlavi in the 545. Jatovic has now managed to catch back up to those guys, and Freddie van der Katsbeek takes their drive-through. But 23 cars on the grid, Tim. It was very action-packed on that first lap.
Absolutely, there's a couple of things that we'll go and have a look back on in a little bit, just to see what's happened exactly. There is more contact for the 137, the 34 just catching the rear of the car there, and Lindgren able to hold it together, manages to keep that McLaren going in a straight line, or, well, more of a bit of a wavy line there as they go through the S's, but, you know, the 137 able to catch that, just great on Lindgren there. But some early action, John, like you said, the Mercedes, the number 82, coming out of the first corner, found themselves off the edge of the track and got to rejoin just in time as room was made for them before they fully made contact with another car. And also the battle between Warner and Lipka right at the front of the grid. I mean, Warner, they're doing a great job with how they handled the final chicane on the track. Went into it a little bit messy as they had to defend on the inside, and that in itself would have ruined the momentum completely of the Lamborghini. But just taking that extra second of time to correct it going into the exit of the chicane meant that the 224 was able to stay ahead down the start finish straight as well. So some great defensive driving from Warner there to keep that 224 up front, where it would have been very easy to get swallowed up had they not been quite on it as they were. An amazing correction note from Warner up towards the front. We're now watching from the rear wing of Lipka in the 420 as they've got pressure from the 969 car behind. All the while they're trying to look both directions, John, because they really want to be putting the pressure on Warner. It's hard to do so though when you've got pressure from behind as well. It's almost a juggling act now for the 420.
Yeah, it's very much a gap management strategy now for the 420. They're going to have to, stay close enough to Warner should he make a mistake that, of course, they can capitalize on it. But at the same time, they're going to have to watch the mirrors because the SPHE Motorsport car of Shy is going to want to try and get past them to get another position gained and, of course, more championship points for their beginning. Although I know the confidence levels on the SPHE Motorsport team isn't exactly high at the moment, so they're going to want to maybe just hold station and to see how this race plays out and see if it plays into their hands and their strategy going forward. Christian Lindgren this time managing to get the car turned in the right way for the S's. No sideways action, D1 GP style. We shall see this time by. Question in the YouTube chat about the drive-through for the number 82 and why they picked that up before the race had even started. It was for desyncing the server entry list. So within ACC, whoever is registered as driver 1 has to join the server first, otherwise the whole system will break itself and it won't be very pleasant at all. So that was what that penalty was for. We urge drivers, of course, to join in the correct order, and when they do join in the wrong order, it does unfortunately mean the server has to come down, be restarted, and put back up again. Otherwise we will get issues later on down the line. So it's quite a serious thing for us here at RCI, and is penalized quite harshly, unfortunately. But the number 82 already on the back foot for today. And of course the 5 seconds for the number 146, that was dealt out in qualifying for impeding a car on a fast lap. That was through the Casio triangle, the final chicane as it were. So the 5 seconds won't affect them at the moment, although the moment they come down the pit lane to serve their pit stop, it will be tagged onto their stationary time. So in ACC, instead of being stationary for 30 seconds for fuel and tyres, the number 146 will be stationary for 35 seconds, of course, putting them on the back foot. UA Amateurs overrunning the chicane there. That's Dobos at the wheel, the number 86, I believe, we just saw then, and Dixon Chen just behind them. We're going to have a replay here from, this is from watching from Zaza. We got the Steady Start racing car on the inside. It kind of pulls over into the middle to cover off the E1 Sim Sport. So that's an overtake for position for Zaza, heading up the grid there. They're currently up into P17 overall. And Dexter currently into P8 as well for the BMW. They're looking relatively strong. And the BMW is normally a very kind of solid car, should we say, when it comes to endurance racing. It's quite an easy car to drive, you know, the traditional front engine rear wheel drive platform that is all the way over the front end. Makes it a little bit understeery sometimes, but very stable, safe platform. So drivers have kind of unlimited confidence almost while driving the car, compared to, you know, the mid-engine cars, Tim, where they're sometimes a little bit more oversteery, a little bit more unpredictable, and especially with the big curbs through Degner 1 and 2, you know, mid-engine cars can be relatively upset quite easily.
Absolutely, it's something that these teams are going to be considering today, is how their car is performing across the track as a whole. We've already talked, John, about some of the cars that are likely to see some great performances today. A lot of the Lambo teams saying how great it feels to be in the Lamborghini. You also pointed out earlier that McLaren's looking particularly fast around Suzuka as well, whereas cars like the Porsche struggling quite a lot. You can see both the 911 and the 116 running next to each other in 15th and 16th respectively. About a second splits the two of them up. Right now though, my attention is on this 146 car, because obviously, John, they got that 5-second penalty in the qualifying, and we talked about how they got it for impeding another car. But right now they're under pressure from the 121 Audi, which is looking towards the outside of the chicane here. Can they get a switchback maneuver if they're able to hook the momentum together? It looks like the 146 though going to be on the defensive, covers the exits of both parts of the chicane there, although it is going to kill a little bit of the push from that Ferrari down the start-finish straight. Can the 121 get through? And yes, they have been able to navigate their way through the 146. But yeah, go back to what I was saying, that 146, I'm looking at them right now because they've got that 5-second penalty, John. But all they really have to do here in this first hour, their goal shouldn't really be to try and climb as many positions as possible, because inevitably, if you're climbing these positions, you're most likely going to lose them by the time you get into the pits. Their focus really should be on just making a gap to the other cars behind so they lose as little as possible. And you can see that they've already started to do this kind of across the board. You know, there's about a 1-second gap between the 91 and the 86, which the 146 will be able to take advantage of. And then you can see a bit further down the field as well, P10, the 256, a second off the back of the 134 as well. So all of this is going to help the 146 to not fall down the order too much.
Yeah, so we've apparently got a couple of incidents coming through from the race replay tool. This is, of course, the Steady Start racing car on the 29. Look like Steady Start Racing just kind of put their nose up the inside of the 29, and the 29 just came down a little bit more than anticipated, and that's how the contact was made there. Well, they're going to have a look now at the number 545. That's Robert Arlavi we just saw in the picture there, coming up into the chicane, an absolute missile into the corner. I think that was the number 669, that's Shiglowski in the car at the moment. They're currently down in P20 and Alavi down in 21, so I can only imagine stewards will be looking into that one eventually when the reports are submitted. I think World Tour runs a little bit different to how we typically run RCI events during the week. Of course, live stewards will look at every single incident Monday to Friday, and then when we come to the big events like the World Tour, we will only look into them if drivers are reporting them. So drivers are kind of encouraged, should we say, to go into race control, speak to the head steward and get a report lodged, and then of course they'll begin looking into it, and penalties will then be dealt out accordingly along the way. And we for one will be keeping our eye into the stewards reporting board, just to keep you updated with what's going on to who. Of course, we will see the timing board the same as you guys do, popping up with penalties left, right and centre, and we'll be very curious as to what has happened. We've noticed though, ruling has a drive-through at the bottom. Our Lavi does have a 15 seconds just popped up as well, if you're watching then. No report at the moment, but we can only imagine what that is potentially for. Of course, watching the replay here, they come through actually. Lap 1, turn 9, involving the 33 and the 29. It was a drive-through for car 33, takeout position not returned. Lap 1, turn 2, involving the 91 and the 41, was deemed racing incident minor contact. So that was Dixon, Chen and De Kaiser on that one. And then we've got, oh no, stewards are undoing their hard work actually. I was about to read the next one, and no more apparently. We'll go back to that in a minute.
The number 33 in the meantime having a bit of a battle here with the number 90. Both cars going very wide on the exit there, which has enabled the third person. Let's have a look at what has happened here. The number 33 diving into the corner completely cuts off the exit for both cars, and they've left themselves very vulnerable in that situation to the I believe that was the 712 from behind, who's just able to capitalize off that. But both cars just in a bit of a tussle right now as they continue to battle it out into the final sector of this lap. Number 33 already with a drive-through penalty means that they're going to be trying to look for a way through this number 90 quickly, and they can make up as much time as possible. Honestly, John, it may just be worth peeling into the pits for the number 33, but electing to do another lap out on track here to continue this battle. Never mind, we're watching the 146 and the 91 now. I do apologise for getting them mixed up there, as the 146 on the defence against Dixon Chen in the 91. 5-second penalty to their name right now. They're just looking to try and minimise the positions lost once they trundle down the pit lane in 47 minutes time, as there you see the number 33 serving the drive-through penalty. That means that the battle that we were originally watching between them and the number 29 going to be too bad as it was when we saw it a couple of seconds ago, John.
Yeah, we've now got a full stewards report, should we say, from those lap 1 incidents. Lap 1 turn 16 is where we got to with the 545 and the 669. 15 seconds for the 545. 545 brakes too late, causing a takeout of the 669. Position returned. So there you go. A difference between, of course, 15 seconds and a drive-through is returning that position. So if you know you've done wrong, slow up, let the car back through, and then continue on the battle. Much like the number 90 did, should we say, just a moment ago, of course, with the incident into the hairpin that saw them up the inside of the Steady Start Racing team. They realised they'd probably done wrong and opened the door a bit too aggressively and decided to hand the position back before the stewards got involved on that one. Meanwhile, the fight at the front still continues. The number 146 nearly being a cork in the bottle scenario forming here as the train goes around. Spoon 1, Spoon 2, big moment there for Andre Dixon Chen, loses the rear through Spoon 2. We saw Jatovic do similar in the practice where we saw him in the wall. We're going to have a race replay here. He's already kind of lost it through the mid to late half of the corner, and that's going to allow the clean run, of course, of the UA amateurs to go around the outside of them all the way down to 130R. The Lamborghinis managed to come through. Of course, the McLeod Sim racing car of De Kaiser has now got into this fight, and the whole train is beginning to bunch back up. Meanwhile, we've got Shy here, the number 969 on the offensive on the number 420. Simulation gets pinched to the inside of the corner. There's a hip and shoulder check into turn 1. The 420's doing the old up and under, the old switcheroo into turn 2. Side by side they'll go into the next section of corners, but the 969 will have the inside line into the S's. Move sign still delivered. Meanwhile, Warner is off ahead as well. Warner has shortcutted turn 4, and that's going to allow the 969 to bunch back up again, and the top 3 remain locked together. Fantastic fighting here 15 minutes into the race. We're going to have a race replay here. Warner caught the curb too hard on the inside of turn 3, shortcutted turn 4, and just look how much time he lost to the 2 behind. Again, that's the importance of staying close in endurance racing. Of course, had they been another 2 to 3 seconds closer, that would have been 2 positions lost for Warner. just as you think it's all kind of settling down, Tim, like you say, everybody's kind of spreading out, finding their own feet and finding where they sit in at this current pace of field, it all begins to kick off again.
Absolutely, and Warner there, who'd given themselves a nice gap of about 2 seconds, loses it in just one corner. That goes to show how you need to be on it every single lap. There's not room for error. Even if it is a slight mistake like that, it costs you a lot of time, as we've just seen. Already they're back under pressure from behind from the 969 and the 420. Like you said, if they were closer, that would have been 2 positions lost for the 224. So Chris Warner here will be just back trying to now bring back the momentum into the car, get those lap times back up again without making any more mistakes. It just goes to show though, John, you may be holding the lead of this race, you may have some amazing pace like we've seen from Chris Warner all the way through qualifying and in the early stages of this race. But mistakes can undo all of your hard work in just a second. So keep an eye on this Alpha Sim Sport team. Chris Warner here in the car has looked very, very dominant so far across the first sort of half an hour we've been watching them for in the 15 minutes of quality and the 15 minutes at the start of this race. However, we do need to make these incidents reduced to a minimum 24 hours. These drivers have to be on ball for. It's a long time, John, to not make mistakes. So you're inevitably going to see some across the race as a whole. It's just about keeping them to a minimum for everyone on the team.
Yeah, it's exactly that, isn't it? You don't want one driver making all of the mistakes, but at the same time, ideally, you want, nobody making any mistakes at all, and you want to kind of keep it consistent throughout, because as we said earlier, the more time you spend in the pit lane, in the grass, at the side of the road, is the lesser time you spend going around on the pace that is true. And Andre Dixon-Chen trying a move around the outside into turn 6. It will become the inside for 7. There's just about enough room. I'm not sure if contact was made there between the UA amateurs and themselves, but the amateurs are going to be on the inside line for Degner 1. Will they sensibly back out of the move? I think they will. They do. Andre Dixon-Chen around the outside into kind of turn 6, essentially, that move began. That was two corners ago as Nico Dobos there left the inside line open just about enough, and there was a contact there. That was front right to left rear on the Lamborghini and the Ferrari. So stewards may end up looking into that one if a report is submitted, although for now we shall race on and see what is what. But I'd say that was a very fair move. It wasn't kind of overly aggressive. It just happened to be a small touch and a rub. Meanwhile, Andre Hartmann and Nico Kumpu, 2 drivers that have driven together through the RCI weekly events, and they now find themselves at the weekend going toe-to-toe with their driver lineups. Nearly a move there through Spoon 1 and 2, but not to be had from Hartmann at all. You've got to be very careful on the exit of Spoon 2. It's super easy to pick up track warnings and track limits, and again, that's something we don't want to see. Just going back to the stewards, we do have another update for the lap 1, turn 17 to 18, involving the 911 and the 296. 5 seconds for the 296 for overtaking the 911 off track, which is why the 296 has a 5 seconds to their name as well. So that would have been an interesting one to see at the time. Unfortunately, I think we missed that one. Not sure we're going to be able to get a race replay, but of course the 911 there in the background. Fantastic one-off, of course, Japanese theme livery from the Shumi Skins camp there. So 5 seconds will be had, so all Taron has to do is kind of stay within that 5-second window, and through the pit stop, in theory, they should gain the place. And pit stops are very far away yet still, about 45 minutes before we'll see the very last car cross the line for the lane. And fantastic fights already, Tim. We've only been underway for 19 minutes, and we're already seeing drivers take chunks out of each other this early on. And I'm not sure if anybody's told them that it is 24 hours on the clock today. It's not 24 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 24 hours in this race. It's a long time to be gaining these positions, so it does give you time to really think about how you want to do this overtake, line it up across a couple of laps, and then go for it when the time is perfect, John. However, if you're a racing driver, that's not really what you care about. You want to get that position immediately. You want to be battling the car ahead of you at all times. The thing is, though, is we say 24 hours in this race. There's a large amount of time to get these positions. In this way, you do want to be pushing for them in this early stage, though, because when you get into that lull in the middle of the race where not too much is happening, you're just focusing on your own pace, maintaining the gap between you and trying to close the gap ahead of you. You want to be in the highest position possible for that. You don't want to be still stuck in the midfield trying to clear cars that you could have cleared early on in this race. You really want to be now towards the top, even into the top 10 for a lot of these teams, just maintaining that gap. So you do understand why there are these battles quite early on in the race, even though there's so much time left to go, even though there's a huge margin for error that could see you spending more time in the pits than you want to. You know, there is a reason why we see this attacking so early on. And looking at the 296s, now the 116 comes under pressure from behind. The 669 now lurking towards the outside, although it looks like they're going to be able to hold off the Soren Racing team, able to defend going onto the start-finish straight. 116 from behind though, now putting on the pressure as they try and get up into that, the 669 trying to get up into that P16 slot. Zaza also lurking in the background in the 712, hoping to pick up a couple of positions if a mistake is made out on track, but for now the 116 on the defense is able to hold off. And that brings me to what I was going to say, John, with the 296. Yes, they picked up that 5-second penalty. They are lapping slightly quicker, only by about a tenth a lap of the 911, so that 5 seconds may already be big enough by the time they get into the pits to not lose a position there. But even if they do lose a position, it's one that they're losing. They'll be able to stay ahead of the 116 still, as they're 6 seconds behind the 911. And that means that the 296 is not going to have too much loss. Whereas if you compare it to at the front, where you've got the 146 with the 5-second penalty, they're probably going to be taken straight out of the top 10 all the way down to around P12, P13. So that's the difference in how these penalties can affect these teams here. It all depends on what the gaps are like in your area. And that's why you find the teams that are currently maybe in the position of the 296 towards the latter end of the field, they're going to lose less positions because they've got that more bigger gap between them. Whereas the teams that are still up towards the top 10, fighting very heavily in these early stages.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, just look at the number 146 on the track map, of course. You've got the lead gaggle, should we say, right here, of course, the top three, and then the Odox Motorsport car of Alvarez Diaz just behind. And then we've got this train of cars just snaking around as Andre Dixon-Chen goes for a move into the Casio Triangle. There's another bump there. Can he go around the outside? He just about manages it and gets ahead of Matthias in the number 146. But all the meanwhile, the UA Amateurs car now looks like they've got a better run as well out of the last corner down into turn one. Of course, they're going to go on defensive just outside the picture, just behind there, side by side into turn one. Jesse fumbling a few camera controls there, but that's okay because we've managed to catch it going into turn one and turn two. The Ferrari on the inside has just about managed to mount the defense, but look behind. They've got the BMW, the number 41 of De Kaiser, and with him, he'll bring in Rubia, Kumpu, Hartmann, and Lindgren all in that train. So one mistake from Corvin Matthias at the moment could see them shuffling back down a good 6 positions or so, and that's not what you want to see in your mirror, is it? 24 hours on the clock, and that's the last thing you want to be kind of trying to deal with. But back to Tim's original point, of course, the drivers at the front of the grid, if they make a mistake, they're going to lose 1, maybe 2 positions maximum. Of course, if you're in this train, you're going to lose at least 6 positions or so. And then if you have a look down here to Jerome Ruling and Van der Katsbeek, of course, both cars with drive-through penalties earlier on, they've managed to find themselves on the circuit, so at least they've got a fight to go with each other for the moment as well. So, you know, it's fantastic to see as Arjun in the 116 is trying to absorb all of the pressure that's being put on them from Shiglowski in the number 669 around the outside. They will try Zaza, all the meanwhile just sat behind them, as well as Santon, Arlavi, and Yatovik is nearly in this fight as well. So despite being turned around in the early days, the number 29 nearly latched onto the back of the next train of cars as well as they head down into Spoon 1 and Spoon 2. No overlap to be had here, so focus on your corner exit towards 130R to see if you can really make it. And all the meanwhile, up at 130R, the Ferrari on the defense from the Lamborghini once again. Nico Dobos putting in a wonderful effort for the UA Amateurs, and a move in the background from the Tire Sim Racing. They look to the inside on De Kaiser in the McLeod Sim Racing car as well. So it's all kicking off towards the front. Everybody's trying to have a piece of each other. We're only 25 minutes into the race, and fantastic battles going on up and down the grid. And it's been drawn to my attention, Tim, the number 712 with Zaza at the wheel only has one other driver listed in that car on the entry list for today, and that's Anderson. So the number 712 is attempting 24 hours with 2 people.
Well, it's easy. It's 12 hours each, isn't it?
Oh,
Of
yeah,
course,
just 12 hours, Tim, come on.
the math's significantly easier than the task at hand, as of course both Zaza and Anderson, the teammate, will have to take 12 hours each there. It's a very tall order for both these drivers, but hey, if they're up to it, then they are going to be having a good time with themselves there. I'm sure both drivers are very excited for the road ahead of them, and sometimes you see everyone decides that 12 hours may not be too much for them, but again, like you said, 24-hour races, they're very challenging, both mentally and physically, even though you're not really moving around a whole lot in the driver's seat. If you're going for long stints, 12 hours, for example, that is going to take a toll on your body. You still need to have food in that time. You need to have significant amounts of water. Rest as well is going to be key for these two drivers, because if you're splitting it between two people, there's not a whole lot of time you can do where you can actually make it so that stints allow you for a significant period of rest, John. So I imagine both these drivers very well slept previously to this race and will be having a nice long sleep once they're done, as well, as we continue to see a battle unfold on the track here. Alavi trying to navigate their way up through the field, 15-second penalty to their name, but they only lose one position for it at the moment, as the number 33 currently 24 seconds behind the number 29 here. But yeah, John, 12 hours, very, very tall order for these drivers, but if they're happy to do so, then it could be interesting for them both. But like I said, it's not just about the mental state, it's about your physical state as well, and they do need to make sure they're looking after themselves as well as the car.
Yeah, of course. It's like when you used to read the video game manuals back in the day, and they used to say, take plenty of rest and don't overstrain your eyes. As we see Rebound Racing going wide into turn 1 and 2, and that's going to allow the Sim Brothers entry Christian Lindgren through. Again, two teams that are very well rehearsed, battling each other through the week here at RCI in their single car entry. So Lindgren and Kumpu have managed to find themselves and work together on that one. Kumpu knew the position was lost, stayed wide, allowed Christian Lindgren through, and then this fight will probably resume in a few moments' time. But of course, it's like the manuals, isn't it, from the early days of video games that they used to spout, kind of keep well rested, don't spend too long playing games, keep your eyes rested, don't sit too close to your screen, and that's exactly what we're kind of encouraging drivers to do today. So going completely the opposite way on that one. But again, it's a very physically demanding thing, sim racing. It's not just sitting, turning a wheel deck left and right for 24 hours. There's so many more things at hand, of course, real world scenarios exactly for all the drivers on this one. Some drivers may have top of the line high rated torque wheels, some drivers may be at the lower end of the budget, and even turning the direct drive wheels can be very strenuous. But we see a run here from Max Shea onto the back of Chris Warner into the 130R, side by side to go. The Audi has managed to get the overlap. Warner around the outside, forced over the curb, over into the green, and that's going to be the SPHE Motorsport car to the front of the field. If they can defend through the Casio triangle, they do just about manage to fend off Warner, and that's brought Lipka into the fight now. But the 969 has to scrabble, it has to get the foot down, and it has to escape Warner before Warner will make the same move on them in a few moments' time. Let's see, can Max Shea fend off the charging 224 of Warner behind, and Lipka even having a look down into turn 1 and 2. Warner needs to be very careful not to make a mistake, because now he is the man in the middle. He is the one that has to focus ahead and behind at the same time. Meanwhile, Lipka clear behind. He can just attack on the 224, and all the meanwhile, the 969 should be able to drive away from them very clearly. But the Audi seems to be coming into the race pace, Tim, at the moment. They said they weren't too confident going into, of course, the race, but certainly through the middle half of the stint, this looks very good indeed for the 969.
Absolutely, and the 121 as well, sitting in that top 4, 2 seconds back from the P3 sitter, the 420 of Lipka. But regardless, they've got themselves a decent gap to Dixon Chen in the 91, 6.2 seconds there as well. So the 121 also with some great race pace as well, putting them up into that top 5 slot, as you see the Tire Sim Racing eSports car now falling down into that 9th place position. De Kaiser in the 41 able to get themselves up into that 8th place slot. So battles still happening a lot across the top 10 right now. As you said, it's up to Warner to now take that reign in 2nd place, as they will try to look for a way back through the 969. It's interesting, John, because The Lambo had so much pace behind it in qualifying and at the beginning of the race. We're now about halfway through that first stint, and it feels like Warner already starting to struggle a little bit with the 224. I'm not sure whether that is just driver specific. Maybe they've made a couple of mistakes that they're going to just iron out through the rest of this race, or maybe it is to do with the car and they're just struggling with the Lambo in general as well. But a car that a lot of drivers are saying was looking very good today has struggled more in the long term of the race than it has when it was doing, you know, the couple of laps in qualifying and at the beginning of the race as well. Because, you know, take yourself back about 20 minutes in this race, John, and Warner had a 2-second gap up there in the lead before a small mistake took them back into the clutches of Shea and Lipka here. And already you can see Shea, like, they're not slowing down. 0.8 of a second splits them in the 224. Yes, Warner is defending against Lipka, but if you flip these roles back around, then it was the 969 that was staying with the 224 here. So I'm wondering if this is something to do with the Lambo across the stint, or if it is just Warner's got some problems that they want to iron out now across the next 24 hours. Of course, that's going to be something that we'll have to just monitor as this race goes on, is what's happened here in the early stage of this race for the Alpha Sim Sport team.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Chris Warner was looking so dominant in the early stage of the race, and since Shire's got past, he's pulled out a second to the good on Warner. Looking at the last time by on the lap time, Max Shea 2:06.92, Chris Warner a 2-minute 1.3, and Patrick Lipka with a 2-minute 1.5. So these two locked very closely on lap time. Looking back to the other Audi to see if it's maybe an Audi pattern emerging. Last time by Aviles Diaz was 2-minute 1.197 in the Odox Motorsport car. So it's not the Audi has suddenly unlocked some magical pace. It just seems that clear air running for Max Shea has really done wonders. And now we're looking back at the fight. Of course, this is Andre Hartmann and Christian Lindgren side by side through turn 12, I believe, if I'm right in saying, down towards spoon curve of 13. They've got the Tire Sim racing car ahead of them of Enrubia, and Christian Lindgren tries to go around the outside, manages it in spoon 1 but overcooks it and can't get it covered off into spoon 2. Hartmann back up the inside, and all the meanwhile Nico Kumpu sat behind in the 256 with front row seats to this performance, ready to capitalize should these two trip each other up. And coming down into 130R now, side by side. This is a scary thing. Christian Lindgren around the outside. Hartmann catches a curb on the inside. He gets a bit of a bounce, and that's going to allow Nico Kumpu to take the inside line into the Casio triangle. Side by side, the limitless speed driver not giving up yet. Hartmann remains on the inside for the second part, but Kumpu's going to have the inside for the sweeper. He gets the cleaner drive off the corner. Nico Kumpu up into P11, and Andre Hartmann down into P12. And that's exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it, Tim? Being close enough that when a mistake happens, you can capitalize on it, and that's exactly what Nico Kumpu did in that fight. He waited for Hartmann's bounce in 130R. He saw the moment, he saw the overrun. He was going to get into the Casio triangle, and Nico Kumpu stole it away from Hartmann there.
Yeah, it's regarded as the safe way to overtake in these races. You just continue to sit in that spot behind the driver ahead. You keep the pressure on them, so you're almost trying to force them into a mistake, but you're not actively going for an overtake that could put you in danger or even leave you exposed to the driver from behind as well. And that's exactly what Kumpu was able to do here, was just manage that gap between them and Hartmann. And like you've just seen and said, when Hartmann's made that slight mistake, Kumpu has then been able to just come through and take that position, putting that team up into P11 there. But yeah, it's regarded as a safe way to overtake these races, just to take it easy and wait for a mistake to happen. Of course, it's always very tempting. You always, as a driver, want to be on the attack, trying to find a way through the team ahead of you as quickly as possible. As we've just seen, sometimes it's better though to take that nice, easy approach, not put yourself or the car at risk of picking up damage or taken out of the race altogether, instead just electing to wait for a mistake. The thing is, John, when you're in a split like this, you know, these are some of the top drivers in ACC. If you're sitting there waiting for a mistake, you're not guaranteed that it's going to come anytime soon, whether it's actually going to come anyway. So it's something you do have to consider. You've got a race replay here from the 969, the leader of this race. Max Shea behind the wheel, going very wide there, and that's going to just help to bring the Alpha Sim Sport team back into this mix a little bit. But you can see already Chris Warner 1.2 seconds they've fallen behind the 969, and Lipka still putting the pressure on the Alpha Sim Sport 224 as well. So this battle for second, it's still raging on, whereas Shay's now just starting to run away with it, John.
Yeah, Shay's got that clear air, hasn't he? He hasn't got a car in his mirrors either, so he is free to drive, just, focused out of the windscreen, rather than Chris Warner at the moment, who's going to be staring at the rear view monitor, essentially, in that Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. It's not going to be a fun couple of hours for him if this battle continues, and I'm sure it'll be won or lost on pit lane if it does get to that stage as well. Just a couple of things I have observed at the moment. There's a few cars on the grid with 6 drivers in their lineup, so that's going to be a relatively easy race for all of those guys. A few have elected for 5 being the most common denominator. A couple of 4-man teams. There's a 3-man team towards the bottom end of the field in the terms of the number 545. They've got 3 drivers in their list. Of course, Zaza with their entry, the 712, only 2 of them in that car as well, so it's going to be a tricky one for them. We see the bunching up behind of Christian Lindgren on Nico Kumpu and Andre Hartmann. They're still going at each other. These 3 drivers well rehearsed in their antics at RCI, and Christian Lindgren fending off 2 charging McLarens. Currently, Andre Hartmann has managed to find his way back past Nico Kumpu, and he's now free to have a crack at Christian Lindgren. Let's have a look. This was the pass earlier on, of course. This was coming out of the Casio triangle last time by, where Andre Hartmann got the weird bump through 130R, and that allowed Nico Kumpu to get up the inside of the Casio triangle, swoop around the outside of the final turn and get that position gained. But this time by, looks like Andre Hartmann is under pressure from Nico Kumpu again. He's going to have a clean run through 130R. Kumpu brakes a little bit, allows some space for Hartmann to get through. You don't want to get the dirty aero effect either through the high load corner that is 130R, especially in the McLaren that is, of course, a very aero active car. As soon as you pick up front or rear aero damage in this, it becomes very undrivable, very unpleasant as a pilot, and everybody going defensive down the start finish straight, trying to cover off the inside before a move has even began. Christian Lindgren kind of leading the cars in a snaking method. Meanwhile, Jeroen Rouling buried into the back of Santon's number 90 Ferrari towards 130R. There you go, and Rouling backs out of that one, not brave enough to stick it to the inside, and Santon calling his bluff and just holding his line and his regular pace through 130R. He'll bring out more of a gap. Meanwhile, Arlavi looks like he's run himself up the outside of turn 1 into 2, and that's allowed Jotovic to close back up. Of course, Jotovic turned around on lap 1 through Degner 2, so they're on a bit of a comeback drive through this stint to try and resume where they had qualified. And just want to draw your attention to Lipka's car, the number 420, at the front of the field as well. They've actually chosen a non-endurance variant of the McLaren. So there's no high beams on that car. Eagle-eyed viewers would have noticed. There's no fog lights under the bumper. There's a fantastic shot there. Look, there's no center light bar. It is just 2 headlights in that car. There's no high beams at all. So when the night comes, I'm wondering if they've realized, and if anybody's listening from this team, please let me know, or somebody let the team know, that they're not going to have high beams come the night stint. So visibility isn't going to be perfect in that McLaren.
I can say firsthand as well that the visibility is a lot more poorer than you may be thinking at home. It's very easy to look at that and think, oh, okay, well, they've not got the high beams, but how much is that really going to affect your visibility throughout the night? Surely the normal lights will be sufficient. I drove a car like that a year or so ago throughout a 24-hour race. You can see very little when the night rolls around. You really do miss those high beams from the bottom of the car. So for the 420, John, this is going to be huge in the middle stage of this race, where they'll be driving through the night with bad visibility. Okay, it's not necessarily going to be the end of the world for them, because they can still see stuff, but it is going to cause that likelihood for an accident to increase, as now Lipka putting the pressure on Warner here. Looks towards the outside of the S's, can't quite pull the McLaren alongside the Lamborghini there. And that's going to allow Warner to hold on to that position a little longer, but Warner's really facing the pressure now from behind. Lipka continuously increasing how much they are pushing on the 224, and in the background you can see the 121 of Diaz as they close that gap that was originally a second or so between them and Lipka. Another Audi coming into the fight here, John, and again a car that was reportedly struggling at the beginning of this race. 2 teams that were saying the Audi maybe wasn't the car of choice for Suzuka. I mean, one winning this race and is currently 3.4 seconds ahead of P2, and the other is coming up to the fight for P2 as well. So we may be seeing an Audi front row very, very shortly, depending on what happens here between Warner, Lipka and Diaz.
Yeah, quite potentially. I mean, you know, this is going to be the fight that will determine the kind of podium, I would say, earlier on in the race. And typically, if they can keep it clean, they might even remain in these positions come 23 hours' time. Just an update on lap time last time by. Shea was 2:06. Chris Warner, 2:1.2. Patrick Lipka with 2:09. So he's certainly looking like the quicker car, and he gets the overlap into the Casio triangle. Warner tries to go defensive. Lipka all over the curb. Can he make the move stick around the outside? Warner's Lamborghini struggles for traction. There's a hip and shoulder check. Warner off into the grass. That's going to allow the Odox Motorsport of Aviles Diaz through. And before you know it, Chris Warner has been shuffled down 2 positions this early on. Let's have a race replay, Tim.
Well, you can see here the battle going on. Chris Warner, a slight tap from Lipka there, sends them towards the outside, and picking up grass completely ruins any hope of them able to hold off from Diaz as well. It's 2 places lost for the 224 Alpha Sim Sport team, originally starting on pole position just 40 minutes ago in this race. So Chris Warner now has the opportunity to reset this race in their mind. They've got to get back into the momentum of things and pick that lap time back up. I did point out earlier that they seem to be struggling behind the wheel of that 224 now, whether that was because Warner was just losing that momentum in their head and that they've got some problems themselves that they need to iron out, or whether it was actually the car that was becoming harder to manage the longer they lasted in the stint. Well, it's still hard to see that yet, because we'll have to continue to monitor some of the other cars as well, the 86, 134 and the 545, see how they're doing too. But you know, not ideal for Chris Warner in this stage of the race. You started on that pole position, John. You had a huge gap between you for most of qualifying, and in the early stage of the race they were starting to pull away as well, and suddenly it just feels like all that pace has been lost. But with it though, the real winner of that, I'd say, is the 121, who's found their way up onto that podium. Is now contact between the Tyre Sim Racing eSports car, the number 134, as they try and overtake the 146 of Mateus in that Ferrari. It looks like they're going to be on the inside coming into the corner here, and that means Mateus is going to duck behind for now, although contact between the two sends the Tyre Sim Racing eSports car off the side of the track. That's not going to look good on the portfolio for the 146, John.
Yeah, it's a handful of positions lost, isn't it? We're down in the kind of Nigel Tarrant area of the field now. Let's see how this all unfolded. Of course, through the hairpin they went. The 146 didn't really hold the outside line all too well. It kind of diagonally steered left, made contact with the Tyre Sim racing car, and that allowed the car alongside through turn 12 and down into to 13. He tried to do the old switcheroo, the old up and under, and unfortunately plowed into the back of the Tyre Sim racing car, who in Rubia has found their way all the way back to P14. Of course, they were fighting for about, it was where De Kaiser was in P7 originally. That was kind of 7 and 8th, I think. And yeah, and Rubia now all the way back down behind the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry, behind the Team Schumi Skins car. It's going to be a big loss of time. 10 seconds on the lap time if you take the best time in theory. 2:01 best lap, 2:11 last time by. Meanwhile, Matthias last lap 2:04, so didn't really lose a lot of time in the grand scheme of things. Lost a few places, but I can only imagine the stewards will look into that one once the team manager gets up into race control. Of course, Christian Lindgren still absorbing the pressure from Andre Hartmann. This is essentially for P9 between these three. You've got Hartmann in the middle. You've got Nico Kumpu behind as they go through Degner 1 and Degner 2. Hartmann's looking very racy, and Nico Kumpu, I think he's just going to be biding his time sat back there for another mistake from Hartmann. Of course, we already saw the bounce through 130R that allowed the run into the Casio triangle, and meanwhile everybody beginning to bunch up into the hairpin. And of course, if De Kaiser and Matthias start battling ahead, this could draw Lindgren, Hartmann and Kumpu into the fight as well. So we're going to have another small train forming at this stage. Of course, only 45 minutes into the race, and the field is still locked together in their own kind of relative bunches up and down the grid. Of course, the leaders escaping away now. Nearly 5 seconds to the good is shy from Lipka, and Aviles Diaz has managed to hold on to the position from Warner. I think Warner's Lamborghini is going to be in a bit of trouble soon, Tim. If he can't pick up the pace, it's going to be a very long day or so for the Alpha Sim Sport crew.
Yeah, I'm just continuing to watch Warner in the car right now, seeing if I can gauge any idea as to where that pace has gone, because they're still holding that fastest lap of the race so far. That's a little pink 4 that is next to their name, of course. The number of your position lights up in pink if you hold the fastest lap of the race, but it just seems that the pace has dwindled a little bit in the latter stages of this stint. You've got about 15 minutes left to go until you expect to see most cars start to come down the pit lane, and some will even try and push it all the way up for the whole hour and 5 minute stint timer. So, you know, it's something that's interesting to see, and whether it will be a consistent theme for this 224 car, or whether this is just a one-off that maybe needs to be looked at a little bit, John. But, you know, they've definitely had a significant drop in pace around that 20-minute into the stint mark, where it was most noticeable. They went off the track, maybe when they had that instant, they touched the curb and went off at the S's like we saw earlier, if you can remember back then. Maybe that scrubbed the tyres a bit, and the tyres have since been playing up for that 224, and that's why they're struggling as well. But I think if I'm on that team for Alpha Sim Sport, if I'm the team manager, my entire focus is going to be working out where the pace has gone in that car, because let's say it is just Chris Warner maybe feeling a little less confident, maybe they have lost that pace. You wouldn't think it would be this consistently slower, because it doesn't feel like this is just Chris Warner driving a bit slower than they were in quali, because they look so confident in quali and at the beginning of this race. To me, this is saying that something is up with that car, whether it's just how it's going to perform across the stint, whether it's tyres, whether it's something else. Something is up with that car that is slowing it down now.
I'm wondering if maybe the Alpha Sim Sport car saw the rain, of course, when the server first flicked over from qualifying to the race. It was a wet weather race. I'm wondering if they've made some late setup changes to the car to adapt it more for a mixed condition race than a fully dry race, and maybe that's where the pace has gone from qualifying to now. That could be one of the theories. We're going to have to do some digging and see if we can really understand why the Alpha Sim Sport car is off the pace that they did set. Meanwhile, Enrubia still stuck at the back of this queue, trying to find their way past Van Sand ahead for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. It's going to be a very tricky pass, because they're not going to want to give up any position. Of course, Thomas Enger being so high up in the championship, they're going to claw for every point that they can get from today. Goes defensive into turn 1, and Rubio is going to have to go the long way around, although can't do it. Number 34 covers off turn 2 excellently by riding up the banking across the kind of front to take the normal racing line and maximize the exit towards the chicane. Of course, we said earlier, didn't we, about the number 9-11, Tim? It's about that time, in theory, when the tyres should start dropping off for Nigel Tarrant ahead. That's the white and red car you can see just in front, with their one-off Japanese livery for Suzuka. And you know, we said about 40 minutes or so into the stint they start struggling, and we're just past that point now, so gonna have to keep an eye on the lap times for Nigel Tarrant.
Yeah, I was just reading along with the chat, and as I was reading chat, I was doing a bit more research as well, and Elgard has pointed out something very important here, is that it's hot. And if you remember back when we started this race, the track temperature was 36 degrees. Well, it's increased by 2 degrees already, and it's now up to 38. And with, you know, sun for the foreseeable future, the track's optimum, and you've got no wind, that track is going to continue to heat up, John. So I'm wondering if for the Lambo here, maybe their tyre pressures just aren't where they want them to be, and that's a reason why maybe the pace has dropped a bit as well. And also for the Porsche, the 911, that's going to come into play too. The hotter the track, the quicker it's going to eat up those tyres. And unfortunately for them, it just means that this tyre drop-off that we're almost waiting for at this point has been reported by most of the teams that are driving the Porsche, across both splits, I should say, as I realise there's only 2 in this split. The 40 minutes is the drop-off point for those tyres. So, you know, it's something that these teams probably have had a lot of struggle with in this race, honestly, because like I said, John, in the qualifying session, that track temperature had completely dropped all the way down to 30 degrees, and to have it shoot back up again with 5 minutes of preparation for that, you know, that's a lot of setup changing on those tyres specifically that has to be done in that time as well. So I think that might be affecting it as well, and that's what Elgard pointed out in the chat, as they said it's hot and the tyres might be getting eaten up, and that they believe the weather is what's causing the pace difference. Although, looking back towards the top now, I believe the 121 must have made some sort of mistake recently, John, because Chris Warner for the 224 right back behind them. 410 splitting up the 121 and the 224 right now, which to me says that Diaz has had a little bit of a mistake happen, and that's the reason you see the 2-second gap between them and Lipka, and the very close gap now between them and Warner as well.
Yeah, and Rubia there with a swooping move through Degner 1 around the outside of the Thomas Engersim racing entry. I'm only going to say that's probably started from turn 6 or 7, just with a momentum build up the hill and around the swooper. Let's have a look. Can we get a race replay of this one? Thomas Enger to the outside, of course, the less favoured side, and Rubia forcing the Lamborghini through, and the Thomas Engersim racing entry probably thinking that fight had been lost. Didn't want to go side by side through Degner 1 and allowed Rubia through. So very sensible heads-up driving this early stage of the race. Of course, we are only 51 minutes into the race essentially, so there's no need to throw the car into the wall for the sake of P14 essentially. At this point, it's not worth it at all. So good heads up driving from those there. Last time by on the lap times, it was a bit of a mistake, I believe, from Villas Diaz. They've crossed the line since, and lap times have gone back to normal. I think it was about a 2:02.9 for Villas Diaz, and it was about a 2:01.5, I think, for Chris Warner. So Diaz making a mistake somewhere in the last lap, but not the last lap, the previous lap to that one by, and that's allowed the gap, as you said, Tim, to equal itself essentially, and draw itself back together again. De Kaiser, all the meanwhile, is driving away from this small train that has been forming for a few laps now, with Matthias at the head of this one in the white and red Ferrari, followed by the Sid Brothers entry of Christian Lindgren, Andre Hartmann for Limitless Speed Drivers, and of course Rebound Racing, the number 256 behind. This has been, I wouldn't say stagnant, but it's certainly been fast and flowing through all the corners. Everybody's fairly equal in this train, and Matthias absorbing the pressure very nicely, seeing the flying squadron of McLarens behind. Can't be an easy feat to know what is going on, and slow flag for the number 29 coming out of turn 1. I think there's been a mistake there from Jatovic on that last lap by. Let's have a race replay, see if we can catch what happened. Through turn 1 they go, all on their own, over the curb a little bit, and just lost the rear in the mid-corner. So we said it earlier on, the mid-engine cars typically a little bit harder to drive, of course, with the weight further back compared to the BMW M4, which we were talking about when we raised this point. And that's a prime example there, Tim, of how tricky the mid-engine cars can be to drive when they do get loose from you.
Absolutely. 7 minutes left to go until the hour mark passes in this race, and you'll expect to see maybe a couple of drivers coming into the pits already. You saw the 116 has peeled into the pits, and they're serving a pit stop, which is quite early on this stage of the race. But notice, John, that is a Porsche that has entered the pit, so maybe that is a sign that tyre has started to wear on those Porsches right now. We'll keep our eyes peeled on Taron in the 911 to see if they also come into the pits fairly early themselves as well. So we'll have a little bit of a look at what happens, because you're, like we've talked about already a little bit, John, we're expecting to see most cars start to pit basically on the hour, and you're also likely to see them pit as late as possible. Although again, you've got the number 23 now coming in to serve their pit stop. Hartmann's decided that now's the time to do it. Is this a race, John, where with the high track temperature, tyres getting eaten up very quickly, do we expect to see some early pit stops from a lot of these teams?
Yeah, that could be the case, Tim. With the higher temperatures, of course, tyre degradation is going to be much higher. Suzuka does have a few high-load corners, especially turn 1 and 2. That's very taxing on the tyres. And again, you've got the 130R corner, although it's a very small movement on the steering wheel, it does generate good heat through them as well. So Hartmann may be just deciding he doesn't want to be a part of this fight anymore. He doesn't want to be sandwiched between Lindgren and Nico Kumpu, and when it all goes wrong, possibly be kind of collateral damage in the fight. He wants to pull himself out of that one, find some clear air, and maybe get the McLaren back underway again. And the same could be said for Javier Ranz taking over the number 116. That again could be a tactical move. Like you say, the tyres have maybe fallen off a cliff quite literally, and they're just not clawing on anymore, and it's better to pull the car in early than it is to kind of elongate the pain across an extra 10-15 minutes or so, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Lindgren continuing to put pressure here on Mateus in the 146, and into the battle comes Kompu as they shoot that McLaren around towards the outside. The 137 stuck in the middle of a sandwich right now as they continue to try and find a way through the 146. Going down towards the sweeping left-hander, they're looking now towards the outside of the track. Can Lindgren do anything here? No, they're actually going to back out this battle altogether, and Kumpu has going to go to the outside for Rebound Racing. They've completely shot off the corner there, and that takes them out of the fight. As you can see that Lindgren is in the lead of this battle. Mateus, after backing out, is going to just continue to run now in P9. So there you go, John. That's another example of how you can overtake, and actually it's because Mateus already wanting to pit. They're either going to serve that drive-through penalty or they're going to serve their pit stop. I imagine it's going to be the drive-through penalty first for the 146, and then the pit stop come a little bit later. But you know, that is something that can happen regardless of whether the other team's pitting anyway. It could have just been there that Lindgren on the attack, very aggressive with it as well, made Mateus think, okay, maybe this isn't a battle worth taking. This could take us both out of the race or just give us significant damage. Let's just yield this position, especially with the 256 lurking behind as well. So a good bit of restraint there from Mateus and the 146 to decide that actually that wasn't the battle that they needed to take in that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe some heads-up driving there, but yeah, the drive-through penalty for Mateus did pop up when they were fighting with Christian Lindgren. So maybe just exercise track limits a little bit too hard. Maybe they're already on 3 warnings at this early stage, and the 4th was just the kind of nail in the coffin. And again, they've still got the 5-second penalty to serve in the pit stop, so it's going to be even more time loss. We said about the Porsche being quite harsh on its tyres and dropping off the pace, and it should be about 10 minutes ago where we started to see Nigel Tarrant lose some kind of pace in the Porsche, but he's certainly got something because he's pulled up onto the back of the 296 ahead, the next level racing car. He looks like he's going to try and capitalize on this and get a move done before the pit stop cycle maybe even happens. So great to see the Porsche there in the action in that fantastic livery. Just reading through the World Tour chat as well in the Discord server for RCI. Of course, the number 116, apparently the driver got swapped between qualifying and the race. So it wasn't actually meant to be Arjun starting the car. And Javier Ranz saying, Mark Elgard, saying to Javier Ranz that when they drive, you should be okay. And of course, clicking drive, Arjun stayed in the car and Javier Ranz taking over, and that could be the reason for their early pit stop. Maybe it should have been Ranz for the first 2 stints, and then of course Arjun would come later on in the plan. So that could be why that Porsche came down the pit lane early. It looks like Tarrant was going to capitalize on the 296, but he's now lost the position to the number 34, the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. They found their way through into turns 1 and 2, so what was looking good for the Porsche has maybe undone. Let's have a race replay, see if we can figure out where it all went wrong. It looks like just a Porsche. Again, Tim, we say it all the time in these endurance broadcasts we do together, the Porsche straight line speed. It looks like it's just a case of that, unfortunately. You know, the number 34 with the slipstream and the fact it's not a Porsche just being much faster in a straight line down towards turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon if anyone has a bingo card going for me and John doing comms together in an endurance race, you can all now tick off the mentioning of the Porsche straight line speed being slow compared to others. So it is something that is definitely going to play a huge amount of well, it's not going to be good for the Porsche across Suzuka. You know that there are many points in the Suzuka track where you have long straights and the Porsche does suffer in them. Pair that together with what we were talking about earlier, John, with the tyres degrading very quickly for the Porsche. You know, it's going to be a struggle for these teams at best right now. But it's all about maintaining it. You know, it's 24 hours. Anything can happen in that time. You're not always going to be on the back foot. Yes, it's going to feel like you are if you're driving the Porsche, but you can still get those small wins just by sticking with it, and you never know what's going to happen. Some teams might get into trouble. There might be crashes ahead of you. There might be mistakes ahead of you as well. Even stuff like missed driver swaps. If a team forgets to swap a driver, that can play into another team's hands as well. So, you know, it's worth sticking in these races, seeing where you can get. And for the 911 right now, Tarin behind the wheel, P13 puts them right in the middle of the field right now. That is a great result for the Porsche in today's race, where they are definitely going to be struggling with the car too. So 24 hours, anything can happen that time. And yes, for some of these teams, it is just going to be maintenance and getting as many points as possible and as reasonable as well. But that doesn't mean it has to be a bad race for them specifically.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself there, Tim. Of course, Nigel Tarrant paired with Kasienga, Picker and Morris in that car. All very capable Porsche drivers. We've seen them numerous times before. And you see there a big slide for Tarrant through turn 6. He went the back end just stepping out there. And we're going to have a race replay, hopefully, of that moment. It looked like it started in turn 6 there, just washed wide. Back end tried to overtake the front. And yeah, certainly a big correction there from Tarrant. It's probably going to be the call that they need to say, let's bring the car in. It's only 4 minutes away from your maximum stint timer. Let's cut our losses before we put it in the wall and maybe detriment ourselves even further later on into the race. Meanwhile, Ruling making up a place on Zaza. Of course, if you weren't here earlier, the 712 is a 2-man effort for this 24-hour race. We've seen the big boys do it. We've seen Boothby do it with Malinowski in the past, and we've seen, Jardier do it with somebody else. I'm sure I remember seeing that one. But yeah, Zaza is attempting the famous 2-man 24, and let's see how they fare come the checkered flag. That's going to be a story for tomorrow's broadcasters to certainly keep their eye on and see how they progress. Meanwhile, Enrubia has managed to find their way back up into P10. They've dispatched of everybody from P14 down, I guess, due to pit stop cycles, I'd like to say, on that one. Of course, everybody's still yet to make their pit stop. We've only had a couple of cars come down the lane so far. Of course, the limitless speed drivers have called it early, and the Saw Racing team, I think the number 116, again covering that one. But meanwhile, Enrubia to the outside of Nico Kumpu. No move to be had there. He's going to try the old up and under into 2, and it nearly works. Had he had more confidence, he could have positioned the Lamborghini alongside Kumpu, but backed out of it at the last minute. Thought Kumpu was going to come down on him and possibly turn him around. But Peter Siglowski coming down the lane for Luna Rossa Racing. You've got Jotovic coming down the lane as well in the number 29. They've suffered 2 spins on their set of Pirelli, so they're probably not going to be in the best condition at the moment. And I just want to touch, Tim, we mentioned, of course, the high temperatures, the tyre temperatures. When the night comes, of course, when the sun sets and the track cools down, it should, in theory, bring the cars that are currently struggling on tyres back into the realm of possibility for making moves. And of course, cars now that are managing their tyre temperatures quite well, they could be struggling come the night to generate any heat at all. And of course, we know with 1.9 in ACC, the tyres are more susceptible to graining and damaging themselves if they're not in the right kind of pressure and temperature window. So this whole race could maybe even flip on its head later. You could see, the likes of Chris Warner, Shai Lipka, maybe even slip down a little bit in their efforts for the race. And you could see, the 911 of Shumi Skins kind of shuffling their way back up along with the 116 at the bottom of the field currently. So it's all to play for still. Like you say, anything can happen, and we're 2 minutes away from the maximum driving time. So Aviles Diaz has decided to call it early for Odox Motorsport. They will trundle down the pit lane. First of the kind of top runners, should we say, in finger quotations, to make a move. And of course, with them brings Andre Dixon Chen in the background as well. And let's have a look down into the hairpin. What have we picked up here? Well, we picked up some contact, Tim. Chris Warner into the back of Aviles Diaz. It didn't look kind of, deliberate, should we say. It looked like Diaz just didn't have the speed mid-corner that Warner's Lamborghini could carry.
Yeah, absolutely, but a touch between the two of them is going to keep the drivers on the toes, if anything, as it will just continue to make both Warner eager to get past and Diaz more eager to defend against them as well, although they are split up, as the 121 pitted and the 224 has yet to pit. But of course, that will all be sorted out within the next couple of minutes. Lots of cars now rushing down the pit lane. You can see here a group of 4 all pitting at the same time. Some of them will be coming out, some of them will be going in, and as you can see them all stopping on the side, I'd say at least half the cars right now are serving their time in the pits. But it's something that we expected to see around this mark, and even though we did see a couple of cars coming into the pits quite early, like remember the Porsche 116 came in about 7 minutes before the hour, so that was about 15 minutes ago now, John. But this is the time where we expect to see the majority of the cars coming into the pits as late as possible in that max driver stint time, and that allows you just to push the stint to its limit. And one of the reasons for that is if you're able to do that every single time you pit, you can actually skip a pit stop in this race. And it will allow you to only have to pit, I believe, 22 times rather than the 23 that most teams will be expecting to do here today. So that's the benefit to pushing the stint timer to the limit. Is across the 24-hour race, you are able to skip at least one pit stop. However, on the flip side of that, you do have to manage your tyres that little bit longer, and that's something that I think is going to be huge in today's race, is how tyre management goes. You mentioned the track temperature going down through the night. Yes, that is definitely going to bring some of these teams that are struggling with the track temperature and the tyres now back into play. However, it really depends on why they're struggling. It might be that they've just got those initial pressures wrong, in which case they'll be tweaking their pressures to match the track temperature as it cools down, but so will the teams that have also been benefiting off it as well. It's all going to be not so much a gamble, because you can very much easily work out what the tyre pressures need to be if you've got someone that's dedicated to working that out on the fly. But it's going to be something that's going to play a huge part for a lot of these teams. So whilst we do expect to see some of the teams that have struggled with the tyres to come back into play as the track cools down, as we go into the night, it doesn't necessarily mean that the teams that have got it right already are going to fall off. And that's something that will already be playing on the minds of cars like the 224, who supposedly have been struggling with that in the early stages of the race. What I'm excited to see now, John, though, is those teams that struggled in this first hour with the tyres, if it was because maybe their pressures weren't quite right with the track being so hot, have they managed to fix that in the hour? Have they worked out what their tyre pressure needs to be? And does that mean we're going to see significant pace increase across the board for those teams that were struggling already?
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, hopefully everybody's kind of got their footing now. They know where the tyres need to be. Weather will stay consistent for the next hour or so before the sun begins to obviously set. And then, again, track temperature will decrease. Air temperature will drop down as well. So you're back to the drawing board with that one. The 669 with a drive-through penalty after the pit stop. I can only assume that is for speeding in the pit lane. Just having a quick look at the steward's board to make sure I'm right. I think it is indeed. It's for speeding in the pit lane. No report for those guys. Lots of driver changes up and down the field as well. Shai has given way to Tim Rule in the 969. Panis in the 420 at the moment. Perez will take over the 121, and Timothy Flamger will take the helm of the 224 as well. So just looking down the pit stop timers, the number 420 has had a splendid stop with a 1:08 flat, near enough from pit in to pit out. Tim Rule managed a 1:08.829, and Javier Perez in the 1:21. Those guys managed a 1:08.8 from in to out. So very fast stop from the number 420, getting that car cycled through very nicely indeed. The 224, unfortunately, a bit of a slow stop, a 1:11 flat. They've obviously fixed some kind of damage, or maybe had some issues getting the car going, but they're going to bleed some time away during that one. And the number 86 as well, with a particularly slow stop to report. That's a 1:13.241 for the UA amateurs. Again, can only assume that is going to be for some damage fixing. So yeah, plenty of things happening. Lots of drivers in and out of the cars, as we said. I mean, Chris Picker has taken over the number 911 as well. Joe Dorber's in for Rebound Racing. Wallerius is in for Sim Brothers Racing. Takaiser with the double stint for the McLeod Racing effort, and Tobias Lang now into the Limitless Speed Drivers car to see what they can do. So lots of drivers going to be switching it up. The pace is going to be changing now in the race. Everybody's going to have to adjust to the new people that they're fighting. Some guys electing to do the double stint, of course, in the realm of De Kaiser for the McLeod Racing entry. But of course, as is tradition with RCI, when we get round through the first section of pit stops, should we say, we do tend to head to a small break. Of course, up here in the broadcasting booth is myself, Tim Peck, and Jesse Lee. And don't go anywhere, because we will be back with you with the exact same lineup all the way until we can cast no more later on this afternoon. So we're going to be bringing you the beginning of the race and kind of the end portion of the race, Unfortunately, staff commitments haven't allowed us to bring you the full 24 this time by, but we'll do our very best efforts to bring you as much action as we can. As just before we go to the break, Tobias Lang overtakes the UA Amateurs car of Jorgensen. Around the inside he goes. Of course, Jorgensen knew the fight was kind of lost, so allowed the moves to happen, I would say, and that's going to free up Tobias Lang now with a lovely free bit of clear air to see if they can catch the back of the number 91 Ferrari ahead. Do bear with us. 5-10 minutes or so, we're going to leave you with the onboard here of Tobias Lang. So turn up your speakers, enjoy some sounds, and we'll be right back with you here on RCI TV. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Suzuka, as you can see, is playing host to round 4 today, just over 5.8 kilometers in length with 18 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me, Tim Peck, and behind the cameras is Jesse Lee. And of course, a big hello to all of our live stewards. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you, John, and we've got 22 hours, 37 minutes left to go in this race. Still a long time for those teams that maybe didn't have the first stint that they were hoping for to fix things and get back into the positions they want to be in. Of course, a lot of these teams have been switching up their drivers after the first hour, and now we see a whole new roster of people out on the field. Of course, we still have some returning faces as well. You've still got Zaza behind the wheel of the 712. Alavi is still in the 545, and also up at the front, Tim Rule behind the wheel of the 969. Your current leaders in this race, they've got a nice gap to them behind where Panos is in the 420, is I believe about 20 seconds back, John.
Yeah, so an absolute superb gap so far from the 969. Once they dispatched, of course, of Chris Warner in the number 224 with Shea at the wheel. They've just basically driven away from the race at the moment, so they're having a fantastic run. But again, we said it in the beginning, didn't we, at Valencia when Jaimo were dominating the field. The only person that can undo them is themselves, and that's the same case here today for the 969 SPHE motorsport car. The only victims they will have is themselves when they, if they do make a mistake, it will be on their terms. I can only assure you of that one. Meanwhile, Panos and Jerez are currently battling each other. This is the Odox Motorsport entry in the Simulation car ahead of them. The car that's elected to take the sprint variant of the McLaren for their entry today. So they have no high beams on that car, which is going to be interesting when they get to the night stage and realise that they can't see a lot. Tim admitted earlier that he's made the same mistake in ACC. I'll now admit I've made the same mistake as well in a very popular daily racing community, should we say. I didn't look at the time the session started in game and picked the sprint model of the car because I thought it would be in daytime. And let me tell you, you cannot see anything with standard headlights in ACC. It's very tricky indeed. So yeah, we digress on that one. So hopefully they're listening, or they've caught wind that we've picked this up, and maybe we might see a panicked disconnect and rejoin for them towards the night stint. Meanwhile, Chris Picker coming under fire around the outside goes Thomas Enger Sim Racing this time. We saw it last time. They capitalised up the inside of turn 1 and 2, but Chris Picker making it hard for them this time, and Varagnolo goes around the outside through turns 1 and 2, and I can only assume again, Tim Peck, it's that straight line speed of the Porsche just killing it completely.
Yeah, the Porsche is a car that we've mentioned today is going to struggle for several reasons, and of course the age old with the Porsche is that in the straight line it just doesn't have the pace, not enough acceleration, not enough top speed to keep up with any of the other cars. It is something that was fixed a little bit with the most recent updates to the Porsche. I say that as if it was recent. It was actually a while ago now, John, back towards the beginning of this year. But the new Porsche that came out, it was significantly better than the old one, and it was closer to average than the old one ever was. However, it is still undeniably the slowest car in a straight line in the game, and on a track like Suzuka, where a lot of it is based on that straight line speed, the Porsche was inevitably going to be struggling today. Reportedly from those teams as well, though, after about 14 minutes, the tyre is dropping off on that Porsche. It's been degraded so much that it's near impossible to drive, or reportedly. That's something that we might have seen earlier for the 116 team, who opted into a very early pit stop on that car. The 911 starting to struggle a little bit as well, although not as much, I'd say, as the 116 were there. So I think that's something we're going to continue to monitor, John, because honestly, it seems like today tyres have been a big thing for everyone, and why wouldn't they be? The sun is beaming down, the track temperature is 38 degrees Celsius. These tyres are going to be degrading very quickly across the race as a whole, and I think a lot of these teams right now are just holding on to that hope that with the night will come the colder track temperature, and that will reactivate the car again. But the thing is, John, is it's a 24-hour race. It's only going to be dark for about 12 of those hours. We see an overtake happening here. What's happened is it looks like Perez is going to be coming through as Panos in the 420 goes very, very wide out of the corner here. Now it's going to be a neck and neck race down to the left-hander. You can see the 224 on the inside of the corner. They're really pushing Perez to the outside. They're able to get through. I apologize, the other way around. Perez in the 121 was pushing Flamga to the outside there and is able to get up into that P2 slot. And with it, that is your fight for P2 between Panos and Perez over Perez, but putting the Audi in that second place slot. And we've got two Audis. John, we mentioned at the beginning of this race, the Audis complaining that it wasn't the car to have on track today. Well, the two Audis in this race are currently P1 and P2, so it looks like there, actually, the Audi may have been the car of choice.
Yeah, I spoke to Frederick Gutman, the man in the SPHE motorsport car, just briefly before we went on air this morning, and posed him a few questions, about how many weeks they've planned for the 24, how many drivers are in the car this afternoon as we have a race replay here. Let's have a look. This is Olivier Curtin in the car, and this is into Degner 1. Car goes very wide indeed, and the Steady Start Racing Blue entry up the inside, relatively unfazed by that one, practically gifted the position. So Olivier Curtin for SSR Blue goes up a position, and unfortunately that will be the number 29 Ferrari going down into P18. Meanwhile, this is Christian Nesmian going up into P14 side by side with Karpov through 130R. That's a very scary thing at the moment. And fastest car on the circuit is the number 146 Ferrari, indicated of course by the purple number next to their position. P15 obviously in purple, indicating the fastest lap of the race currently holds with them, and that's a very recent change because it was one of your front runners with the honour of that one. So the N&M competition car trying to get the hammer down and seeing how far they can make their way up the field. This time Chris Picker next up on the list. Of course, the 146 picked up a drive-through earlier on for track limits, which set them off the pace near the pit stops. But back to the point about the Audis and Frederick Gutman. Asked him how the team's feeling, any strengths or weaknesses. Will Zero TC Meta rear its head again? We saw it at Bathurst. The Audis turned off traction control completely, and I said, appreciate, if you could answer some of these questions would be great. He came back to me and said 4 drivers today, and to describe the feeling in one word: bad. All of us have only had a few hours of practice, and TC0 won't be an option since it's too hot. And again, referring back to the lack of practice. Tim and Frederick will be doing the night together, so flip-flopping, I guess, every hour. And the Audi is quite slow compared to the Ferrari and Lamborghini. We have a hard race ahead of us, but we will try to make the best out of it, and certainly making the best out of it at the moment, leading the field with a very comfortable 22-second gap. So the Audi may be over a one-lap qualifying pace, not being the ideal car to have. However, once you put it in race trim, of course, load it up with a load of fuel and get it on its way, maybe it really comes alive in comparison to the other manufacturers on the field. It looks like Christian Nesserman has already made light work of Chris Picker's Porsche, already glued to the back of the rear wing of the number 911 coming down the straight. We're going to see here the straight line disadvantage that myself and Tim keep talking about in these endurance races. Side by side through 130R they go. I think Chris Picker, heads-up driver, knew that that was obviously going to happen and practically gifted the place to avoid losing any more time to Karpov behind. But Christian now up into P13, propelling that Ferrari forward towards the front all the time. But Audi's coming strong, back to the original point, Tim, and a brief flash of a yellow flag on circuit for the number 90, I think. Looks like Degner 2 maybe. Let's have a look what's happened to Dieter Santon. Race replay here, just managing to catch this one into Degner 2. Race leaders ahead of him and spinning in front of Timothy Flamga. That was very close for the P4 number 224 Lamborghini there. Nearly ran into the side of the Ferrari, but very aware driving of what was going on there. And Dieter Santon getting back underway. But that's the thing with endurance racing, isn't it, Tim? The mistakes aren't always in your hands. Sometimes it's other drivers that cause them.
Yeah, absolutely. In a 24-hour race like this, you can be expected to see other drivers come into play, as we've got a neck-and-neck race right now. It's the number 82 was just trying to avoid coming into contact with Zaza, who was on the inside there, but was pushed towards the outside, was the number 82, but able to just tuck back in behind for now. But yeah, John, in an endurance race, 24 hours especially, what you get a lot of is back traffic, the blue markers that you see the blue flags being waved for to let the faster cars through, and it's a huge thing in endurance racing. Traffic management, you need to make sure you're navigating it as quickly as possible if you're one of the front runners, but you also need to make sure you're doing it as safely as possible as well, because you really do not want your race ended by someone who's not even on the same lap as you. And it's the same the other way around. If you're a back marker and you're letting someone through safely, you want to do so without being put under so much pressure that actually the faster car causes the incident as well. So a lot of being aware of where the other drivers are on track is a good thing. Working together with the other driver as well, just to make sure that overtake can happen as safely and as efficiently as possible, is key in endurance races. And you could be expecting in a 24-hour race like this, there's going to be a lot of instances where you're going to be overtaking cars that are a lot slower than you, or even having to yield to cars that are a lot faster than you as well. And managing it is going to be a key in this race. Like we saw there, could have been the end of the race for Flamga. They could have very easily got collected up in that spin, and that could have seen a whole lot of damage, making them have a trip down the pit lane as well. Best case scenario, if they had got caught in an incident there, so they wouldn't have picked up damage, but they'd have certainly been slowed down dramatically, and that would have halted their attempts to close the gap to Panos and the rest of the 420 team ahead as well. So it's something you've got to look out for, John. Like you say, sometimes it's just not in your hands.
Yeah, sometimes it just isn't, is it? You've really got to, be heads up and aware at all times during your efforts through a 24-hour, and just keep an eye on those around you. And soon enough, you start to learn how people drive, defend, and, who will be the problem when it comes to blue flags and who will simply yield out of the way. Of course, blue flags in GT racing don't mean like they do in F1, where you dive out of the way off the racing line to allow the faster car through. The slower car will essentially hold their line, stay consistent and predictable, and then the faster car should, in theory, find their way around them. So it's one of those things, isn't it, where it's a bit tricky, where at times, and you can only do what you can do. As we see a flash of the lights there from Walerius thanking the E1 Simsport car for moving out of the way. Essentially, that would have been a blue flag situation. We're going to get a race replay here, and moving way offline and probably lifting a little bit of the throttle alongside as they made the pass, and a flash of the hazards from Walerius to say thank you for that one. And common courtesy costs nothing in sim racing, but super scary to try and turn your hazards off while going through 130R. I can only imagine. That wasn't a lap car, actually, we're being told in our ears. I've just realised it's Fernandez going down a position to Walerius. So maybe realising that the Sim Brothers car was much, much quicker than the E1 Simsport car, and just allowing the car through. I think comes back to what we were saying earlier on, Tim, doesn't it? Where you've really got to choose your fights during these moments. And I think that's an expert kind of way to show it.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart choice from Fernandez there. If they did feel like maybe the 137 had a lot more pace than them, just yielding and not risking getting involved in the incident this stage of the race was the smart thing to do. It's something I was talking about earlier, John, with the 3 stages of a 24-hour race. Now we've been about an hour and a half in. You're coming to the point where you're crossing over from stage 1 in stage 2 of you've had that initial rush where everyone's just trying to get into the highest position possible, where they can get to that gap where they can just focus on maintaining the distance behind and trying to close the gap ahead. We're into that point now where you're in the transition stage, where it's mostly just, if there's overtakes happening, you're probably being a bit more cautious about them. It's more or less deciding in that moment who's the faster driver. Is it me? Is it just because I've had a couple of bad laps that they've come and they're trying to overtake me? Or is it because they're just simply faster? It's that decisive moment that you have to have as a driver. And then, as we've seen in this instance, Fernandez going, okay, no, actually they are faster than me in this situation. I'll let them through, and hey, maybe we'll be able to catch them back up later if one of my drivers is faster than one of theirs. Maybe it's just something that we'll have to let go for now. Either way, it's been done safely. And actually, as I've been talking about it, I think Fernandez may have just yielded another position to Dorber as well in the 2.56. So possibly that's what's happening on that team right now, is they're trying to break into this point where they feel comfortable with the pace they're going without having to be constantly fighting people. There's still 22 hours left to go, John. Anything can happen in that time.
yeah, anything can happen, and you know we've seen it time and time again. We thought Chris Warner was way out front earlier on before he took a shortcut across the grass during the first sectors, kind of S-bend corners, and that allowed the P2 and P3 to catch back up and of course find their way a little bit closer to Chris Warner. So, you know, we got to keep an eye on things. We got to see who are the biggest movers and shakers, and of course people making mistakes. It's relatively early doors at the moment. Drivers are going to be fairly fresh, you know, especially the European time zone drivers. It's currently 20 past 2 in the afternoon here in the UK. So everybody in Europe, maybe an hour ahead, 2 hours ahead, still going to be relatively fresh-faced if they got up late, had a bit of a lazy Saturday morning and got into the rig and got practicing. So I expect to see kind of fatigue and stuff kicking in the next kind of 12 hours or so, I would say, very safely. Again, it helps if you've got an international roster of drivers. Of course, some drivers electing to take a couple of European hands and then a couple of maybe American hands to you know, balance the time zone difference out. So when it's kind of night time for one driver, it could be, you know, early evening, daytime for another driver, and you keep that kind of fatigue and balance quite fresh and allow drivers to be well rested. But something that is quite interesting, we touched on earlier, of course, the Zaza car, the 712, of course, fielding a two-man entry in the field at the moment. And just want to turn our attention to split 2 for a brief second. Of course, we have a driver down there that some of you might know from the RCI communities, well, 2 drivers actually, Billy Octane and Harry Conway. Now, they have elected to do this as a 2-man team, but on LAN. So the maximum driving time in the race is over 24 hours for one driver. So you can run one driver for the whole race. Physically, it's not going to be possible without falling asleep at the wheel. So Harry Conway has flown over to Billy Octane's house for a week or so, and they're attempting this race in person, doing IRL driver swaps on a rig. So if you head over to twitch.tv /Billy_Octane, you can watch their efforts from where they are. And one of the rules that Jesse did implement is he wants to see proof that this is happening. So he wants to know that it's not physically, you know, Billy Octane sat there for 24 hours driving himself around and winning the race and maybe dominating it. But Tom Bryant has clipped an instance of the driver swap, and it's really surreal to watch. It kind of reminds me of the Nicky Team clip where he driver swaps with himself. He jumps out the rig in iRacing, changes his shirt, jumps back in, and goes off again. But it is happening in real life, and it's absolutely wonderful to see a hobby such as sim racing, of course, bringing people together. In a million years, when this all kicked off many moons ago, I'd never thought we'd see IRL driver swaps happening, but here we are 20 odd years later, and it's a thing. So fantastic to see. Back to the action, of course. At the moment, Nesmian is still trying to get past the Thomas Enger sim racing entry. They've been glued to the back of them for a few laps now. The Ferrari does look like the quicker car on paper, although the McLaren, I think, is doing just enough to absorb all the pressure. Of course, Varagnolo at the wheel of the number 34 at the moment, and this fight will continue to burn on. And I think this could be one of those ones, Tim, that is won or lost on pit lane. But Thomas Enger goes a little bit wide through the hairpin, and that allows Christian to get that little bit closer to the back. And could he set up a move now through turn 12? But meanwhile, at the front of the field, Timothy Flamger and Panis have come together. They are now locked bumper to bumper as well. Through turns 1 and 2 they go. Panis had to go defensive on the Alpha Simsport driver. Let's have a race replay to see what has happened here. This is coming out of the Casio Triangle. Of course, down the start finish straight, Timothy Flamger, the car behind, with all of the slipstream. Panis sees him jink to the right and goes defensive himself. He moves once, he moves fairly and covers off the inside. He doesn't pull back across, and Flamger unable to do the old up and under from turn 1 to 2. So that will remain Panis third and Flamger fourth. Meanwhile, Arlavi sizing up Chris Picker in the number 911 Schumi Skins Porsche, of course, the one-off livery that we've been talking about on the broadcast for this event, capturing some, you know, Japanese culture throughout the design of it, and it's great to see these one-off liveries making an appearance. Arlavi with a big mistake though through the Casio Triangle allows Chris Picker to pull away, and that's going to allow Karpov just behind to glue onto the back of the Lamborghini once again.
Yeah, a great job from Flamger there. They've caught up to Panos, who did a great defense as well. And yes, Flamger couldn't quite get the switchback done, but just trying to look for that gap, and it didn't really open for them this time around. But again, Alpha Simsport looking very good in the earlier stages of a stint for them yet again. although it's reaching the midpoint really of this stint now. So I'm interested to know how this Lamborghini performs, John, because obviously Chris Garner behind the wheel of the car, very, very quick in the early stages of the stint, and then it really did start to drop off about halfway into it. I'm interested to see if it's going to be a similar situation unfolding now for Flamga, but for now they continue this attack on the 420. You can see the Alpha Sim Sport car is continuing to look for a way to find it. It's not going to be on the start-finish straight this time round, as the Lambo a bit too far back to really go for a move right now. The McLaren just got that extra bit of edge on them, but you can feel it coming. Flamga is going to continue to look for this battle, and honestly, I'd say it's a win for Flamga almost if they can keep the gap this close at this point in time, not even get the overtake off, because you're in that stage of an endurance race where just being able to keep up and keep the gap really, really close for significant periods of time is a huge, almost a win for a lot of the teams out in the field right now. It gives you the opportunity to maybe go for a move in the pits. It gives you the opportunity to capitalize off any mistakes that the car ahead of you makes as well. It's just a good way of maintaining a safe way to overtake rather than going for these moves that can actually end up backfiring on you in the long run.
Yeah, you definitely don't want them backfiring on you, do you? Because, you know, stewards are a thing in RCI events, and if somebody reports the incident, they will be looking at it as it gets very close between Karpov and Arlavi. Through the Casio triangle they go. Arlavi mounting a fantastic defense, and Karpov with a wiggle through the kink of turn 18 as they come out onto the start-finish straight. That's going to hamper progress down into turn 1, although side by side, Arlavi to the inside, Karpov to the outside. Is he going to try the old up and under? He looks to do so, but Arlavi covers it off very nicely, and that allows Chris Picker ahead, even. It allows Chris Picker to essentially escape out of the clutches of the Lamborghini and the McLaren and try and drive the Porsche away a little bit more, and that keeps the Schumi Skins car just about in sight of the top 10. Maybe, you know, detrimentally ahead could happen, and it could see the Porsche clamber its way up. Mark Elgard with a good point in the YouTube chat. He's been very observant indeed, talking about the number 91 of Fernandez. Of course, Andre Dixon Chen was in the car from the beginning of the stint, swapped over at the pit stop as well. And Fernandez apparently started the stint in 5th. And since then has been kind of getting out of the way of everybody until he's dropped down to where he is now, P11, of course, with a big gap back to the number 146. But again, choosing your fights, Tim. Maybe Fernandez is, I don't want to say this, you know, nastily. I mean, no offense by this, but possibly Fernandez being the slower driver in the grid, in the form of the 91. Maybe knows he's just got to get a few stints out of the way in the race, minimize time loss, minimize damage, and just keep the car clean, and that's all his objective's going to be. And to do so, he's just not going to take any fights. He's going to allow, you know, everything to kind of go past him. He's going to find a nice bit of clear air. He's just going to work the E1 SimSport car around and hand it over to the next person. So that could be an explanation for why we saw him clambering out of the way of Wallerius earlier on. But Wallerius going wide into turn 2. That allows Joe Dorber with a nice dive up the inside, nearly making it alongside. So that could be a fight we're about to witness. Of course, the Sim Brothers Racing did field 2 cars, I believe, at the beginning of this season. Now down to 1, unfortunately. And in that car, we've got Menez Rodriguez, Ernstrom, Nordqvist, and Christian Lindgren. So all names that we know quite regularly here at RCI TV. And again, the Rebound Racing car has Dorber, Kumpu, Schumann, Roskam, and Carlos Calatayud in there as well. So again, lots of drivers in these lineups, Tim, that we know race good, and they race very fairly as well, especially under the RCI banner. So keep your eye on this fight, because this is going to be one that I think is going to be raging on all race long. And Sim Brothers, among other entries as well, streaming their efforts. So see if you can find them over on Twitch. I think is probably going to be their chosen platform, although I know they do have a YouTube channel that they're beginning to build a little bit up as well. So have a look around, see if you can find the Sim Brothers Racing, and go and show them some love. Oh, contact here. What's going on? We've got Chris Picker sideways in Degner 1 and 2. And we've got the Arlavi Lamborghini and Karpov going through on this one. We're going to have to get a race replay, Tim. What's happened here?
I'm not sure if there was contact, but we're shortly going to find out. That's Arlavi in the blue then. It looks like contact between the two. Actually, Arlavi catching the inside of Picker as they both attempt the corner at the same time. Luckily, Picker able to hold on to the brakes and prevent that car from going into the wall to pick up extra damage. But contact there between the two, I'm sure, is not going to look good for the 545, who have already had a couple of penalties between them as well. But another race replay to see exactly what happened here. To be honest, Alavi doesn't have a lot of places to go there. It's one of those corners, John, where it's very hard to take it 2 cars at a time. I think just running out of room, Alavi has nowhere to go. They're already mostly alongside, and maybe if they wanted to avoid that, would have had to have yielded a lot earlier. At the same time, they pick are just not giving room on that inside, maybe not quite aware of Alavi's position, cuts across quite early, and that's why you see them spin out to the side. But we'll see, I'm sure, what the stewards have to say about that anyway, as I'm sure that's already been coming to the attention of the stewards. Both teams probably there have some stakes as to why that happened, and honestly, I think it'll be interesting to see how that one comes out. But going back to your point, though, about Fernandez and where they were when they got in the car and where they are now, I'm still sticking by it, as I think it's a good decision what they're doing. What you said, like, I don't think it's horrible to say. It's Fernandez doesn't have as much pace as Dixon and Chen did when they were in the car, and comfort-wise, if they're comfortable just letting people overtake safely, if that's what they've got to do to maintain that car in the race and keep it in a position where it's able to continue the fight, I think that's a smart thing for Fernandez to do, and to realise that that's what they're comfortable with as well. And the 146 is taking huge chunks out of that time now. It's looking like about a second a lap is being sort of taken out of that 91 right now. But again, Fernandez, if they don't feel confident enough with the pace on this particular track, that could be for a whole multitude of reasons. It might be, again, something to do with the track temperature, John. I think it's a smart choice for them to not put up too much of a fight every time a car comes up. So I still respect the decision there out of the 91 team. The Dorber still on the back of Valerius for the 137. Rebound Racing has been battling it out with them for a couple of minutes now. It's gone really back all the way to the pit stops as Dorber continues to look for a way through. Right on their rear, though, is Cortel in the 134. And it comes back to this juggling act that we keep talking about, John, where you want to overtake the car ahead of you, but your options are limited, because if you go for an overtake that puts you slightly out of position on track, if that overtake doesn't work out for you, it leaves you very vulnerable to the car from behind, and that would just open the door for Cortel to go for a move. Although it looks like some breathing room now for Dorber there, as Cortel going wide on the exit of turn 2. It's now going to be a little bit off the back of the 256, and that just gives Dorber some breathing room. And now I'd say is the key point where they can push for an overtake.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Again, we say it constantly, you've really got to choose your fights. And of course, having the Lamborghini, the number 134 in Dorber's mirror, he probably would have been staring at the TV screen in the middle of that McLaren, just watching it loom ever closer. But a small mistake has now got some free air behind him, so he can really focus out of the windscreen onto the back of Valerius and see if they can either work together, maybe to progress themselves towards Jorgensen. But again, like you say, you don't want to get in a fight and then start bringing other cars into the fight with you. So of course, Valerius and Dorber, if they start locking horns, Cortel is soon going to make up that 1.5 seconds once again. And meanwhile, to the front, Panis is still fending off Timothy Flamger. Although Flamger very late on the brakes into the Casio triangle, nearly runs into the back of Panis, but very heads-up driving, avoided it, took to the grass, and detrimented his own race to avoid making contact with the number 420. That's some very wise driving there from the Lamborghini Alpha Sim Sport car, although they're going to have to do this all over again. Just look at the gap that has opened up, 2.1 seconds to the good now between themselves and Panis. So the front guys have all spaced themselves out very nicely. You said, Tim, in your prediction that the race is kind of, run in 3 segments, isn't it? Where the first half is, well, the first third, should we say, first quarter, absolute chaos emerges. Everybody goes out the starting gate and kind of starts fighting with each other, finding their own bit of space where they want to sit. The kind of next portion is almost what we're in now, where the field's been almost spaced out enough. There's a few battles still up and down the field, and this is kind of going to be the lull area of it. And then mistakes start happening in the next part, and drivers start being brought back into various scenarios with other drivers again. And then towards the end, of course, everybody kind of wakes up and goes, "Oh, we've been racing for 23 hours and we've done nothing. Let's get a move on and let's see what we can really capitalize on." And then it kind of all kicks off again. But Camille Panis will hang on for another lap at least, with Timothy Flamger behind him, and very heads up driving to avoid the back of that McLaren. That could have been so much worse into the Casio triangle.
Yeah, damage minimization is definitely the key for a lot of these cars. For the majority of this race, the least amount of trips down the pit lane possible is the ideal scenario for every car on track right now. The more time you spend in the pits, the less time you're out racing on track, the less time you're out putting out the fastest lap times you can as well. So it's all going to play a huge part in this race, and trying to minimize any damage that you get is one of the key scenarios here. You don't want to be taking the extra trips down pit lane. You want to be minimizing the amount of time you spend in the pits when you do have to take a trip down the pit lane as well. And it's something that I think is definitely going to be interesting based on how the first scenario of pit stops went, John, because if you remember back, the 116 Porsche, they pitted very, very early on in the cycle. It was 7 minutes before the hour, so it was at this point an hour ago that they pitted, and it means that their pit stops now, no matter how long they push them on for, they are going to be earlier than most of the other teams out on track. Now, from what it looks like, the 116 this time runs behind the wheel of that Porsche is going to extend this a lot longer than the last one. They've already been going an hour in the car, so in the next 5 minutes or so they will have to switch that driver out. But you know, it's set them off on a really awkward pit cycle now, because usually what you see in 24-hour races in particular, you see it in every endurance race, but in the 24-hour race there's a huge reason for it, is these teams will push the stint timer of an hour and 5 minutes right to the end, and that's to get basically the most out of the car. And when it happens towards the final stages in a normal endurance race, it means that your last stint's a little bit shorter. It means that you might even get to a splash and dash in some of them, where you just go into the pits, add a bit more fuel and then get out again. Sometimes you don't even add more fuel, you just go into the pits to reset the timer, do a drive through, and then come back out on track. As you see here, Dorber now going for a move, not able to find a way through those, snaps the wheel back to catch the car from spinning, and with it we'll have to settle for continuing to chase 137. But yeah, go back to what I was saying, the pit stops. The thing is with a 24-hour race, John, is if you push every single one of your stints to an hour and 5 minutes, you can actually skip a pit stop in the race, as if you were to pit on the hour mark every single hour. If you were to do that every single hour, you'd serve 23 pit stops across the 24 hours. If you manage to push your stint to an hour and 5 minutes, you actually can skip one of those pit stops in the middle of the race. Now, it does mean that you've got to manage that car for an extra 5 minutes every single time, but if you're able to push the whole hour, you're probably able to do the extra 5 minutes as well. So that's definitely going to be a benefit for a lot of the teams in this race, and I expect that's the strategy that most are going to go on. But like I said, if you're the 116 right now, or there was another car that pitted quite early on in the first stint, that window of opportunity is actually closed for you already, because you've now got to factor in that extra 5 minutes where you'd already pitted early before. Any other instance that require you to maybe pit a little bit earlier, if your tyres are really worn out, you know, you can't keep pushing the stint to the limit here. So it does narrow down the amount of strategies you can go with, and I think for the 116 that they've got to be really careful with when they plan their pit stops from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. So they do have to be, you know, very foreshadowing, should we say, and expect the unexpected for them. Meanwhile, we see a race replay here. This is Fernandez on Nesbian again. Fernandez again pulling way off to the side, almost taking like the Suzuka East course corner before the Casio triangle to turn themselves back into sector 1. But again, Fernandez just keeping the car out of trouble for his teammates. And speaking of trouble, we've had some trouble here for the number 29. Of course, got off to a very bad start from the beginning, and looks like maybe a hardware disconnect here. They've just stopped on the entry to Spoon Corner, done the old Control-Alt-Delete, and then got underway again. That's very strange to him. I've never seen that before. Normally you see the hardware failure of the car, sails off into the abyss, goes really wide, and then comes back onto the circuit at a later date. But just stopping on the entry corner, almost on the racing line, and almost Control-Delete and continuing on the way. So very strange. We're going to have to see if we can find out what happened there to the number 29.
Yeah, it's an odd one, because like you said, usually you expect it to be internet related and the car will go off into the distance and then rejoin the track where it actually is. But sometimes these things are just down to like your actual hardware, like the pedals can have problems or the wheel itself. It's interesting though that it wasn't at a critical point in time. It was, they were able to, whatever it was not detrimental enough that it prevented them from doing a corner, but it was important enough that they had to stop and fix it there on the track rather than in the pit lane. So I think it's interesting, and I would be very interested to know what had happened to the number 29 there for them to completely come to a stop, fix whatever it was that needs fixing, and then continue. Because that to me suggests that it was something that wasn't, because otherwise you'd expect them to go for the corner, and if it was like a pedal issue, they'd miss the corner because they wouldn't be able to brake, or maybe they wouldn't be able to accelerate out of it, but they'd find it out in the corner itself rather than just before it. So to me that looks like something that was not detrimental enough to immediately stop, but was important enough that it had to be solved right there and then.
Maybe their significant other walked in the room and asked them a burning question that had no answer immediately, and they had to stop to seriously consider this and then continue on their way. But yeah, like you say, Tim, of course, normally the hardware failure, you realise you're flat-footed all the way down the straight, you get to spoon one, you slam on the brake, nothing happens, off into the abyss you go, or you turn the wheel for the corner and you just kind of go off into the to the distance as well. So who knows what happened there, but yeah, I've asked the question in the World Tour chat, so maybe one of the number 29 drivers can get back to me on that one. Meanwhile, Arlavi has lost a place to Karpov. We saw earlier on, of course, Karpov was behind Arlavi, but now it's the other way round, and unfortunately, of course, Chris Picker, that was at the head of this fight, was turned around in Degner, between Degner 1 and 2, so Degner 1.5 if you like, I guess, on that one. So Stuart's probably looking into that incident now. We'll keep you updated with any further penalties. There is a penalty obviously on the board at the moment for Olivier Curtin. We were watching him earlier on having a fight with another car. We're going to have a little catch up here because I believe we've missed some on lap 10, the start finish straight involving the 146 and the 86. It was a warning for the 86 for avoidable contact. Lap 15, turn 1 involving the 712 and the 90. It was a drive-through for the car 90 for a takeout on the 712 position not returned. We then have a lap 21, turn 13 involving the 134 and the 146. Drive-through for the 146 for a takeout on the 134 position not returned. And then we have an incident, lap 37, turn 7 involving the 116 and the 33. This is the Olivier Curtin car. Of course, 5 seconds for the 33 for overtaking with contact. So 5 seconds extra to be held for the 33. Everyone else keeping it relatively clean in the field at the moment. The 116 Porsche has come down pit lane. They've changed driver to Watkinson is now at the helm of that one. Tobias Lang for Limitless Speed Drivers is also down the lane relatively early in comparison to where we expect cars to be stopping. You've got about another 10 minutes or so on the stint timer if you did push your last stint to the absolute maximum. So Tobias Lang a little bit out of sequence as well. I believe they were one of the 2 early pitters that we did have. Arlavi, meanwhile, looking into turn 1. He's just not close enough to make it uncomfortable enough for Karpov to force him off his racing line. Karpov will keep the position, and of course Arlavi will continue to chomp at the bit of the McLaren behind. Meanwhile, Timothy Flamger and Panis, we've got a race replay here. Let's have a look what happened between these two. So we saw Flamger earlier on nearly run into the back of Panis, and it looks like he almost did the same into Spoon 1, but he has closed that gap up, Tim, which does suggest that Timothy Flamger is the quicker of the 2 cars in this fight at the moment, but they just can't find their way through Camille Panis in the simulation car.
Yeah, and that actually helps to answer my question from earlier on in this race of, was it a driver or a car thing with the 420, the 224, the Alpha Simsport team originally in this race, where it felt like there was a lot of pace at the beginning for Chris Garner, and then it just sort of died in the middle of the stint. And it could of course still be a car thing. It could be that when they went off the track their tyres got completely chomped up and the tyres weren't performing the same. But from what it looks like, it's not specific to the Lambo in general, that it's guaranteed the tyres are just going to get degraded a lot at that halfway point, because Flamger is still holding a lot of pace comparatively to the McLaren right now. And I'd agree with you. I think Panis here is, their job's just going to be to defend for the next 10 minutes or so until they've got the pit stop sorted out of the way, and then they'll have a better idea as to who's in which car. Is Panis going to stay on the 420? Is Flamger going to stay on the 224? It's something that I think the goal for the 420 right now is stay ahead until the pit stops, and then we can decide where we're going to stand in this battle, because it may be that drivers switch again and then the 420 begins to pull away, or they end up behind the 224 and then they're going to have to be on the overtake themselves. So it's an interesting scenario right now, John, and similarly for the 224 for Flamga, like if you're going to get this overtake done, maybe it's worth pitting a little bit early and trying to undercut them. It's most likely going to be strategy that works out there. As our Larvi's gone for a bit of a spin at the side of the track there. No other cars in sight suggest that that's just going to be the 545 itself. So there is that a McLaren driving way in the distance. I think they were too far away for them to have caused that instant though. Let's get another race replay. Actually, no, they were very close at the beginning of this instant. You can see the 545 closing in on the McLaren just ahead. The question is, was there contact between the two drivers? They come around the corner. It's going to be towards the end of this bit of the straight here where we start the chicane. And no, they're still quite far away from each other here, John. I don't think anyone was involved in this. It's still Larvi catching it in the curb, and it was taking a bit too much of that inside curb on the exit of the chicane. Takes himself off to the side of the track, and they do rejoin. So our Larvi, they're going for a bit of a spin on their own terms, and there wasn't another driver involved. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, you know, it's an awkward position for Flamga. Honestly, it might be worth considering a pit stop. We're past the hour mark in the race to the point where they could reasonably get that pit stop off. And it might just be worth doing it because we know that the undercar here is probably going to work really well. You know, tyres on all of these cars, they're degrading very quickly with the track temperature being high. A fresh set of tyres would be able to give you a lot of pace. So if the undercar was something you wanted to go for, it could be worth doing. However, like I've mentioned a couple of times already, if you do pit early, you miss that chance to completely negate one of your pit stops halfway through this race. So it's an interesting decision for the Alpha Simsport team right now, and it's a very tricky one to make.
Yeah, very tricky indeed. I mean, we know that the simulation car, the number 420, was very quick down the pit lane the first time, and it's going to be a hard kind of hard team to match, should we say, if they pull off another pit stop as quick. They were the fastest, I think, the first time round in the pit stops, near enough. It looked like maybe the number 41 of Takeza was maybe quicker with a 107.842. But yeah, pit stops are obviously on the horizon at the moment. So anytime, like you say, Tim, between now and the next 5 minutes, you can bring the car down that little bit early, and it might not be the worst thing that you can kind of cook up in terms of strategy. Obviously, if Timothy Flamga pulls himself out of the fight here with Panis at the moment, it could allow for some clear air for the Lamborghini to kind of bite back in the opening, you know, the outlap or two after the pit stop before Panis obviously makes their pit stop. So it's one of those strategy calls, isn't it? Do you want to, you know, try and mirror the car ahead of you and try and, you know, beat them down the lane, or do you want to see what you can do if you try the undercut or the overcut? As we come to the pit entry now, let's have a look. And Panis peels off, and Flamga gets a big wiggle as well. So that's not going to be a good run down the pit straight away. Panis nice and early on the limiter, no speeding in the pit lane for that McLaren this time by, and they'll be the first of the lead cars essentially to blink and bring themselves down pit lane. And we saw last time the big gaggle that all ended up on pit lane. As soon as one of them jumps, they all tend to kind of follow suit. About another 4 minutes or so before you truly have to come down the lane, so a lot of these cars will have 1 or 2 more laps in the tank, but again, it all depends on the driver at the wheel. Are they fatigued? Are they struggling with the tyres? Coming through the pit entry right now, nobody pitting from this fight. That's Walerius, Cortal and Dorba that you're watching at the moment. So Cortal has managed to find their way past Joe Dorba, that Lamborghini looking very quick indeed, and they can now set their sights onto the back of Walerius. But just in the background, of course, Christian Nessiman just behind in the number 146. They're going to try and catch the back of this train. They've been showing some superb pace in their stint at the moment, although pace has dialed off a little bit towards the end. Let's have a look. Camille Panis coming out of the pit lane, breaking the timing board, of course, through there. Don't believe they changed driver. I think Panis will stay for the double stint. We'll keep an eye on that car as it passes through Sector 1, because it all depends where the pit box is during the pit stop, but being told in my ears I am correct. Apparently Panis has stayed in that car. And just looking towards my timing board, just trying to find their pit stop, it was a 1 minute 9.6 down the lane, so it was a little bit slow this time by. I'm wondering if they fixed some damage, Tim, because we did see an incident earlier on with Flamga into the back, I believe, of that McLaren. So Maybe some damage on the cards to fix, but another car down the pit lane, the 669 this time, will make their stop, and with them brings the number 29 as well. Javier Perez for the Odox Motorsport, currently running in P2. He'll be the next person from the top 5 to blink, and Tim Rule is going one more lap in their Audi, so they're obviously finding the tyres not to be an issue. And maybe it does come down to what we were saying earlier, Tim. Maybe the Audi is just much better in a race trim than it is a qualifying trim.
Yeah, that seems like it could be the case for definite. It seems that the Audis have been very, very comfortable out on the track today. With the 121s now in the pits, you know, the 969 yet to pit as well. Of course, they're just still following the majority of the cars, who I imagine will be peeling into the pits at the end of this lap. We're going to see what happens here, because we've got a little bit of a train going right now between these 3 cars, and all of them peeling into the pits at the exact same time. So the leader of that train, Cortel, setting the pace as they go into the pits. It was Valerius there, setting the pace as they go into the pits, but you can see now everyone's doing that mad dash into the pit lane, and again you see the 4 cars coming down. John, it could be set and decided here on how quickly do you manage to stop that car and turn your engine off, and it looks like a very quick pit stop from the blue car at the back there. I believe that may have been Cortel with the quick pit stop time there. If they're able to get out ahead of Valerius, that would be a cut in the pit lane, but we'll see whether it was as quick as it looked, because of course it's all about how quickly you can get off again, depending on whether you picked up damage that you're fixing as well. And the Porsche already leaving the pit lane there as well, but anything can happen in this race. And John, one thing that you can definitely see a lot of is overtakes happening in the pit lane.
Yeah, overtakes do, tend to happen in the pit lane. It sounds like the smallest of margins when you're talking about seconds, but, when you come into the pit stops, bumper to bumper almost, that 1 or 2 seconds definitely makes that all-important difference, as we see the majority of the field this time down into the pit lane. Currently running out of time. I say the race leader should be down the lane next as well. Tim Rule, of course, in the 969. Olivier Curtin, of course, will be held for an additional 5 seconds due to his penalty picked up by the stewards, as we see the Thomas Enger car getting off there. The Zaza car, the number 712, coming into the pit lane. That's the Arlavi 545 just ahead, setting off from their pit stop. Next Level Play Racing, the 296, of course, was locked in a fight with the 545, although that was determined by Arlavi taking an excursion through the gravel trap towards the end of the Casio Triangle. Timothy Flamger for the Alpha Simsport car is down the lane. Chris Picker is away, along with the SSR entry and the BBS Sim Racing entry as well. And that pretty much leaves Tim Rule to make his pit stop. Ahead of him here is Martin Ulrich. Jesse is stating in our ears this could be very, very close on the pit stop timer. I'm just going to have a look to see if I can figure this out myself. I don't think I can in my game, so I don't have my wheel plugged in for the button I need, but you can cycle inside the car. You can cycle the race logic to show the true time of the stint left. See the race logic in the middle. There's a button in game to cycle that through, and of course it does display the driver's stint timer. So it's a good little hack. There's Martin Ulrich, big wiggle through 130R. That's going to slow up Tim Rule. Could this be the kind of couple of seconds that Rule is going to miss as he comes into the pit lane? He's going to have to dive this time by. He's kind of very fine, maximizing the stint timer to an absolute limit. Comes steaming up to the board, brakes nice and cautiously, so it kind of suggests that he does have time to spare. Coming down the lane is Tim Rule now, so just about made it in, I would say, with enough seconds to spare. It's one of those very tricky situations, isn't it, where depending how much you've got to play with, Martin Ulrich there could have been the undoing of their strategy entirely, but this battle still very much alive between UA Amateurs, Tire Sim Racing, and of course the N&M competition car behind that's was the fastest on track, and they're all getting very dicey through turn 2. Everybody with a slightly different line, which nobody seems to be able to capitalize on at all. And ahead, of course, is at the helm of this is Van Vechel. Cortel still staying in the Tire Sim Racing entry, and Beerback now in the N&M competition car. So drivers, of course, changing up and down the field again. Avilas Diaz in the number 121 changes in. Hannah stays, Flamger stays, Hartmann takes over from Lang, Ulrich takes over from De Kaiser. Enstrom takes over from Walerius. Of course, Roskam over from that's the 256. That'll be Nico Kumpu, I believe, last time in that car. And meanwhile, the SPHE Motorsport car has been taken over by Frederick Gutman. They've just come out of the pit lane at the helm of the field, so they're going to want to try and literally drive away and maintain that gap from the Odox Motorsport car behind. Fastest car down the lane this time looks to be the Alpha Simsport car at a quick glance, along with possibly the McLeod racing effort as well. They're in the 1 minute 8.2s. The race leader 1 minute 8.4. Of course, the Odox Motorsport car 1 minute 9.4. That's a pretty slow stop. Panis again 1 minute 9.6. So damage being fixed between those two cars after earlier impact. Andre Hartmann 1 minute 9 flat. They're looking pretty slow as well in comparison, but looking pretty consistent up and down the field. 1 minute 13s towards the back end of the grid for those guys, so I can only assume lots of damage, but lots of side-by-side action through 130. Cortel nearly trying to capitalize on Van Vegchel, and Beerback nearly getting involved as well with this fight as they head into the Casio Triangle, a battle of the Italian manufacturers. Two raging bulls and a prancing horse will run in line of stern through the start-finish straight they go. The Ferrari looks very racy indeed in the slipstream. Can they capitalize on the Tire Sim racing car? Look to be close in the slipstream, although I don't think they've got the overlap, because of course as soon as they pull out of the slipstream, the Lamborghini ahead has the ahead slipstream essentially from Van Vegchel, so it's almost like a defensive slipstream by that point. So kudos to those two drivers for getting involved there and just about keeping it clean no matter how close it got. Just seeing a 296 drive-through penalty on the screen there. Nothing in the stewards reports, so I can only assume this is going to be for track limits, Tim. And we've seen a few track limits being handed out already, but we're only about an hour or two in, and we're seeing penalties that are going to lose a lot of time. It's about 30 seconds or so for a drive-through here at Suzuka, and that could be a big chunk of time lost for the Next Level Play racing team.
Yeah, I believe that is a drive-through penalty for track limits, and again, it's something you really want to be keeping to a minimum in a 24-hour race, especially to be picking one up this early, 2 hours and 15 minutes in. It's not ideal to be picking up drive-throughs at this point in time, because you know, if you imagine that it's now going to take the same amount of time to pick up a second drive-through penalty and then the future one, so on, you're expecting them to get a good 5 to 7 more penalties in this race, unless they calm it down a bit on the track cut limits. So it's something that a lot of these teams are going to need to watch out for. So I think for the 296 and any other team in that situation right now, it's maybe just about reeling it back a bit, looking for a safer line to take that doesn't risk cutting the track, because you can't afford to be taking that extra trip down the pit lane however many times you have to do it. We've got a race replay here of the 911 Porsche going for a dive up the inside of the corner and almost making contact there with the McLaren on the outside, but a very nice move from Taran there. However dangerous and sketchy it did end up looking. And another race replay here, this time the trio of Italian cars, Cortel now leading this trio in the 134 Lamborghini, as it looks like they've been able to clear the field. Very menacing front on that car there, with the headlights looking very red. Makes it look like it's got some evil eyes on the front of that car, but the trio continue to have a battle here, with Cortel now on top of things, and the number 86 falling back into P10, the Ferrari at the rear of that battle. But yeah, John, drive through this early on the race, really not ideal, and for any teams that are playing with track limits right now, definitely might want to consider reeling it back a little bit. You can't be affording to pick up drive-through penalties in this race. Everyone's probably expected to get at least one, but you really don't want to be pushing for any more than 1 or 2.
Yeah, a flawless race would be, of course, picking up none. But again, we're all human. None of us are perfect. We all make mistakes, and it's very easy to pick them up, especially at Degner 1 and Spoon 2. I normally find from experience. I, for one, picked up one in Spoon 2. I got the last one that was a nail in the coffin in one of our races, and yeah, hemorrhaged the drive-through penalty, and it does lose you a lot of time and a lot of positions as well. So keeping those to a minimum will be crucial for the next 22 hours or so. And of course, certain drivers push limits more than others, so you've got your safe pair of hands in the car at the moment. You're going to pray that they don't do what I did and undo all of the race effort. Spoon 2 being Very easy, of course, because you open the throttle halfway through the corner and the car naturally wants to push to the right-hand side. You're trying to fight it back to the left, but sometimes you do just run over that track limit ever so slightly. I've been riding on board with Noah Bierbach following Van Vegchel in the number 86 UA Amateurs car, and just can't do anything against that Lamborghini at the moment. The Lambo looks very good, very balanced, although very slow out of the Casio triangle. This could be what Bierbach needs to pull alongside. He's on the favoured side of the road, going down into turns 1 and 2, but it looks like the Raging Bull just about has the legs on the prancing horse, and it does. Bierbach tucking back in for turn 1, darts back out for the inside, gives the space. Van Vegchel does, opens it up into turn 2. Bierbach up into P10, Van Vegchel down into P11. That was a fantastic manoeuvre. It looked like the defense was almost kind of mounted by the way the Lamborghini pulled away on the start-finish straight, but the Ferrari just about coming back for turn 1. And we now see the number 296 coming down the lane to serve their drive-through penalty. Of course, no steward's report for this one. We can only assume this would be for a track limits violation, and it feels like forever, doesn't it, cruising down the pit lane, 48 49-ish kilometers an hour before you get to the final white line where you can release the speed limiter back out into the flow of traffic. You go, hemorrhaging a big amount of time, and that's not going to be good for the Next Level Play racing team, although they've got 22 hours nearly to put it right, so plenty of time on the clock for that one. And if you're curious at how long a drive-through takes, 34 seconds in total is what it takes you as well. Of course, it's crucial to stay well rested in these situations, and certainly us up here in the broadcast booth, we also want to stay well rested. It's myself, Tim Peck, and Jesse Lee seeing you through the next few hours or so. We'll be back with you after we've taken a short break. We'll leave you on board with the BBS racing car, the number 82, who had an earlier on drive-through, clawing their way back through the field. Currently in a fight with the number 33, that's Brooke ahead for the Steady Start Racing blue car. So turn up your speakers, enjoy an on-board experience with the Mercedes as it rumbles its way around Suzuka while we go and take a short break. We'll be right back with you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Suzuka Circuit playing host to round 4 today, 5.8 kilometers in length with 18 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me, Tim Peck. Behind the cameras is Jesse Lee, and of course a big hello to our live stewards. Welcome everyone. We've just realised the no-no zone on the back of the Mercedes up here in the broadcasting booth. But yeah, fantastic touch to the livery there for the number 82. Welcome everyone.
Thank you, John. It's been an exciting race so far in the first couple of hours. Now it's just 21 hours and 25 minutes left to go. We're getting into that part where teams just trying to establish where they are in the field, find a pace that suits them, and they're just going to roll with it. There will also be battles happening across the track at times, but a lot more here and there than they were in the early stages of this race. But speaking of battles happening on track right now, you can see Hartmann in the number 23. They're closing in on Panos in the 420 ahead of them. That's the battle for P4 happening. So still some battles high up the field. We'll be continuing, John, and you can expect to see some battles here and there, although like we saw earlier with Fernandez, maybe some yielding going on as teams probably not wanting to get into any sort of trouble at this stage of the race.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's all about choosing your battles. We were saying earlier on in the broadcast, we don't want to see people fighting unnecessarily or ruin each other's races, but you've really got to be wise to what you do choose to do. And move here at the front of the field, we didn't expect to really see. We've not heard much from the Panos and Flamga fight since the pit stops, but Panos losing a place out to Hartmann, and that all began in the S's. This is about turn 6, I believe, the right-hander before the 7 of the Dunlop corner, and Hartmann was already alongside Panos by this point. Up the inside he went, jumped on the power, and began the run to Degner 1, and no fight really put up from Panos. So maybe Panos struggling with a few issues at the moment. Of course, he is in the second of his stints at the moment. Began, of course, the second stint and is now in the third stint. So double stint for Panos. Hartmann fresh in the car after being given up to Tobias Lang. Of course, the Hartmann car is a little bit off cycle by about 10 minutes or so. So tyres will be a little bit older on that McLaren than the 420 of the Simulation Panos car. But limitless speed drivers surprisingly up into P4 at the moment, and Andre Dixon-Chen in the 91 after being given the car back from Fernandez. He's looking to try and excel that car up the field now, just behind Ernstrom in the number 137 Sim Brothers racing car, another car that's had a fantastic run so far. Rebound Racing has managed to find their way through the Sim Brothers car. They're just ahead going through Spoon 1 at the front of the shot there. So positions changing up and down the grid again as drivers cycle through, Tim. The talent roster changes, the pace changes, and cars begin shuffling either up or down the grid once again.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of shuffling happening right now, as you just said. Well, we are running 2 splits of the World Tour right now. You've got split 1, which is the split that we have been following along with in these streams on your screen. And we've also got split 2, which a couple of you may have some friends are racing in as well. And I've actually got an update from what the standings are currently looking like in split 2 so far. So in the lead of the race, you have the 444 Goat Racing Smooth as Butter team. Richard Benz has given himself a huge gap to the team behind. It's 45 seconds splitting up the 444 from the 437 Scuderia Pepperoni team number 1, with Sorin Ra behind the wheel of the Lamborghini there as well. John McDonnell in Scuderia Pepperoni car number 2. The number 43 is rounding out that podium, and they've got a nice hefty gap to Martin Thorpe behind, who's racing for Connexus Motorsports in the number 55. In P5, you've got the 521, another Scuderia Pepperoni team, with Jan Blondman behind the wheel of that one at the moment. Tom Watts for the number 46, dropping the hammer car, is running in P6. They're on the attack with the 521, hoping to get through anytime soon. That battle's been raging on for the last 20 minutes or so. Dylan Smith for Blacksmith Racing Fezzer 2023 version 2 in the 917 is currently running in P7. Shipston in the 707 car, the RPMS Simsport, is running in P8. They're just a second off the back of the 917 and have been keeping pace with them for the last couple of laps as well. Eric Arneck for Flying Hellfish in the 991 has found their way up into P9, with Ollie Knowles in the Onid racing stronger in P10. That rounds out your top 10 in split 2. In the number 51 is Ollie Knowles right now, and I also have to mention the Wheelie Slow Racing team currently not going very slow at all, as Jack Mekov for the number 31 in P11 has taken a gap that was originally 14 seconds about 10 minutes ago. Well, it's now only 3 seconds, splitting up the two, and it's getting smaller by the lap. In fact, as I said that, it's now gone down to 2 seconds as well. So overtakes soon to happen there in the split 2, but after that update, we're going to take you back to split 1 with a race replay, John.
Yeah, absolutely so. Let's have a look here. The E1 Sim Sport car went to go around the outside of the Sim Brothers Racing, and unfortunately Noah Bierback just a little bit too ambitious on the brakes for the N and M car, just finding their way into the rear of Dixon Chen's number 91. That's very detrimental there. Of course, we got a drive-through penalty popping up on the left-hand side of the screen. That's for this car here, the number 545. I'm just finding my way through the stewards board at the moment. This is for a lap 52, turn 8, involving the 911. That's the Team Shumi Skins car, and the 545 on your screen at the moment. Drive through for the 545 for a takeout on the 911, position not returned. We then have an incident on lap 59, turn 8, involving the 911 and the 669. It's a 5-second for the 669, who makes contact with the rear of the 911, forcing them off track and causing a position loss. So the number 911, the currently Nigel Tarrant at the wheel of that car, finding themselves in some drama, and very unfortunate, ruining the bodywork of that one-off Japanese skin for this event on the RCI World Tour. Dixon Chen still chomping at the bit of Enstrom ahead. Down into Spoon 1 they go. This has been proven to be a popular passing place, but just not close enough for them to fire the way up the inside, although looks like Ernstrom was a little bit wide into Spoon 2, although got the much better run off the corner. A big wiggle there for Dixon Chen. That's going to slow him up on the run to 130R, and that could even bring Bierback into it. You see Bierback there diving to the outside for 130R. This is going to be a brave move. Ferrari on Ferrari, side by side, and Bierback very wisely backs out of that one and goes for the undercut now to the Casio triangle. He's going to be on the outside for the first part, but of course that will become the inside if he can make it work, and he can't. Unfortunately, he stands on the brakes a little bit harder and tucks the car back into the inside curb to get a much better run down the start finish straight. And now side by side, Bierback, Andre Dixon Chen to the left, Bierback to the right into turn 1. Of course, Bierback with the much favoured side of the road. I think it's going to be a move signed, sealed and delivered unless Dixon Chen has an answer, and he doesn't, of course, allowing the N and M competition car up into P10. But meanwhile, that's given Ernstrom ahead a nice breather. He hasn't got Ferrari bearing down on him anymore, but as soon as that N and M competition car will catch back up to him, the fight will resume again. And if Dixon Chen can keep near, then they may bring themselves into a three-way battle for P9 overall. But again, Tim, fantastic driving from all these guys. Very fair, very calculated, and everybody thinking almost 3 to 4 corners ahead in order to get their moves signed, sealed and delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. A great battle there between the two Ferraris, and Dixon Chen definitely not falling off the back of Bierback very quickly either. Still almost nose to tail with the 1-4-6 as they continue on in this race. So I imagine it's going to turn into a three-way fight, like you sort of guessed just now, John, between the two Ferraris and then the 137 of the McLaren just ahead in P9 as well. So definitely not a boring moment in this race just yet. Battles continuing to happen up and down the field as teams yet to fully yield and just slip into their own rhythm for now. This is the thing, John, is when you've got drivers of different pace on the team, you do find yourself constantly battling even across the whole 24-hour race. I mean, the pace difference we've already seen between Dixon Chen and Fernandez, two different driving styles as well, with Dixon Chen more on the climbing side. He's been climbing up and doing a lot of battles with people, whereas Fernandez just opting into focusing on their lap times. As they come towards a battle, they've more than not yielded the position quite quickly. So, you know, it's something that we're likely to see continue to bring us action throughout the race, where, you know, Fernandez was maybe a bit off the pace than Dixon Chen was, lost a couple of positions. Now Dixon Chen wants to gain them back. So definitely not going to get too quiet, even in this period of the race, which is known to be more quieter than the others. And Dixon Chen now, you know, they're running in P10. They're currently still on the back of Beerback, who is now caught up to Enstrom. This is the freeway battle that you just sort of alluded to, John. And for the person I feel for right at the second is Beerback, who has just managed to secure that P9 position. But they now find themselves stuck in the sandwich yet again. And it goes back to that thing that we've been constantly talking about through this race of not only you focus on trying to overtake the car ahead, you've also got to worry about the car behind as well, which will absolutely snap at any opportunity you give it to find a way through.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Ferraris already turned around in, you know, heated situations. We saw the number 29, I think it was, even lose it on their own with no added assistance. So 296 maybe a little bit nervous in the mid corner, and they've got a little bit of traffic ahead this time. It's the 116 who turns hard right. Watkinson there found their way towards the Armco on the inside coming out of Degner 2. I'd like to hope that was unaided, and the Canadian driver just kind of jumping on the throttle a little bit too hard and turning themselves around. Let's have a look. It was. They looked like they tried to get out of the way. Maybe they planted the throttle, lifted off, and of course sent all the weight of the Porsche back towards the front, and of course unloaded the rear tires of that car. It's a very tricky car to truly master, the Porsche. So kudos to them for giving it a shot, at least in the World Tour, especially with the shortened top speed that we keep talking about so much. And of course, next time out, December 9th, we're heading over to stateside for Watkins Glen, and anybody that knows that circuit will know top speed is crucial for having a good race. So the Porsche probably going to be crying quite hard there with everybody sailing past it. Not Tobias Lang, was it? Sorry, it was who was it in the Limitless Speed Driver's car? I've completely missed that. Hartman in the number 23 down the lane. That's about right for timing. They're running a little bit 10 minutes earlier than everybody else, and normally the 116 should in theory come down the lane at the same time. In comparison, Frederick Gutmann still has just under 31 minutes left on his stint before he has to come down the pit lane. So that's the kind of off balance now that the Limitless Speed car is running to. And it's going to be, like we said earlier, Tim, they're going to have to maybe make an extra pit stop versus everybody else just for pitting so early. So time will tell on that one. But this fight looks very close indeed that we're having at the moment. It's two Ferraris and a McLaren. Dixon Chen at the back of it, Beerback in the middle of it, and Ernstrom at the helm, still looking back at those two Ferraris and going defensive into Degner 1. We've seen a risky move being played here before. There's a little bump, it looks like, between Beerback, and that allows Andre Dixon Chen to the inside for Degner 2. Can the E1 Simsport car squeeze past? It does. E1 Simsport now in the middle of the fight. The roles have been reversed, and let's see, can Andre Dixon Chen find a way through the Sim Brothers Racing McLaren ahead?
Dixon Chen currently at the tail end of this fight. A race replay is going to show us what's just happened between Dixon Chen and Beerback from ahead. So you can see now down towards the left-hander, Dixon Chen swinging through behind the 137, and you can see just following suit right now. We're not going to catch the actual incident in that particular replay as Dixon Chen back on your screens, continuing to chase down Beerback ahead as well, and Enstrom leading the battle at the front of it too. But yeah, it's interesting, John, the race as a whole, and I think what I'm really interested to find out is what the strategy call here is between the number 23 and the 116, because they pitted really early on to begin with. They've continued to pit around the 55-minute mark in their stint, honestly, each time the stint rolls around. And it's not like it was just a one-off thing for the first stint. They've done it every single time, to the point where we're now, it was what, 14 minutes left till the hour, and they were pitting in those cars. There's a contact between Andre Dixon Chen as he manages to catch the car coming out of the corner. That's going to allow Beerback to stay just ahead of Dixon Chen there. An amazing save from the 146. Let's get a race replay of that and see exactly what happened. So you can see Dixon Chen in the luminous car as we come into the right-hander here. Contact made between the two as they catch the rear of that Ferrari, but able to catch it very, very quickly. And Beerback continues with the surge. Dixon Chen not pushing too much more to try and get away through. Understands that they've got to yield that position as it would not be obtained in a very sportsmanlike way. But going back to what I was saying, sorry there, John, is they're pitting very early off the mark, and if they're not careful, it's going to get to the point where actually they're going to end up having to take an extra pit stop. So I'm interested to know if the tyres are degrading that much that they feel like they really can't push to the end of each stint.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's a very strange thing, but very well held from Beerback there. Just want to congratulate him on the D1 GP way that he navigated through turn 2, sliding nearly the whole corner after a little bit of help from the number 91 of Dixon Chen. Just looking at their stint timers in the car, it does appear to be that Dixon Chen can go longer on this train of people. So for comparison, the Sim Brothers car, Roland Ernstrom, has 24.5 minutes left on his stint. The same can be said for Noah Beerback, 24.5 minutes. Dixon Chen has 40 minutes. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at this completely wrong. I'm looking at the wrong race logic. He has 24 minutes left on him. So all the cars in this train are going to be pitting together. So it's going to be a battle that will be decided down pit lane, I can only assume, on that one. And of course, on your screens at the moment, Claudio Zaza still in the car. That's a triple stint, I think, Tim, at the moment for the 712. And they are going at this race in a two-man attempt. That's Zaza and a teammate of Anderson are the only two to pilot that car. So it's going to be a very long 24 hours for them. They're going to be very fatigued by the time they get to the end. And super interested to see how they finish that car. But kudos to them for trying it at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Have we seen Anderson in the car yet, John? Because I'm pretty sure we've only ever seen Zaza behind the wheel of that 712. So not only are they doing 12 hours each, but they're doing some quite hefty stints as well, as Zaza now will be approaching 3 hours in that car. That's a long time. But like I said earlier, if you're taking 12 hours of the race each, splitting it between two people, you do have to allocate that time for drivers to get some rest in. Otherwise, you're going to have some extremely fatigued drivers around the halfway mark of the race. And Zaza now 3 hours, that's a long time to be sitting there driving the car repetitively around the track for. I'm sure they're starting to lose focus a little bit, and it'll be up to Anderson to keep them motivated and going around the track. But Zaza probably earning themselves a well-deserved break by the time that the pit cycle rolls around for them in about 20 minutes time from now. We expect to see majority of the cars come back down the pit lane. And Zaza currently running just behind Brook, 5/10 splitting up the 33 and the 712. They're certainly not seeming to dwindle in pace here, John. It feels like Zaza, despite driving for 3 hours solid, still has that same momentum that they had at the beginning.
Yeah, how they're managing this one is beyond me. Maybe Anderson is being a really good cheerleader from the sidelines down the Discord call, probably that they're both sat in right now. But yeah, it's going to be a big ask for these guys to get all the way to the checker flag relatively unfatigued. So we're going to keep you updated on that one. We'll pass the note over to the broadcast team for Sunday's cast of the race, so they can bring you any updates from them that may have happened overnight. Hopefully, we will still see that white Ferrari turning around in circles tomorrow. But yeah, it would be great. It would be a great achievement to finish a race between the two of you. Meanwhile, from Split 2, we currently have our very own Kevin Boss in the booth with us. He joins us from the number 31 Wheelie Slow Racing Team, currently racing down in P10 after a not so good start, we're being told by our notes. Kevin, tell us what happened.
Well, I actually had a pretty good start. We qualified P4 in Split 2. I was going to start the race. It was always going to be a bit difficult to keep the faster boys behind, but for a very long while, I was able to keep them behind me, being the cork in the bottle. And if you ever think there was a truly train, you should have seen the Kevin train. It was, I think, a pack of about 12 cars, I think, behind me. But yeah, it all got undone. I think I was down to P7 and I got punted in the hairpin. Got a thing put down back to like P17. And yeah, we just fought back to P10, gaining on P11 and also reeling in P9 slowly but surely. So yeah, a little bit of bad news, but in general, it's going okay.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Of course, we've seen a few trials and tribulations even for our Split 1 guys around the clock. And just want to ask you, of course, how many drivers in your car? We were just speaking, of course, of Zaza with 2. I'd like to think you've maybe got more than 2 for 24, Kevin?
We've got 4, but the first 8-ish hours, it's just me and Andrew before the other 2 are able to get in the car. So, yeah, we've got to get to it in the first 8 hours, and then we can have a bit of a rest. But yeah, it's a bit more spread than the two driver teams, because yeah, they're going to have a horrid time.
Yeah, absolutely so. And we were touching on speaking to the SPHE Motorsport guys, of course, in the Audi R8. They were saying that the car isn't really particularly strong compared to the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, although, as you can see from Split 1, Audi 1 and 2, so very stark difference to what we were being told. You guys being in the Lamborghini, finding any issues at all with the car at the moment? How is it through a stint? Any big drop-offs you've got, or is it remaining fairly consistent throughout the 1 hour 5?
It's fairly consistent. In my second stint, it did get a bit more slidey, but it was because I was pushing quite hard to keep Phil Roberts behind. So yeah, we were fighting for a solid 10 to 15 laps, I'd say. So yeah, it's that made it a bit more difficult. But no, in general, the car's quite planted, and yeah, no real issues, unless you push it too hard yourself.
Of course, 1.9 being the big tire update, where it's very hard to get the tires back from the limit you push them over. So, got to be very careful. Weather in the Split 2 server very similar to Split 1, or is it much cooler? How's it faring over there?
Well, it's currently partially cloudy. Let me actually have a look at the latest weather, because I'm not fully looking at the thing. Give me 1 second.
Waiting.
30-degree air, 37 track. So yeah, it's probably about the same.
About the same, yeah. Definitely 30 and 38 in Split 1, so a degree's not going to really make much of a difference. As we see Beerback still at the head, of Andre Dixon-Chen. Enstrom has slipped down 2 positions, down into P10 now for Sim Brothers Racing, so they're immediately on the back foot. Tim Peck, any burning questions for Kevin Boss regarding their onslaught of the 24 hours?
I think you covered a lot of it. My main question, Kevin, is where are you guys aiming for in this race? What's the goal to hit?
Top 10 is definitely the aim. I think we got the pace to, well, now that we've got it back, to stay there. We need to just punch in solid laps, keep consistent. And yeah, top 10 was the aim from the start. Then, of course, qualifying P4, you're hoping for maybe a bit more. But yeah, now that we're back there, yeah, I really want to see us solidify that position, and then maybe see if we can get a bit higher. But yeah, top 10 is what we're aiming for.
Well, good luck to you and the rest of the team with that. Back to you, John.
Yeah, so just before we wrap up, of course, as we always ask, anyone you'd like to shout out, give a thanks to, of course, on the broadcast on YouTube and Twitch?
Well, definitely to all my teammates, even the ones that are yet to go into the car. That's Woody, our Aussie driver, Loser, our other Dutch driver, who's currently away with something, and of course Andrew, currently in the car. And yeah, if you want to see our shenanigans, twitch.tv/crashneck or Woody5827. One of those channels, you'll find our shenanigans. So yeah, I think that's it.
Brilliant. Well, as always, Kevin, good luck to you and the guys. Hopefully the top 10 and some more solidifies for you, and best of luck come the checker flag.
Cheers, John. Cheers, Tim.
No worries. That was Kevin Boss from the Wheelie Slow Racing team, giving us an insight, and they weren't so wheelie slow after all, navigating their way up into P10. They're having a good race and setting their sights even higher if possible on that one. Meanwhile, Zaza has just defended again, I think, from the SSR racing team, or maybe even made up a place. I was a little bit zoned out between that and the Kevin Boss interview. Beerback in the 146, they had a 5-second penalty, of course, from qualifying. They have now picked up a 15-second penalty. That's involving lap 76, turn 2, involving the 137 and the 146. The 137, of course, being the Sim Brothers Racing entry. 15 seconds seconds for the 146 for a takeout of the 137 position was returned. So, of course, stewards thinking a little bit less harshly on those positions returned. There's been a bit of a pattern emerging, Tim, with everybody, of course, that doesn't return the position netting themselves a drive-through. And if you do return the position, seems like you do only get 15 seconds. So stewards being very fair today in the grand scheme of things, trying to keep racing very much alive between everybody. But as always, keep those passes clean. Otherwise, you may feel the wrath of a steward's penalty. Roland Enstrom comes down the pit lane for Sim Brothers Racing. I believe they're very, very early on where we were expecting them. And just seen a little bit of contact between Andre Dixon Chen. And that's contact between them and Beerback into the hairpin right in front of the race leader, Frederick Gutman. It looks like Andre Dixon Chen was to the inside, tagged the rear of Beerback, nearly turned him around, managed to save it, but all the meanwhile Frederick Gutman just behind them trying to find his way through. He wants to get a move on. He's 35.6 seconds to the good on Aviles Diaz behind for Odox Motorsport, but of course he wants to get the gap as big as he can because you never know what's around the corner in the endurance racing scheme of things. And all the meanwhile, side by side, 130R they go. Beerback on the inside. Andre Dixon Chen is going to try it around the outside. They just about make it work. It was very close between Diffuser and Splitter, and Frederick Gutman now wants to get past Beerback. He says, I'm having the inside into the Casio triangle. Of course, Beerback can't defend from a blue flag car or make it any more awkward, and I think that was good heads up driving there from Frederick Gutman to navigate through the 146. He's now going to find a way through Andre Dixon Chen ahead, but Andre Dixon Chen can't let Beerback come through as well because Gutman is going to be bringing that 146 with him. Blue flags, of course, waving for the E1 Sim Sport car, but very close driving there, Tim, through 130R. That was, you know, you couldn't get closer, I think, if you tried.
That was a very worrying moment, I'm sure, for a lot of fans of those two teams. Dixon Chen almost just catching the front of Beerback on the way through. But a great pass. Kept it till the very last second. You couldn't have done it any earlier on that overtake because they would have collided between the two. So some great racing between both of them. Some great respect from Beerback to just be a little bit easy on the throttle and not to take out Dixon Chen unintentionally there on the overtake. So, you know, it's some brilliant racing from these two drivers. Dixon Chen and Beerback, they've been battling it out across the first 3 hours of this race, John, and it feels like these cars are just attracted to each other. As you can see now, Dixon Chen yielding that position. Gutman's gone through on the inside, and it's enabled Dixon Chen to get out ahead of Beerback without letting them back through at the same time as Gutman as well. A second between the two drivers right now, and Beerback with that 15-second penalty. Going to want to try and get through Dixon Chen anyway, so they don't lose too many positions in the next pit stop that rolls around about 10 to 15 minutes time from now. But yeah, that situation, John, that could have gone in a million and one different ways, but luckily for us it came out in the one which kept both cars on the track.
Yeah, both cars on the track, minimal damage to the cars and the tyres as well, as everybody's dipping a wheel in the grass to begin 130R, and we saw a driver get it very wrong in qualifying or practice when they attempted that. That had resulted in a very large spin. I think it was for the simulation car, the number 420. I think it was Lipka at the wheel at the time as well. So very tricky corner to navigate right, even more trickier to get by side in there. And Andre Dixon Chen with some good driving there, didn't allow Beerback through, but it seems like the limitless speed cars come down the lane a little bit earlier than anticipated for another time. It seems like Tobias Lang is out and Alex Krapp is in the car. I'm wondering what's happened in that camp, because I'm sure we only saw the limitless speed car down the lane just a few moments ago, Tim.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Maybe they've had to take an extra pit stop for some unknown reason. Of course, you know, that they might be having to serve an extra stop in case of the driver swap. Unforeseen things can cause these things. If there's a hardware error like we've seen earlier on as well with, I can't remember what team it was now, but they had to stop just before the spoon area and then restart from there. So I'm not sure, to answer your question there, John. We can only hope that they fill us in with more details.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll do some do some digging for some extra details on the number 23 to see if we can find out what happened there on their early pit stop. Meanwhile, Chris Brook in the SSR blue entry, still behind Zaza, still within kind of reaching distance, should we say, should a mistake from Zaza come out or a particularly bad pit stop go through for that car. Of course, the 712, if you weren't here earlier, two-man effort in that car, so kudos to them for trying this. It's a big ask indeed, and I'm super surprised that nobody yet has managed to beat the fastest lap from the number 146 of Beerback. I think one of his teammates set that lap earlier on that car, and nobody has beaten it, which is quite surprising. I thought maybe Gutman or Aviles Diaz would have an answer for that one. Pit stops were about 10 minutes away if we're pushing the envelope, so we might see some cars coming down the lane early. Tim, you touched on earlier the 911 Porsche, of course, complaining of tyre troubles about 40 minutes into a stint, so the last 20 minutes or so are going to be pure pain for them if it continues, although track temperature dropped a degree. We're down to 37 on the tarmac, 30 still in the air, so once the cooler temperatures come down, who knows what could happen. P2 with contact picked up on our tool, and just a bit clumsy there, I would say, Tim, from Aviles Diaz, just expecting the Porsche almost to disappear by the time it got to corner exit.
Yeah, and this is what I mean when I say that when you're trying to lap through lap traffic, when you're clearing all those back markers, you've got to do it both quickly and safely. You can't be taking these shortcuts. You can't just expect people to dive out of your way, because they're not going to. They're going to try and do it in a position that loses them the least amount of time to do so. So maybe that's something that Diaz needs to really consider here, is how quickly can they lap these back markers. Of course, Gutman got held up quite a lot, I'd say, for a car that was lapping significantly faster, but at the same time, the two cars were battling when Gutman came through. So it's one of those things where sometimes you have to bite the bullet and accept you're going to lose time no matter what you do. It's just best to opt into doing it safely so that you don't end up hitting a back marker, because that in itself can be very detrimental to your race. If you end up taking out a back marker on your way through, something that could have been avoided, the stewards are going to come down on you really hard for that, because you're not racing for positions. So maybe something for them to consider as this race continues. 21 hours left to go, more or less. You're going to see a lot of this as the race goes on and on here. But, we're approaching that pit window. Cars are getting to the point where they're quite eager to keep up this pace a lot, because you're in that vulnerable position where everyone's coming to the pit lanes. No one really knows what the right strategy is to do. When's the best time to pit? All they know is that they just basically need to push it as long as they possibly can. So really what they're hoping to do here is keep up as much pace as possible without it dropping off, and that prevents this fear that someone's going to overtake you in the pit lane if they maybe pitted slightly earlier than you. Because on the one hand, pitting early, it's not a great thing in terms of the long term. You're probably going to have to take an extra pit stop. It's going to set you miles off everyone else in terms of pit stops. But if you're one of the cars that's pitting as late as possible, and the cars ends up undercutting you during their pit stop and they're now ahead, that's going to really slow you down along the next stint, and it's actually going to end up affecting you badly in the long run as well. So multiple strategies coming into play here, as the Mercedes going for an overtake now on the 296. Was one of them trying to pit there, because it looked like the McLaren sitting at a really awkward point of the chicane, and with it the Mercedes is going to be able to get through. The number 82 of Lawson able to push themselves up a position. Was the McLaren trying to pit there, John, or did they just take a very messy final chicane?
I'd like to think it's the latter. I like to think it's just a very messy chicane. I mean, looking at their stint timer on my end, they've still got 58 minutes on the clock versus a limit, of course, of an hour and 5 minutes. Let's have a long race replay here, going all the way back to the run up to 130R, essentially. Mercedes, of course, in the tow, again, provided excellent slipstream, a bit of understeer by the looks of it through 130R, braking on about the right point, I would say. Just ran themselves a bit deep by the looks of it. Shortcutted, of course, the second part of the Casio triangle, and then it looked, he was going for the pit lane, it looked like, and just turned away. So very strange there. Maybe thought the car, has overcooked the tyres, maybe just not in its not in its ideal kind of, state. Maybe the brakes are a little bit cooked and they need to come down the pit lane to give them a call. Of course, the pads will need changing at some point during this race. I can't imagine any team is going to go all 24 on the same pad, so that's going to be a thing to factor in as well. But yeah, the number 296 looked like it was going for the pit lane and then turned away, which is very odd, because it would have had about 8 or 9 minutes left on the stint time. It could have gone at least another 1 to 2 laps before bringing it down to lane 3 if they were being really brave. But let's have a look this time by the Next Level Play racing car, see if they will come into the pit lane this time by. It looks like a very uncomfortable car through 130R, running very wide again, standing on the anchors probably a little bit earlier than anticipated this time by to get it drawn up for the Casio Triangle coming through, and they are indeed going for the pit lane, so moving out of the way of Timothy Flamger, although looks very close on pit entry. Looks like the front end of that McLaren has no bite at all, Tim.
Yeah, I think that they wanted to go into the pit lane there because the McLaren clearly not comfortable on those tyres right now. It just wasn't, like you said, the corners weren't hooking up the way they wanted them to. And I think because of that, the first time round, they just felt like they couldn't swing the car in safely enough. Probably didn't think they were able to stop in time, as well as now got the number 420 already peeling into the pits as well. But it was an interesting choice there, I think, from the 296, but luckily able to swing into the pits this second time round without too much trouble. But it was interesting because both times they struggled. Even that second time when they did manage to get into the pits, John, it was very sudden and almost last minute. It looked like they could have still swung around and missed the pits completely. So I'm wondering if there was a bit of communication from the team there. When should we be putting this car in the pits? Can we push it any longer? And they just decided, no, okay, the tyre's clearly affecting this car too much. You need to bring it in now, get on a fresh set. Pit stops, though, we're getting to that point. We've got 3 cars currently in the pits. The number 29 of Philip Kipler's Scuderia Ferrari team comes down the pit lane as well for their scheduled stop. And it looks like, John, most people now opting to pit just an hour after the last time they did so. My question is, though, does Gutman for the 969 play it as risky as they were before? And are they going to try and come in right on the limit yet again?
Yeah, I mean, there's no harm coming down the lane early by this point, is there? I mean, they have such a great lead over the Odox Motorsport car just behind them. They can afford to come in, just a couple of minutes under their stint timer, according to the car at the moment. They've got just under 6 minutes left, 5 minutes 50 on the clock. So they've got enough for 2 more laps or so before they do have to come down the lane. 35 seconds is the gap between themselves and Aviles Diaz in the Odox Motorsport car. They successfully navigated the traffic behind on that one. They got a little bit more traffic ahead. Looks like the number 23 of the Limitless Speed drivers, of course, crap at the wheel of that one at the moment. Being told from the chat, of course, the 23, we mentioned it earlier that the car was on a bit of an off cycle to begin with, and it has been off cycled even more by a disconnect, being confirmed by a few sources in the World Tour Split 1 chat. So very unfortunate. Again, we don't want to lose drivers to of course, disconnects, etc. But kudos to them for coming back. Obviously, 23 cars on the grid. There's still 23 cars in Split 1, so no retirements yet, and we are just over 3 hours into the race. Martin Ulrich, meanwhile, for McLeod Racing Team, will come down the lane, see if they will swap driver or whether Ulrich will go for a double. Pablo Cortel, fantastic double stint from this man for the Tire Sim Racing Esports car, all the way up into P5 after hustling the Lamborghini through the field and through some very tricky scenarios as well. So he'll more than likely give up the car. Roskam for Rebound Racing also brings his car down the lane, followed by Dixon Chen and Beerback. Of course, Beerback with a 15-second penalty. So that is going to be, of course, the detrimental thing for the 146. Expect them to slip back into the claws of the number 86. I can only imagine they'll put their fastest driver back in that car to try and claw some time back. Van Vichel, of course, down the lane as well on a similar cycle. So this is the kind of realm that we keep seeing, Tim, where cars are coming down the lane a little bit earlier than anticipated. But, of course, it keeps the Pirellis that little bit fresher. You don't hemorrhage as much time, and it makes the pit lane look wonderfully busy from up here in the comms box.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that mad pit lane rush that you expect to see, and then you get loads of cars in there at once, and they all come out at a similar time 2. We saw earlier a couple of cars coming in very close proximity to each other on the track, and the deltas only being a couple of tenths away from each other. And then they ended up coming out in slightly different orders, or even just the same order, but a lot closer as well. But this time round, it doesn't look like anyone's in too close of a fight. They're all on their different parts of the track. They're on their different laps as well, so not going to be too much of a battle on the exit of the pit lane there, as Carlos Classier comes out of the pits for the 256 car. Rebound Racing back onto the track, switching out from Roscan there. So some driver changes going through as we come into that next hour in the race, and 20 hours and 46 minutes left to go, John. You do start to wonder, what is the strategy for a lot of these teams forward? Because we've only really seen 1 or 2 drivers for a lot of these teams. Do we see those same drivers rotated around the first couple of hours, like with Wheelie Slow Racing when we were talking to Kevin earlier, or are we just going to see a whole mix of drivers throughout the whole 24 hours?
Yeah, I think we're going to see, of course, set drivers have set tasks, essentially. Of course, we spoke earlier on to Frederick Gutman, of course, the little pre-interview I did with him, where he gave us an insight into what is going on in the SPHE Motorsport camp. Of course, himself and Tim Rule will be taking the majority of the night stint, so they're probably going to be out of the car very shortly. We'll start seeing the other 2 drivers emerge of Boris Bitterralf and, of course, Max Shea. They will take over the car for the next few hours between them before, of course, Frederick Gutman and Tim Rule come back in nicely rested for the night stint. That's going to be the hardest one to pull off. Just want to touch again, we spoke earlier about the risky strategy of SPH Motorsport. Going for another lap, 2 minutes 30 on the clock when they cross pit lane. They have a 30-second grace between themselves and the end of the stint timer, so providing they don't get held up or spin multiple times in a lap, which I can imagine they would never ever do with the commanding pace they've got at the moment, they should see themselves set to go all the way to the end of the timer, all bar 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Timothy Flamger for Alpha Simsport, a fantastic double stint for the American driver in this car, comes down the lane. He'll probably be handing the reins over to one of his 3 teammates, should we say, Warner, Clifford, or Carpenter. We've of course seen Warner from the beginning. Clifford and Carpenter yet to show their face, so they could be maybe the elected drivers for the night stints. All is busy down in pit lane. Of course, Perez back into the 121 Odox car, Kadzila into the number 420. Svenchek takes over the number 41, and Rubia back into the 134, Walerius into the Sim Brothers car, and Calatayud takes over Rebound Racing. Meanwhile, Fernandez back in the E1 Simsport car, and Christian Nesmian into the number 146, and that of course rounds out your top 10. Cassiaro into the Thomas Enger car, Chris Picker back into the number 911 Team Shumi Skins, and Zaza still in that 712, just as Frederick Gutman comes down into the pit lane. It's a quad stint, of course, from Zaza from the get-go. He's not giving up that seat at all, is he, Tim?
No, they're absolutely just leaving this till the last minute on the 969, and I hope for their sake, John, that luck isn't going to run out and they're not going to make a mistake very soon, as that would be very detrimental to their race there. But Gutman again pushing that stint to the absolute limit. Well, earlier we heard from Kevin Boss and the Wheelie Slow Racing team in Split 2. We now have another team member from the Split 2 race as well. This is from car number 666, and we've got a driver who goes by the name Newbie Kings joining us for an interview. Welcome into the booth, and how's the race going for you guys in Split 2 at the moment?
It's been going strong. We went from P25 all the way to P4. You can call me Nick, by the way. But yeah, it's been really good. We have very good competitors around us. We have the car 117 that we appreciate a lot, the car 777, both really good competitors, and we basically just have been, very keen. We've not had issues with the train. The only issues we had is just difficulties trying to fight for positions, mainly because of the fact that Suzuka being a very hard track to overtake really puts up a lot of challenges and definitely chews through a lot of the tires, as I have definitely experienced here.
You said you started all the way down in, was it P25? And you've since climbed all the way up to P13. That's a lot of climbing, and well done in doing so. Was there a problem in qualifying, or have you just had a really good race pace so far?
I think we just were able to keep it clean. We have not had a single penalty. We didn't have any sort of haven't been caught up in any incidents that we had right now. So seeing the grid basically having penalties down the field, we just keep our nose clean. Make sure that we don't have any penalties, no drive-throughs. We don't even have a warning right now, and the team's just going strong. I think two of our fastest drivers are in the car right now. We do expect us to maybe maintain, maybe fall back a little bit, but if we don't get any penalties, we don't get caught up in any incidents, we expect to be where we are right now. We did a lot of planning. We have our stints covered all for the dry and the wets. So hopefully, if things really go south, we have everything prepared for, and I think that will definitely be very beneficial for us as a team.
Well, it sounds like you've got things planned out really, really well, and it also sounds like things have been going really well for you so far as well. We've heard from a lot of the different teams so far that tyre wear has been a huge issue, especially with the high track temperatures. Is that something that you guys have struggled with? Have you had any problems with how the car's handled and the tyre wear, or is that something that's not really affected you in this race so far?
Definitely, especially coming down to the very last 10 minutes of the stint, my tires are basically on ice. But my other driver right now, coming into their second stint, they've reported that the stint starts to get a bit hard in 30 minutes, but it's not as hard as it's not as difficult as I am. I start to lose control with 10 minutes remaining. I had to turn up my TC, brake bias all the way forward, just to make sure I don't spin out. And I think the competitors that were around me definitely have seen the struggles that I've been doing just to try to keep it on track.
Well, I'm going to pass you over to John Dalton here. John, do you have any questions for Nick and the rest of the team at the 666?
It's a pretty comprehensive interview there, Tim. Pretty much covered all my burning questions that I had. My only question is, who is getting the dreaded night stints out of your team? Have you got enough people to cover it all, or is it going to be a two-man effort overnight?
Oh, it's because the best thing about our team is that we're pretty international. Me and my other teammate that have not been driven here come from Malaysia. So when during our night stints for our American as well as European drivers, we will take over. So right now it's gonna be midnight in a minute's time. So it's our turn to take a break, our turn to take a nap as our teammates drive along the night. And then by the time it's morning for us, I'll be hopping on for our midnight stint in game, where it's gonna be 8 in the morning, and then we'll start to fill out our times and then hand it back to our European drivers as we end the race.
Yeah, such a good way of doing it. We spoke earlier about the international aspect of some teams enabling you guys to always kind of remain fresh no matter what time of the day it is. You can easily chop and change the drivers about. Pretty much covered it all for me, Tim. I'll pass back to you.
Well, just before we let you go, Nick, is there anyone you want to shout out and anything that you want to say whilst you're on the stream, talking to all of our loving fans at RCI?
Yeah, RCI has been very amazing. I've been looking up to RCI as the de facto standards of league racing, and it's always nice to be competing here. We have a lot of very great drivers, a lot of very good competitors. We do have some shenanigans once in a while, but hey, what league does not have those kind of shenanigans? But hey, I've been enjoying it. Having very good racing drivers in 777, in 117, in Split 2, and it's been fun being here. And shout out to KVH Motorsports. We had a very good team, very strong. We prepare really well, and delivery for the Wulu car is very, very fun. And shout out to all my drivers that have been working really hard to make sure that we are able to compete, and hopefully we are able to secure our good points that we have coming around here.
Well, it sounds like you've had a really good race so far, and well done for that, and good luck for the rest of the 24 hours as well. We wish you the best of luck with the rest of your race.
Thank you.
And that wraps up another interview from the Split 2. That was Nick, who drives for the 666 team, currently running in P13 after starting in P25. So they've had a great race so far, haven't they, John? And they just sort of echoed that point of, if you don't make mistakes, if you keep yourself out of trouble, you can climb a whole lot of positions very quickly.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You kind of prey on the other's misfortune, as cruel as it sounds. But, someone's loss is definitely your gain in the game of endurance racing. And, great to hear the kind words from Nick there about the RCI community and, of course, everyone involved. Whether it's you guys at home watching along with the broadcast, cheering on your favourite teams, whether you're competing in the races or, you're just in the background lurking, we appreciate each and every one of you. And a big shout out to all the staff members, of course, that make this possible among everybody else. It's great to be kind of, considered at the peak of ACC organisation, should we say, during the late stage that is the game. And of course, with Nürburgring Nordschleife announced just last week, there's more to come from us here at RCI yet. So, don't tune away. Keep your eye on us, and we'll be bringing you many more events to come. Of course, if you want to get involved with us here at RCI, you can do so by heading on over to racerci.com. On the website, of course, you'll find every single event that we offer, whether it be ACC or iRacing that we're dipping our toe into as well. So if you are an iRacing platform person that stumbled on into the stream, be sure to check that out and see if there's an event that looks like it's your cup of tea. Of course, alongside ACC and iRacing, we're also dipping our toe into the EA Sports WRC title. That's exclusively over on our Discord. And a big mistake there from the Sim Brothers racing car. That's Walerius at the wheel. Currently, that's going to allow Carlos Calatayud to come up alongside going into Degna 1. We've seen cars go through here side by side before, and it doesn't always end well. But Carlos over the curb and Walerius into the gravel. That Holton's a lot of speed on the Sim Brothers car. And Rebound Racing up into P7. Sim Brothers down into P8. But again, capitalizing on others' misfortune. That's exactly what Carlos Calatayud did there. And just a dip of the wheel into turn 7, the Dunlop curve for Walerius just sent him sideways, and that was enough momentum loss to allow Carlos with a much smoother run alongside. And of course, once you've got the inside line into Degna 1, it's essentially your corner. It's very hard to go side by side there, as Walerius proves it, dipping a wheel into the gravel. But no harm, no foul. Everybody gets away all unscathed. A few bits of pride maybe dented, but cars untouched. So they will continue on to fight for the next 20 and a half hours. But of course, the EA Sports WRC events are exclusively in our Discord, so you can find a link to that down below. Get on in to the channel, select your role as EA WRC, and you should see the boards appear for Rally Club International, still playing on the RCI here. Whether we're race or rally, it's still an R at the front of the name. And of course, our partners that do happen to make everything possible here at RCI. AK Esports, of course, a leading Italian company in esports management and organization across the world, as well as providing our service solutions here at RCI. So check them out if you do believe they can help your organization proceed forward with your events. Driver61.com, of course, we offer 25% off your driver coaching by using our discount code in the description below. Head on over to driver61.com, and I'm sure they've got a course that would suit you down to a T. Fanatec, of course, need no introduction on who they are, what they do, but one of the leading brands in dedicated sim racing hardware. And we do have an affiliate link down below. So if you are looking to pick up any new hardware across the Christmas period, be sure to use that, because it does drop a few pennies into the RCI pocket. That means we can provide you with excellent events such as the World Tour. 2 new members, of course, for the partners of RCI this year. digitalmotorsports.com, offering a number of products and services from virtual driving experiences all the way up to complete turnkey sim rig solutions. Head on over to their website if you believe they can help you at all. And lastly, but no means least, Go Setups, formed to be, of course, one of the premium esports setup stores for ACC. Their primary aim, of course, to create setups for all skill levels, whether you're esports ready or looking for a safer alternative for your favorite car. Of course, featuring a plethora of esports stars, you can be sure the setup you choose has extensive hours behind it. As we take some looks at the crowds here at Suzuka today, looking a bit sparse in the grandstands, but don't let that fool you. Action aplenty here. And it's, of course, coming up to that time after the pit stops have cycled through, which they have. Of course, we've got some drivers in, some drivers out. Boris Bitteralf takes over the SPHE Motorsports car. Carpenter in the Alpha Sim Sport car. And many other names up and down the grid. Svenchek and Rubio, Walerius, Calatayud, Fernandez, Nesmian and Jorgensen, to name a few. Chris Picker, of course, back in the 911. And as such, with the pit stop cycling through, it's time to cycle the broadcast booth through as well. Unfortunately, Tim Peck will be departing us due to real-life commitments, and it will be myself, I believe, and Jesse Lee to take you through the next couple of hours before I will depart in 2 hours' time, and then we'll see who we have on the RCI talent roster to take over the show. Bear with us, turn your speakers up for a good sound experience, and we'll be right back with you after the break. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 live here on RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Suzuka, owned by Honda Motor Co Limited and featuring very fast and technical sectors, plays host to round 4 today, just over 5.8 kilometers in length with 18 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me is Jesse Lee, and behind the cameras on double duty is also Jesse Lee. And of course, a big hello to all of our live stewards. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back, and thank you for that long intro so I could set up the mics. John Dalton, hello, I'm Jesse Lee, and, well, it's been an interesting 4 hours leading up to this point as Kaladian and Nesmian have yet another battle. The N&M competition car trying to get around Kaladian, and in fact has done. I believe Carlos yielded ever so slightly. We've seen a lot of that today, haven't we, John? Being completely honest, the start was anybody's game, but after that I think everyone sort of settled into a groove just a little bit. Several cars giving up positions willingly, and it's gone both ways, back and forth. That's kind of what you would expect out of a 24-hour race.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? You know, the first hour or so, everybody kind of starts taking chunks out of each other to try and find their ideal kind of track position. Of course, drivers have changed between practice, qualifying and the race, maybe. So, you know, the pace that was set in qualifying isn't maybe representative of your starting driver. So they naturally then will get shuffled down the grid. And then it kind of reaches this kind of lull phase where everybody's kind of found their pace. They found their gap they need to sit in. And then they just pound around, essentially almost hot lapping by this point, just trying to be as perfect as they can be, minimize time loss, minimize, of course, any track cut penalties or warnings, or getting involved in cars that they aren't necessarily fighting. Of course, like you said, Calatayud there yielding essentially in 130R to Nesmian in the number 146, and the 146 has had some super pace today, Jesse, but just being caught out, of course, by a 5-second penalty in qualifying. They then picked up a drive-through very early on in the race, and then slapped with another penalty just before the last round of pit stops as well. So kind of, if they kept their nose clean, Jesse, they could have been easily, I'd say, top 5 by this point.
No, John, you're absolutely right, and that's the unfortunate thing for N&M competition is they've shown they're the fastest car and that they've maintained pretty darn good pace throughout the entire stint, and they've been picking up these positions. They got back in the top 10 about an hour and a half ago, and then of course they had the 15 seconds, as you said, most recently they had to deal with, so that was tacked on to the end of their pit stop, which meant that they could have been running a 1 minute 8, 1:09, 1:10 on pit lane. They instead ran a 1 minute 30 down the pit lane because of that extra 15 seconds of stops, which would have still made a slightly slower stop. That means they ran a 1:15 down pit lane normally, and then the other 15 seconds. So all that hasn't helped them, but they're not giving up. They keep battling back, and now they're threatening Valerius up inside the top 7 positions now, trying to get that done. And, I mean, Nesmian has just left Kaladian. And I thought Kaladian may have gotten out of the way, and maybe he did just a little bit, trying to manage their own race. But also, too, Christian is just so wicked quick. And look at that. The snap of that Ferrari doesn't really matter too much. Valerius here, I'm curious how they're going to play this for 7th place here.
Yeah, it won't surprise me if Valerius kind of yields eventually as soon as the Ferrari gets a nose up the inside. It's going to be the kind of the given point, should we say, but all the meanwhile running in a little bit of a train. Of course, the 146 with some big rear aero damage last time through the pit stop, which would probably explain the slightly slower stop after being collected by the 91 through turn 2.
Oh, yes.
Saw a fantastic drift, being able to hold on to that Ferrari all the way through the turn, ruining the rear Pirellis. A flash of the lights there from Nesmian kind of insinuates that he wants to get a move on. He wants to get past the Sim Brothers car and try and progress their way up towards the number 420 that has Kadzelia in that car at the moment. Of course, the Simulation car started off very well at the front of the grid with the Alpha Sim Sport entry, but unfortunately finding their way down into P6 so far. Of course, Svenček in the number 41 McLeod racing car hasn't managed to overtake them, and Ed Rubia in the number 134 Lamborghini as well. The Tyre Sim Racing entry finds their way to the top through 130R they go. Looks like both cars fairly equal pace. Will a dive be had into the Casio triangle? No, they seem to go neck and neck, although Walerius has braked a little bit too late. That's going to hamper his run out of the corner. Nesbian goes for the old up and under, tries to get the old switcheroo done, but wants to maximize the exit, tucks into the draft of the Sim Brothers McLaren and down into turn 1. We've seen it being done a few times, but I don't think the straight line speed of that Ferrari is as strong as the McLaren. He pulls out to the inside, although no overlap to be had, and Walerius of course holds the racing line, but Walerius looks like he's struggling to hit the apex, Jesse, whereas that Ferrari looks much more dartier on the front end through these turns.
Certainly does. Looks like they're able to point the car. I was saying just about a lap ago, Nesbian, I think, sort of missed the corner a little bit, or maybe went a little bit too hot, and the front of that Ferrari started to dart around just a little bit, but it didn't matter. He still made up time on board Walerius and the Sim Brothers Racing McLaren. So even though it seems a bit unruly, or at least to our eye it looks a little bit unruly at times, it's still way quicker, and you just got to be patient here. They've got themselves in trouble with a couple of penalties. They don't really want another one. They're still in a position they could probably recover in somewhat easily. I use that very generously, of course, but somewhat easily get a top 5 here, and who knows if they're able to make it mistake-free to the checkered flag tomorrow afternoon. Who can really tell a car this quick? But they've got to make these passes cleanly is the important thing, and that's something that hasn't always been a given. It starts right here. It's a tough opponent. Walerius, I think, has made their point. Oh, and it's going to be a big slide, a huge slide for Nesbian. And they almost lose it in Spoon. They might as well have lost it. A half spin, not fully around. They get away with it here, though, but that's going to absolutely damage those Pirelli P0s.
Yeah, that's going to be, detrimenting to Nesbian's attempts at catching Walerius. Yeah, just caught too much curb, maybe hit the throttle too hard, and the Ferrari 296, those of you that haven't driven it yet still, it does drive a bit like a Group C car. The turbo does take a while to spool, and when it does give this big kind of kick towards the car on corner exit. So possibly what has happened there on the curb, the turbo spooled at the wrong point, wheels have lit up, maybe, low traction control there, kind of halfway through the stint now, so tires will be, at the kind of not so optimum point, should we say. Of course, 30 degrees in the air, 36 down on the track, so still relatively warm for an ACC race, and maybe just lost the rear end that way. But not the first time we've seen a Ferrari go around today, so maybe not the chosen platform for a beginner-friendly team so much. Maybe do need to be careful on this car, biting you quite hard in the rear. Meanwhile, down the back of the field, it looks like a fight is emerging between Zaza and Bendel here for the E1 SimSport car, the number 90 and the 712. Of course, we touched earlier on in the broadcast, and we'll keep touching on this, but the 712 with a 2-man entry, and Zaza, I think, is quadruple stint at this point. Jesse, am I right in saying? 4 stints solid since the green.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is exactly that. It is a quadruple stint that they have done to this point. Just about the most insane thing I have ever seen. But you know what? Talking about Zaza, sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. It's a 2-man team. They've got Brian Anderson, who has, to our knowledge, has not driven the car thus far. But this is designed. Claudio's not doing this because they're flexing. Claudio's not doing this for any other reason other than the fact that they're a 2-man team at Zaza Racing, and they have to do this. And one of the hardest things, I mean, you know this, John, as a racer, you do what needs to be done. And as an American, that usually means running the night stints while the Europeans are asleep. But for Zaza and Anderson, they would have come to this conclusion of, all right, I'm going to run X many hours in a row. Maybe you get in. And, I mean, now the question becomes more, Brian Anderson's got to get in at some point, right? Do they run a 4-hour stint? That'd be insane. I don't think in my entire racing career I've ever seen, or broadcasting career for that matter, I don't think I've ever seen teammates back-to-back quad stint a car. That is such a weird strategy Now, I know I've seen drivers one-man races and get disqualified at the finish line. I've seen that before, but I don't think I've ever seen back-to-back quad stints. That would be brand new. There's no indication that Anderson's going to do that, of course, but Zaza has done that to this point, and I wonder if maybe that's their strat, 4 on, 4 off, or maybe Zaza is just trying to get to a point where Anderson is available. You never know. Maybe he had to work on a Saturday. Maybe just wasn't available for the early shifts. Maybe Zaza wants to have a nap later, something like that. Whatever the strategy is, they're making it work. The most common configuration of a two-man team is you run 12 hours apiece, but you do 1 on, 1 off to keep each other fresh. I can't imagine what Claudio's going to feel like tomorrow. His arms are going to be on fire.
Yeah, he's going to be absolutely beat, I would say, from piloting the car for 4 hours solid. I mean, I don't know anybody at home if you've ever sat and done a 4-hour session solid, like not pausing, stepping away, not jumping back to the garage to tweak your setup, just 4 hours solid around a circuit. And especially Suzuka, it's a very, fast-flowing, complex circuit, plenty of corners here, 18 turns in total to get the car around. So it's not like Spa or Monza where you have the big straights between the corners. Even Watkins Glen has the big kind of rest periods between certain sections, but Suzuka is a very full-on circuit, and I mean, it's a very ironic statement across the rear wing, broken bone sim racing, and I can only imagine that's how Zaza is going to be feeling in his car currently at the moment. But yeah, if they manage to do back-to-back 4 hours apiece, even if he puts in a five-hour stint, Zaza, it's going to be crazy to see. And like you say, we've seen other...
There is no way Zaza quintuple stints that race car, and if he does... I'm gonna need to solve him. I'm gonna need him to solve a CAPTCHA, put the puzzle piece in the hole, pick out the things that are sidewalks. Because that just is that is almost unhuman. And it may sound simple for people that don't race, like, oh, what's so hard about driving? They're not just driving. They're competing at a very high level. Keep in mind, 2 splits going on for the 24 Suzuka. This is the top split of that. So this is the fastest of the fast, the best of the best. And they're out there doing a quad stint at this point. Lord only knows what they could potentially end up doing here and what the strategy actually is. It's going to be interesting to follow that, especially into the overnight, to see what exactly happens in this race. I mean, you never know. There's no rule that says they can't run 6 hours in a row. But that would be almost purgatory feeling. And the one thing about drivers that is not really appreciated is if you're a racing driver, it doesn't matter if you're virtual or real, you get conditioned to drive certain distances. Anything past that distance feels like purgatory. It feels like an eternity. Trust me, I've ran the Coca-Cola 600. We usually run a season in 400 and 500 mile races. That extra 100 miles, that might as well have been the Le Mans 24. For all I know, in the middle of that, there was a Le Mans 24-hour race. That's how much longer that extra 100 miles feels every single year. And it's the same thing with this. If you're running our LFM races, or if you're running our league races, something like that, and you come out here and you run 4 or 5 hours straight, and you look up at the clock and only a few hours have gone by, that is purgatory. But again, this is by design their strategy, so we will see how that works. I would love to hear from Zaza after the race about how they feel, and Anderson too, for that matter. Hopefully we can get that interview tomorrow afternoon. Christian Nesbitt has settled in right behind Walerius. No pass being made here. The other problem with that is Carlos Claudia, that sort of gave up a little bit to Nesbitt, has now just about re-caught Walerius and Nesbitt at this stage in the race. And how many times have we seen 3 cars? Normally it's a tandem. Looks like Nesbitt looking down to the inside, and he's going to just get it handed to him. Walerius realized they were going to be tied as they exited the Dunlop curve. Did not want to get in a side-by-side around the Degners. Considering the contact we've seen today, John, probably a smart decision there.
Yeah, probably very heads-up driving from Walerius. He made it awkward for Nesbian, but only just about enough, and swooping around the outside, the number 146 goes. They're now free to, of course, charge on to the back of the Simulation number 420 car. Of course, Kalatiud has given up position twice to Nesbian now after spinning, of course, in Spoon 2. Carlos went back through and then later on again got back through on him. We have got a drive-through just flashed up for the number 29. That's Kip down in P21 at the moment. Just scrolling down to the stewards board to see if there's any report, and there isn't. So I can only assume, judging by where they are, picked up maybe a cut in the Degna 1 or Degna 2 corners where it's so easy just to run that little bit wide. And now Kalatiud has caught Walerius into 130R and the Casio triangle hopping over the curbs. He'd be very generous on the inside curb usage, but not too generous as we saw earlier with Robert Arlavi finding his way to driver's left. And TV cams making it look like it's closer than it really is in reality, because Walerius now looks like he's a mile up the road and he is a second to the good. So maybe the effect of the braking zone as you go into a corner, of course, making the gap seem a lot less, although Walerius runs a bit too deep into turn 1. That allows Carlos to have another sniff at the diffuser of the Sim Brothers Racing McLaren, and the Rebound Racing driver at the moment doing everything the team has probably asked him to do. Keep Walerius in sight, make a pass if you can, but don't make it too dangerous, as we see a couple of white flags out for the 29 and the 969, both in two separate areas of the course. I think the 969 was maybe a timing bug, because that is, of course, the race leader, and he hasn't stopped on circuit, so might just be ACC being ACC as always. The number 29, Kip, down the pit lane to serve his drive-through penalty, and of course that will later on transpire into a pit stop. We're not too far away from those at the moment. I believe we're about 23 minutes roughly if you take the race leader's stop on that one. But yeah, action aplenty at the moment as Rebound Racing, of course, gets very close to Walerius through the hairpin of turn 11. They will go through the swooper of 12, running up to Spoon Corner. Of course, it's always awkward, isn't it, Jesse, when you're trying to battle a car and the other car is the exact same manufacturer. It's a McLaren 720S Evo, and you then have to come down to, where can I find the advantage on this guy? What is he struggling with? What am I better at? You sit and you analyze lap after lap after lap, and then you finally make your move. And Kip's drive-through penalty has turned into a stop-go 30, Jesse, speeding in the pit lane. I can only assume it's gone bad to worse for the number 29 entrant.
Yeah, it sure has. It's not been a particularly great race for the number 29. It's not gone to plan here either. Doing the right thing, trying to serve the penalty, get it over and done with, but speeding into the pit lane, and we see it all the time. Your head's not in the right place after you get a penalty like that, because you're basically, what that penalty's doing, it's taking you out of position, it's taking you out of whatever fight you did have, or it's ruining whatever progress you were making at the time. So your head's not in the right place. You come down pit lane, and that's that lapse of judgment that just gets you into trouble. And two, also, even if you're not distracted in any way, it can be equally just as bad, because any trip down pit lane could end in disaster. You could get it wrong, get into the grass, slide through the timing zone, and of course the limiter doesn't work in that instance, so you can get it that way as well. So limiting your time down pit road, not only good for your overall strategy, it's good for your luck as well. So unfortunate for them. Proud to say we started with 23 cars in the top split. There's more in the split 2, of course. There was the consideration of merging the splits. The drivers on both parts agreed to not merge the splits via a vote, which is typically how we do things here at Racing Club International. And what happened is we ran the two splits as usual, as the season has been going. We started with 23 in the top split. We still have all 23 thus far, though surely now that I've mentioned that, I will surely jinx it.
Curse of the commentator, more than likely going to happen, I would say, on that one. But yeah, kudos to all 23 drivers in split 1 for staying, and if split 2 is equally the same numbers and everybody has stayed and no retirements over there, then kudos to all of you as well. It's going to be a very tough next 20 hours, and we can only imagine, you know, how tricky it is for you guys organizing your teams, your drivers, who's doing what and when, who's sleeping, who's eating dinner and when, and, you know, what is going on in the camps. It's one of those things. It's logistically a bit of a nightmare, but again, if you've got international drivers, then it makes it even more easier. Kip in the pit lane serving his stop go 30. That's going to feel like like an eternity when you're sat there just listening to every car come past you. And it looks like Sim Brothers have called it a little bit earlier than anticipated. They are down the pit lane now for their scheduled pit stop. And if you do follow the logic of the Carlos car, there's about 15 minutes or so left on the race timer before he has to come down pit lane. So Sim Brothers may be on a little bit of
Oh, he
off
missed
sequence.
the corner.
Yeah, Christian Nesmian almost making up another position in the Casio
does?
Triangle,
Oh.
and Kadzila, I think, does he get the run into turn one? He must do. Yeah, the speed overlap looks way too good. The number 420 Simulation car slips down another position, this time down into P7. Christian Nesmian does go up the inside into 1, gets it on the anchors for 2, and manages to retain the position. So fantastic pace from the 420 car from the get-go, with Lipka at the wheel. Very fast pit stop, handing the car over to fellow teammates, but ever since just slowly slipped down the order. They're currently down in P7. They're going to want to try and improve later on in the race if they can. Definitely pace in the 420 car, especially after giving it to Chris Warner throughout the opening stage of the race, putting pressure on them before the 969 SPHE Motorsport car found their way to the front of the grid. Meanwhile, a little fight forming here. This is between, this is essentially for P14 you're seeing on your screen at the moment. This is Karpov at the back of the field. You've got Zorozic in the middle, and then you've got Montero at the helm in the Mercedes number 82 Broken Bone Sim Racing car. Of course, this is going to be a good fight that kind of emerges. 3 manufacturers, of course, Mercedes, Lamborghini, and McLaren, all involved here. So one car is going to have an advantage, another car may not have said advantage, and it's going to make for some interesting fights. The 545 showed some good pace at the beginning. Unfortunately, a few incidents caught up, has shuffled them back down the field as well. And an indicator I think I'm seeing from Zorozic there on the car, it could be misled. It might have been the sunlight glistening off the rear light. It has since been turned off, so not sure what that was. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me here, but scenes on board Karpov's car as they head up to the hairpin. Of course, no driver is close enough to make a move at the moment, although it would be a very ambitious lunge. Looks like the McLaren is a bit quicker through the mid-corner than the Lamborghini, but of course the naturally aspirated engine of the Lamborghini picks up much better out of turn 11. The McLaren, of course, waiting for the turbos to spool before the power comes in. So two very different cars, two very different ways of driving them, and I'm sure this fight will be settled on pit lane very shortly, Jesse.
Yeah, one thing I've just noticed too that I didn't quite expect this early in the afternoon. It's only 4 p.m. in sim time here at Suzuka, and sunsets at 8 p.m. thereabouts. And the problem with that is the sun's already becoming a problem. Off of some of these corners, it's glaring off of the other cars, and it's glaring off of the racetrack. And if you're racing as close as Karpov is right here with Zorozic, that could be a problem because it's blinding, and entering Spoon in particular, I noticed it was quite bad. And that's really not great because we're still 4 hours away from sunset, and the sun is at such an angle in some of these corners that it's flashbanging the race at this time is what it looks like. And yeah, right here that's not great. It's at a weird angle where it's hitting off the dirty windscreens, it's hitting off of the racetrack, and that has got to be frustrating for the drivers, and it's only going to get worse. It'll get better in 4 hours, but for the next 4 hours, it's something that you're going to have to keep track of. I noticed that because we've had this lovely bright sunshine, that the sun, doesn't really complain about the weather, but just recently, look at this. As the sun gets lower, that's going to become a bigger issue. So the bright sunshine, a blessing and a little bit of a curse here. We have had consistent weather throughout the session thus far. Partly cloudy is the weather call. The track's optimum, a little bit warm for some drivers. You have documented that some of the teams were talking about not being able to run no traction control because the track's so slick, because it is so warm. There is a slight 3-kilometer breeze out of the west, I do believe that is. It's blowing up in the Spoon, in fact, is what it's doing. But beyond that, there's nothing really to complain about. But the drivers, one of the things they don't talk about a lot is the sun and how it affects the race, but it will come into play here more and more as the evening progresses. Several cars into the pit lane. Alex Krupp and Philip Kipp into the pit lane. I don't know if Kipp left the pit lane after that penalty, or if they've just been sat there for quite a time. I'm unsure.
So I think they may have left, or may have stayed in the pit lane even, because lap 114 they served a 1 minute 6 stop, which is of course about a stop go 30 without fuel and tyres, of course. And then they have since been back into the pit lane on lap 116 with a null time. So I'm wondering if they've had a disconnect, maybe got back into the server, and that's where they find themselves until their controls, of course, unlock. Meanwhile, Ferrari on Ferrari action here. This is Emo Plate versus Bernard Bendel, the number 90 car, the E1 SimSport fluoro yellow entry. To the inside they go into turn 1. Doesn't look like he had the overlap to begin with, so kind of hampered his run a little bit through the corner, whereas the car ahead, the Emo Plate car, managed to get the swooping line and the much faster line through 1 into 2. But this is for P17. Of course, the car ahead is Ernstrom, being the Sim Brothers racing car. Again, they're a little bit out of sequence, so once the majority of the field pit ahead of them, should see the Sim Brothers car up into the top 10 again, at least on that one. Just an update from our favourite liveried car as well, the Chris Picker number 911. We've not heard much from the Shumi Skins entry so far. They're currently residing in P12. They're a little bit in no man's land. They've got kind of Fernandez ahead, and they've got Montero behind, 16 seconds to the good. So they're having a nice afternoon, just kind of leisurely hot lapping, should we say, managing their car as they are. Tim Peck managed to get the inside scoop for the Porsches that after about 40 minutes, the tyres tend to drop off. We heard from the Kvetch Motorsports driver Nick earlier on. He mentioned the last 10 minutes of his stint is a bit of a struggle, so the Porsches not being too kind on their tyres. Of course, all the weight over the rear axle, there's a lot of kind of slow to medium speed corners you have to scrabble the car out of very quickly, and that could be burning up those rear Pirellis. Meanwhile, Karpov still not found his way past Zorozic, but at the same time, Ernstrom at the back of this queue still with them as well, as Karpov runs himself too deep once again into the Casio Triangle. It's not the first time we've seen the next level play car come a cropper in the Casio Triangle, Jesse. I'm wondering, have they closed up their brake ducts maybe a little bit too much for this early stage of the race, but then come the latter half of the race, of course, when temperatures drop through the night, could that be a blessing? Are they going to be able to keep much more tyre temperature into the core of the Pirelli? And then, of course, the brakes are that little bit warmer through the night as well. I think only time will tell, but at the moment, it looks like they got braking problems.
Yeah, something very clearly going awry with that car right now. But I had that thought as well, partner, about some of these cars that aren't handling necessarily the best. You know, our pole sitter in third place right now. I was thinking about them, Chris Warner, and how quick they were. Is that car set up to deal with cooler temperatures? Is it set up for the long game? And is that why they haven't really? I mean, they've been fighting people. Don't get me wrong, but it hasn't looked forced on their end in any way, that 224 car. So I wonder just a little bit if this is a symptom of their car now, and they hope to make some of that up later on in the race, or maybe if they are having a problem, will it correct itself? You talk about the brake ducts of some of these cars as well. It's a very good point, and I would reckon some of that, all of that probably, is setup based. We saw two McLarens racing head-to-head earlier. They had a similar, well, they were completely opposite the way they were handling, and that comes back to the setup. Identical cars, handling completely differently. That's all down to setup. That's all down to the driver behind the wheel as well. Speaking of the driver behind the wheel, unfortunately, we have lost Alex Krapp and the Limitless Speed Drivers 23. Now, I saw that car sitting into the pit lane, and it disappeared. So some sort of issue there that has led the Limitless Speed Drivers McLaren to retire from this race. That was the team with Lang, Hartman, Aaron Trout, Krapp, and Daniel Materzinski behind the wheel. And we have down one team, and I will take full responsibility for that because I said we hadn't lost a team. 10 minutes later, we had lost a team.
I did say as well, curse of the commentator is going to strike, and it certainly did in that sense. So limitless speed drivers, unfortunately, out of the runnings for now. Whether or not they'll come back later on, who knows? But at this point, it's probably not worth continuing. Hey, Jesse. Hey, Jesse.
You know how the commentator's curse is a powerful thing.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't it be horrible if it rained at some point this evening?
Would be very horrible, in fact. I mean, when the server switched from qualifying to the race, if you remember, before we obviously did our traditional server restart, it was raining on the grid.
Yeah.
Some of you will remember if you're here in the early days of the broadcast, of course. Could that be, you know, in the back of people's minds today? Are some of these cars set up for a more of a hybrid wet-dry race, or, you know, some drivers will be edging more towards the dry end of the setup, which is probably why they're very, very quick at the moment. Although if the heavens open, should we say, if they open later on in the race, could it come back to bite them? You know, are they going to have no grip at all? And we'll start seeing some other cars kind of propelling their way forward. Only time will tell, as you said, Jesse. Temperature is dropping quite rapidly. 29 degrees in the air now, 35 down on the track. So this is going to be the awkward time for those people that are pitting to adjust, obviously, their tyre pressures. And the Garage 59, or should we say the Simulation entry, is down the lane at the moment for their mandatory stop. The number 420, of course, started off very good, although has fallen down the order ever since the second or third pit stop or so. Looking about 8 minutes before the drivers are out of driving time, those that are kind of pushing the envelope, should we say, all the way to the end. So we'll start seeing a lot more drivers down the lane. Karpov pulls himself from the fight with Zorozic, Montero, and of course Ernstrom, so he'll naturally tumble down the order for the next level play racing car. Probably give those brakes a little bit of a breather down pit lane as well to cool off. And Broken Bone Sim Racing, Montero still leads the train through the S as they go. Of course, Marshall waving a blue flag furiously. That's going to be for the Ed Rubia number 134 car. Svenchek down the lane for the McLeod Racing Team. Indeed, this is a little bit early for these guys. I'm wondering, Svenchek, if you remember last time, Jesse Lee had no force feedback for, I think it was Bathurst from memory, and drove a double or maybe even nearly a triple stint with no force feedback in his wheels. So wondering if the Gremlins have come back to haunt him. Hopefully not, and hopefully this is just a routine driver change and pit stop. Next Level Play Racing gets off the jacks and underway they go through the pit lane. And the number 420, it's gone from bad to worse. A drive-through penalty, Jesse. That could only be for speeding in the pit lane. And as soon as they left the lane, it's popped up. Actually, where are they on the circuit? They're at the hairpin, so that's going to be a track cut for Degner, I would say.
Oh, let's see. Let's do something here. This is going to be a long replay. My favorite thing. They're out of the pit lane is Adam Ostrishart. Let's see. Nothing unusual there, unless it happened coming out of the pit lane. We'll go to Helicam here and take a look and see if any of this looks odd here, John. Because this is all fine. Everything's completely neat, controlled by the 420, exactly as you would expect. We're coming up to the Degners. We're coming up to Dunlop right now. In fact,
I'm putting money on Degners, Jesse. It's got to be Degners.
I think you might be onto something. This is our version of playing detective, John and I. He thinks it's the Degners. Let's see. Was it? Oh, that might have been just a little too wide, John.
I think that's the nail in the coffin, isn't it? Who did it? It was Adam Ostrach in Degner 1 with the 720S Evo, I would say quite confidently there.
Well, that's unfortunate. We thought that might have been for pit lane violation. It wasn't. The stop was clean. And somebody at home is watching that as Ivo Zoricic brings his car into the pit lane out of the middle of what was the only spectacular fight we had on the racetrack at the time, 3 cars deep, and they are the first to pit. Another drive-through penalty issued to the 699, and that is not a pit road penalty, as they've not been in pit lane since lap 91, so forced to believe this is also for track limits violations.
Yeah, so nothing in the stewards chat that I can see that's been reported. Stewards been relatively quiet the past half an hour. Last update, 16:23. That was for lap 89, turn 11. involving the 19 and the 168. 15 seconds for the 168 for a takeout on the 19 position returned. And incident lap 91, sorry, turn 11, involving the 19 and the 168. 5 more seconds for the 168 for making avoidable contact with the rear of the 19. So that's kind of gone from bad to worse there. Thomas Enger Sim Racing down the lane with Rebound Racing and N&M Competition. The number 86 of the UA Amateurs also down the lane, and Martin Ulrich now in the number 41 after Svenček has given him the reins to that one. Oscar Fernandez back down the lane again for the number 91. The E1 Sim Sport driver been keeping it relatively clean, staying out of trouble and staying out of any form of battle really throughout his stint from the beginning. Again, early days we saw him giving up positions quite easily, just keeping the car clean and out of trouble, and that's the key thing today. The 911, Chris Picker, Team Shumi Skins comes down the lane. That of course brings in Rubia for Tire Sim Racing. Broken Bones Sim Racing of Montero also comes down the lane as well, and we just got to keep an eye out for driver changes as people begin to cycle through. Emo Plate of course brings Bendel down the lane with him as well. We've got the number 420 there, the helm of the field, Ostrich in the simulation car, serving his drive-through penalty. So he'll be trundling past all the cars sat on the jacks. Claudio Zaza down the lane. Will this be the final stint, Jesse Lee? Time will tell. We'll keep an eye on the 712.
Folks at
I'll
home,
be surprised if it goes the 5th time.
get your bets in. Is this a quintuple stint? He's done a quad. Is this quintuple stint for Claudio Zaza? Or does his teammate, his only teammate, Brian Anderson, get behind the wheel? And if you think I'm going to not watch him drop the jack, you are incorrect. Javier Perez into the pit lane, pits out of 2nd place. Will be flashing by your screen soon. Car behind Zaza's down and away. Zaza still to the attention of the team. Will be a full service stop. Tires and fuel. Zaza's down in the way, and it's Claudio Zaza. It is a quintuple stint, the very rare, the almost mythical. It's like getting a legendary drop in a game. It's Claudio Zaza with the quintuple stint. Iron Man status confirmed. Ridiculous. I'm going to need him to solve a CAPTCHA because this is unreal. How do you train?
I'm wondering if, can you train AI to play ACC? Is that a thing? Is that a thing yet? Can we do that?
Sorry, I was going to say, how do you train for this? How do you, like, there's a certain amount of cardio involved. There's a certain amount of, like, dexterity and longevity. And how do you do this? Are you telling me he trained to do this?
I don't know, Jesse. It's going to be some kind of mammoth stint if he does pull it off. And I'm hoping that when he crosses the Sector 1 timing gate, it should change his name, but it hasn't. It is still Claudio Zaza in the car. He is just coming up to turn 12, going towards the, turn 11 of the hairpin. He's just approaching now, so he's definitely past the first timing gate, and it is Claudio Zaza still in the car. So, fantastic scenes. I don't know how he's managing it, but kudos to him as the race leader will become the last car to come down the pit lane. Of course, Boris Bitterralf in the SPHE Motorsport journey. They have had a fantastic stint so far. They've been clawing on to, of course, the front end of the grid. They've been 25 to 30 seconds ahead of their next rival in the form of the Odox Motorsport number 121 Audi, and I think Boris Bitterralf will probably be giving up the car, I would say, confidently to Max Shea. Again, Frederick Gutman and Tim Rule will be the ones to take it through the night, so that'll be a tricky ask on their hands. He did. He was the first driver in the car, I believe. Kept good pace with Chris Warner, of course, at the helm of the field, and managed to capitalise when it all became undone. And has since has really driven away, Jesse. It's been a really solid effort from the SPHE Motorsport camp so far, and especially when Frederick Gutman said they're just looking to kind of take the race as it is and see how far they get. It is indeed, I was right, Max Shea back in the car for the SPHE Motorsport crew, and I had no insider knowledge. I haven't asked Gutman who is up next. I'm just purely predicting based off logic, but yeah, Gutman and Rule will see the car through the night, so logically you want to cycle Bitterralf and Shea as early as you can to make sure the other two are fully rested for what is going to be a very tricky night stint.
Good broadcasting instincts from John Dalton. You know it's, you know, you're doing something special when your competitors recognize and respect what you're doing. Hello to Pablo Cortel in the YouTube chat. Obviously cheering on Salva, as you will do, but also showing respect to Zaza for what is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in sim racing. Now, if this was a 4 or 5 hour race and you're solo in it, that'd be fine. But there's still the better half of the race left to go. He's still out there, and it's absolutely incredible. Hopefully, they're able to pull this off. How sweet would a top 15... I think if you're two-manning it, largely 699, of course, with a drive-through penalty here. I think if you're two-manning it, you have two goals, right? Goal one is the same as everybody, get to the checkered flag, and goal two, just enjoy it, right? Just enjoy it, because at some point you have to realize you're going to be tired, but just to have the fortitude to come into a race like this, top split, and say, I'm going to quintuple stint, is insane. There is a second sort of theory I've been working on that's unlikely, but I just want to mention this in case it's not clear. What if Zaza has a real-life partner that is switching off? It would show the same driver,
yeah,
but they could be switching off. I don't think that's happening. That is happening in Split 2, but I don't think that's happening here. I think Zaza's just a madman.
Yeah, I mean, Billy Octane and Harry Conway in Split 2 are literally real-life driver swapping. If you're curious to see it at all, Billy is streaming over on Twitch, I think twitch.tv /Billy_Octane. That's BILLY and Octane underscore with the, as in the fuel, Octane. He is IRL swapping with Harry Conway, and it's quite amusing to see. Reminds me much of the early days of Nicky Team when he ran a race at Bathurst. Jumped out of the rig at a pit stop, changed his shirt, jumped back in, and off he went as a different persona from Nicky Tim. A very good clip that resides in my mind quite frequently. The 86, I just saw a yellow flag flash up for them. That's the UA Amateurs Lamborghini. Not sure what happened there. That's through 130R, though. I can only assume if we could get a replay of that one. Be very interested to see what has happened to those guys. Let's have a look. Where are we now? We're currently down in turn 12. We're heading through into the spoon curve. Pretty sure it popped up just around the 130R region. So into spoon curve they go. Look relatively unfazed, of course, running the exit curve as you do, keeping one consistent steering angle all the way through, a little wide, maybe through the second part. Over the curve they go. Careful of the old track limits as they now come up, of course, the second start-finish straight, should we say, of the Suzuka East layout. Towards 130R they will go, looking very close to the grass on the outside. Catch the inside curb, a little bit of a bounce and a big slide, and that's not what you want to see, especially this early in a stint. Rolls it towards the outside, bonks into the wall. That's going to be a bit of diffuser damage for that car, and rejoins in front of Carpenter in the 224, the Alpha Sim Sport car. It's a bit of not a dodgy rejoin, I would say, but certainly could have made it a bit more clear where Van Vechel was going to situate the car. But that's going to be a flat spotted set of Pirellis, and that's not going to be good for the remainder of their stint. Track temp still quite high, of course, 29 in the air, 35 down on the ground. And the 669 comes down the lane for another drive through. Jesse, didn't they only just serve one a few laps ago, or am I imagining things?
I'm unsure. I did report the 669 rather had another drive through. I think they had one earlier in the race as well. Obviously, they completed their pit stop about 4 or 5 laps ago, so that happened out there on the racetrack, or it was steward delivered, but I'm not seeing anything that tells me it's steward delivered, so perhaps just another drive-through for track limits, and that's doubly disappointing, as they had just completed their stop anyway, so 2 trips down pit lane in one stint doesn't help you out too much there. Hopefully, they have the pace to gain some of that time back. The car in front of them up the road, Dieter Santon, is putting a little bit of pressure on Zaza for the time being. The E1 Sim Sport driver. Ferrari duel here between the two of them.
Yeah, a little bit of prancing horse action, shall we say here? Of course, between the two, it's going to be very tricky for them to find a way through each other. Of course, we saw it earlier, didn't we, with Nico Kumpu and Enstrom battling each other. Of course, both 720S Evos, again, both 296 Ferraris. It's making it very awkward indeed. And you see the race leader in the background there is going to be coming up on them soon. So maybe they could use Shea as the kind of can opener on Zaza. Maybe while Shea's passing, slip through in the fluoro yellow E1 SimSport Ferrari, and maybe Zaza's so fatigued by this point he might not even see it coming. But kudos to the 712 driver for sticking out this long. It's a valiant effort, if I say so, Jesse.
Yeah, it really is. I'm curious to see how hard Zaza fights this and how hard Santon fights Zaza for it, is what I'm quite curious about. I don't know if it's fatigue or what. Certainly, you'd be forgiven if it was fatigue at this point, running this track. I tell you what, though, Claudio's muscle memory probably is just about the best of anyone in the car. You can't get cold if you never get out of the car. You know what I'm saying? It always takes you a lap or two to get back into it. Well, if you've run 5 hours, you don't ever lose that muscle memory. But unfortunately, you do get tired. Your senses get dulled. And there's only a certain amount of time you can concentrate on any given thing, even at the best of times. But either way, the Santon cars, I should say, trying to chase down the 712. 146, still the quickest car on the racetrack. Nobody has been able to best their time. That car up into 6th now. Keep in mind, they've had a couple of penalties that have knocked them back down through the field a couple of times, but it hasn't it has made a big impact, to be fair. They'd have been in the top 5 by now had they not had that issue. But mentioned it earlier that they could still be on for a top 5, maybe even more with the pace that they have, and they're certainly trying to make the best of it. Up into P6, only about 10 seconds behind Martin Ulrich for P5. So looking good, trending in the right direction. They've corrected the mistakes now, John, and they're trending quite nicely up the field.
Yeah, they've just got to kind of keep it clean, haven't they, really? I mean, myself and Tim were saying earlier in the broadcast, endurance racing is about how clean you can keep the car, keep it out of trouble, out of the pit lane as much as possible, minimize the time stationary, of course, maximize the time circulating around. And of course, they're just behind the race leader in the back of the shot, of course, Beerback in the 146, Shea in the 969. I'm wondering if, they might even take a lap back from Shea on this one, although he's got some good pace in him. 2 minutes 0.9 last time by the line, and the 146 was a 2-minute 1.072, so they're lapping in relatively similar pace. It's going to take a mistake from the SPHE Motorsport car for them to get a lap back, although just circulating around behind the leader is probably going to be beneficial regardless. Of course, getting a little bit of a tow, a little bit of a clearance on traffic maybe might make the time loss a lot less than what it should be. But of course, we touched earlier in the broadcast, of course, the staff commitments this weekend mean we cannot bring you all 24 hours, unfortunately, of this race. It's going to be a case of splitting it over a couple of days. So it's time for myself and Jesse Lee to depart you guys. Of course, we will be back tomorrow, Jesse, for the second half, essentially, of the race, where we'll bring you, of course, new broadcasters and new commentators. So it won't be myself, it will be a few other folks over at RCI. And Jesse, just confirm how many hours until we're back with the next part?
I can't do math that quickly, but we will be back for the final 4 or so hours of the race tomorrow, and the overnight portion upcoming of the race. We wish all the competitors the very best of luck, and we'll of course keep you filled in. We'll go and have an overview of what happened in the overnight hours in both splits, of course, when we come back on the air on Sunday for the conclusion. Just want to thank everybody for being with us here today in showing their support, not only to the channel, but for each other. I appreciate it, of course. We put on so many races here at RCI, and it's really nice to see the camaraderie between the teams, between the drivers, and also, just being able to continuously for years and years now to be able to put on these events like we have done. It's an absolute blessing to host all of you, and just thank you so much for showing your interest in ACC and, of course, racing in the 24.
Yeah, so it's great to have you all, whether you're, competing, you're watching, you're just lurking in the background. We, like to thank every single one of you for progressing us here at RCI. And obviously with the Nordschleifer announcement just the other week being confirmed as concrete, we got many more events to bring you on the horizon. Of course, iRacing and EA Sports WRC, to name a few. So head on over to the Discord to get involved in all of those. And while we're off the air, if you do want to check out anybody at all in the race right now, Kevin Boss is streaming his effort. That's twitch.tv/crashneck. His teammate is also streaming. That's under Woody. That's WOODY 5728. Again, over on Twitch. We've got the E1 SimSport cars. They've got a couple of streams up. They've got two on the 91 stream, on the 91 car, sorry, and they've got one more on the number 90 car. Again, if you head on over to the Discord, head into ACC Community Media, and you'll see all the links for everybody that is competing there. And I'm sure a few more people
John,
will be live as well.
Let's do one final good thing for the community today. Let's
Go
drop
on.
those links in the chats. Let's go ahead. Go
Yeah,
do
we
that.
could do that.
I
Sure.
would do it,
Sure, we
but
could do
I'm
that.
currently pressing the buttons.
Oh, if you're pushing the buttons, then I guess I'll head on into the Discord and I'll start sending some links in to the YouTube chat on that one. So here's your first two. This is Kevin Boss and his teammate. And then if we head on over to the E1 SimSport post as well, there you go. You can find both of their links there. It's a bit jumbled up in the format. It's kind of been broken from Discord in typical fashion, but there is 3 links there. The Twitch one isn't highlighted as a hyperlink, unfortunately. But I'm sure a few more others are streaming as well. We've also got Billy Octane over on Twitch as well, streaming their 2-man effort from an IRL view. That's Harry Conway and Billy Octane on one stream on one rig competing together. So hilarity is sure to ensue during the night hours, I'm sure there. But unfortunately, from myself, John Dalton, from Jesse Lee, who's been behind the cameras from the get-go and on double duty with commentary, and of course Tim Peck, who was here at the beginning, we'd like to wish you the very best of luck in your efforts for the chase for the RCI World Tour title, and we'll be back with you tomorrow. My maths is about 15 hours time, I would say, but we will drop a kind of YouTube subscription pre-live thing into your sub box, so keep your eyes peeled for that over the next few hours. Get your reminders on for when we go live again, and you can join all of the RCI staff back once again for another broadcast tomorrow when we conclude the 24 hours of Suzuka. But so far, what a race it has been. Of course, SPHE Motorsport out front, followed by Odox Motorsport and Alpha SimSport in third, with Tire Sim Racing just behind them in P4 and McLeod Sim Racing in P5. Let's not forget, of course, N&M on their charge back through the field, followed by Rebound Racing, Sim Brothers, and then we've got the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry, and then the first of the E1 SimSport cars, rounding out, of course, your top 10. But from myself, John Dalton, from Jesse Lee behind the cameras and the microphone, we'd like to bid you farewell. Take care on your crusade for the Suzuka 24 hours, and we'll catch you again tomorrow on RCI TV. Take care.